This is the thing. It's Mouse. Wanted to say hi at TwitchCon on a dying phone, but wanted to say welcome back Stealth 236 good love.
Sorry. Oh god. The new egg. The new egg! Overlord! He's here. He still needs some work. He needs some polish. He needs the polish. I'm scratching my eyeball. Give me a second. Buddy, he has begun. What the fuck is Starbucks? What? I lost it. I believe I've got this. I've got this. Wait, look at that. Wait, look. Don't look at your siblings like that, SSB. It's rude. It's rude. Appreciate your siblings, SSB. I expected better from the older sibling. Ah, don't get ahead of yourself, Stealthy Buttons. The fuck is a treasure trade? Anyway. Hydrate! I will hydrate with my orange juice because I sippy juice like a good girl.
When the aliens come down, all they really want to see is the pyramid by the river down in Memphis, Tennessee. Made of glass and some brass, it'll knock you on your ass, make a damn jaw drop.
What's that?
It's our Bass Pro Shop. Duh, what you think it was? Doesn't every city have a big ass pyramid by the mud? Yeah, some people wipe their eyes because they think that they're on drugs, but they're really at the best place to shop. It's our Bass Pro Shop. You and me, let's learn some history.
Some history.
The Egyptians like finally make the pyramids into what they came to be, and now everybody see what we got. We got a Bass Pro Shop. Hell yeah, working cutting on this bitch. Makes me wanna shake my ass and it makes me wanna bitch. Yeah, it has been prophesizing all the hieroglyphics of the Bluff City non-stop party at the Pro Shop.
That's a big ass pyramid, man. Why is it a Bass Pro Shop? I don't understand.
Congratulations on starting a fucking scam train.
What is the treasure? Okay, what's the difference between a treasure train and a normal train? Are they the same thing? Oh, wait. The discount that I applied? Ah, is that the difference? Is it because I applied the discount thing? I don't know. Anyway, hey, sure! Metal Gear Panda, thank you both for the, free subs. I appreciate it. Anyway, I should probably return to my own flesh. We go back! He needs a wee little bit more tweaking, methinks. He needs some adjusting, get his lippies doing the right stuff, but he's looking good, he's looking good. What do you think, chat? What do you think of the new egg? You like the new egg? Fuck up, Stealthy! Ah, this is my stream! They come to my streams. I'm not here for you, I'm here for Bass Pro. Bite me. Bite me, bitch. Oh, my pen's rolling away. Well, I'll be golden. Is this the Master she had from I never heard about?
Right?
No. No.
What are you doing?
No way.
What
Target
is
a
that?
player.
Shit yourself! Shit yourself!
Shit yourself! That's the curse of the Stealthy Mouse stream. Everyone must shit themselves! What? Good luck on your... I don't know how the fuck you're doing. I don't know how that works. How do you swap out the Hollow Knight skin? How does that work? But he's looking cute as fuck. I'm sorry I didn't reply. He's looking cute. At this point, every stream starts out like this. I'll just like sit here. I'll let you guys get it out of your system. Just flush it all out like a good anima. And then we'll go do some, do some gaming afterwards. How about that? How about that? Oh.
Pregnant.
No, Pregante! Hang on, I gotta turn off music for this. We gotta be ready.
Oh yeah.
Wait, does it play the whole song?
Please, Vito, please, bro, please. Please,
Go! Go!
Babe, I need $600 now.
Okay, let's find this call. Yeah.
Go!
Pregnant Sonic. There's nothing wrong with
Pregnant Sonic!
I think I wanna put a ring on it. There's nothing wrong with pregnant Sonic. He's a hero and a mother natal blow like no one other. Pregnant Sonic. I'm not the stepdad, I'm the dad that stepped up. Dr. Eggman is a no good slut. Pregnant Sonic. There's
Wait.
nothing wrong with pregnant Sonic. I think I wanna put a ring on it. There's nothing wrong with pregnant Sonic.
Jesus Christ, it does do that. Alright, we're gonna put the price up on that. It goes a little bit long for...
Gotta go fast. Gotta go fast. Gotta go pregnant Sonic. There's nothing wrong with me.
I got forced to make this stupid ass reading. Oh no, I lied, I forgot. But fucking seriously? Oh no, it was a mistake, I swear. Bullshit. Alright, let me get back to my spot. Rude! It plays the whole damn song! Oh, it's with a custom program that does it? You basically just rename one... You name one you did to the same thing as what the frame is called. Oh, okay. I see. So it works pretty much the same way as which I'm customizing Pokemon Infinite Fusions. Much the same way. Do your shit right, Prime. What was I reading? Devil Blade! A treasure train on Twitch is a special limited time hype train event that provides a discount on gifting subscription. When a treasure train is active, viewers can purchase 5 or more tier 1 gifts subscriptions at a discounted rate, often 35% for a short period. It is an experimental feature designed to offer a way for fans to support streamers at a lower cost. I see. Okay. So it is essentially just like a discounted hype train, right? Right! Big brain. Hang on. Are you putting the price back up? Because otherwise I have to go do it. Right! I know you're still in the back rooms. Bye! You guys see the fucking fandangle that is TwitchCon? Have you guys seen? I feel like it's hard to not have seen it. Fucking absolute mess that has been TwitchCon. They're like, oh yeah, we take safety as highest importance. One of their biggest female streamer gets sexually assaulted on day 1. Oh, we immediately detained the person. Didn't actually detain the person responsible. Had to get forced to do it by said streamer's manager. Like, yeah, doing great. Why does no one ever want to do meet and greets for TwitchCon? I don't understand. We only forced them to do it and then didn't give them the security they needed to do it safely. What's the problem? Boys they can't even...
I'm never gonna financially...
Can't even moderate their own fucking website. Who expects them to be able to moderate a live event? Which they have failed to do multiple years in a row. Surely they'll do it right this time! No! That's how I felt, Nags. I felt the same. Hello, Sandwich! Basically, I went to PAX 04 and TwitchCon 2015. I went to first events. How did TwitchCon 2015 go? Because I have never really followed that stuff because it's all America and I would never go to America anyway. Sorry, you Americans. I would never visit America. I'd rather never visit a country that has anyone can legally own a gun. I ain't doing that shit. No. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. People. Gun really fucking helps. Really helps. Like, I don't know. I feel like it's much harder to kill someone with my hands than it is with a gun. I'm just gonna say it. Anyway, right over. We're doing the bombs today. It was a lot more laid back then. It is now because obviously it was a smaller back then. It was just Babu. When did was it used to be called Justin TV? When did Justin TV become Twitch anyway? Ah, juice is good. Good stuff. I found out recently that my fucking internet security that I have on my computer keeps blocking random apps. So I keep having it, and each time it blocks an app, it does it through a different method every time. So like, my Clip Studio Paint wouldn't connect to the internet, my Thunderstore wouldn't connect to the internet, and there was one other app that wouldn't connect to the internet. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And I found out that yet again, my internet security was like blocking those apps from connecting to the internet. Even though I'd already given them permission through the app to do so, and through the internet blocker to do so, they still decided to block it. I'm like, fucking It's like a multiplying error where you have to go through the back rooms and delete a file to get it to stop fucking doing it. Yeah. 2011, is that when it became Twitch? Feels like, I don't know why I thought it would have been longer ago than that. And again, I don't even know how long Twitch and Justin TV have even existed, so. Glad to see you're on, Mousy. Always a good time. Yeah, sorry, last week I had some sort of cold or flu or something. And I was knocked for 6. I was sleeping my days away. Napping and coughing. I got a burp stuck. Oh, Jesus. All right. Nom, nom, nom. Tasted like orange juice. I was around when Justin TV came out back in 07. Hot Lord. I would have never been able to watch anything back then anyway, because internet in Australia would not handle any of that shit. I feel like Australian internet has only been beefy enough to do streaming, like, probably sometime, like, maybe in the last 10 years. Probably not even that has been strong enough to hold an internet connection good enough for, like, streaming out. You can probably watch streams, but streaming out has probably actually only been, like, the last 7 years that it's been possible, because Aussie internet, yay! I mean, to be fair, also too terrified of Aussie land, you have too many hospital noodles and the nope ropes and spiders the size of my hand, which love to hide under mirrors, sun blockers, in cars. They also hide in your socks and your shoes and anything. They'll hide in anything, those little fuckers. I feel fucking old saying all this. Stealthy, you need to raise the price of custom chapters! Wait, what? What? Are you just looking at the queue right now? That's because I haven't made any in forever. Ow. No, huntsman spiders are not scary. They're the good guys. They keep the other bugs at bay. And they run funny when you poke them, and then just don't kill them while they're carrying their babies, or you will have nightmares for the next several years. Also, I did see that. That's gonna get deleted. You know that, right? Because that's against Twitch TOS. Even if it's blue, it's still considered a self-harm thing, so it's gonna get in trouble for that. You're risking your biscuit for that. No, it is. You're not even allowed to have ones that encourage drinking alcohol and smoking, because anything that's considered that, any form of self-harm or dangerous activities are against Twitch TOS.
Stealth 236, give love Stealth 236, happy Stealth 236, pet Stealth 236, Grace.
Thank you for the resub, thank you, I appreciate it. Just TV came out in 2007, while the company rebranded to Twitch and kept Just TV going up until 2014, when they combined both Twitch and Justin TV together. See, that feels weird. I don't know, that feels... I don't know. It just feels, I don't know. My brain keeps telling me that it was a different time, but obviously it's right. I don't know shit, because I wasn't doing Twitch stuff for a very long time, because Australian internet. I've got shitty Australian internet. What did you name your huntsman spider? I actually can't remember, so I'm just gonna say Gary. I can't remember. I've had several pet, quote-unquote, pet huntsman spiders. Nothing needs to be that big! Oh, look at how big you can have an orb weaver. They're big, and they also, like, fucking spawn in out of nowhere. You can't see their webs until you're already in it. It's not self-harm, it's Persona! Persona is not self-harm! I don't think Twitch will see it that way! Twitch doesn't know how to define anything. They can eat my ass. Nah, they'll just take your whole channel. This is what they're like. That's why I was warning you about it, because that's what they're like. They're like, you know what? Even though technically we're kind of slightly undefined, we're gonna treat you like a fucking wanted criminal, and we're just gonna delete everything. Everything! Unless you're a cub furry with a diaper fetish, in which case you get a little, you get the front page and then a 1-day timeout to fight off the antis, and then you're all good to go. Wait, if I rebrand to wearing like a diaper in that, can I get away with more if I do that? At worst, I'll remove it. Yeah, for emotes, they'll just yeet them. I wonder what I'm doing. I just put. Oh Jesus! Excuse me. I wanted. They want to talk to you about your car's extended warranty. Do you remember that your car extended warranty is almost over? Bad. Sorry, I'm looking at my mouth forms and movements, thinking about the egg. All I ever think about is egg these days. Egg. I've actually named the file egg too. It is egg. When he's a little bit more put together, I'll probably stream with his fucking noggin out. To make certain his lippies are doing what I need them to do. Because it's my first time rigging. LMS. I will remove your Tangier privileges if you keep redeeming shit for free, buddy. All I did was hear that sound, and I know it was from you, because it's not on my list. Oh, get fucking bamboozled. Down there, it took my 6 times to get my lick approved, and my buddy. You heard nothing. I will remove your pants. Don't take the privilege lightly. Be fair to other viewers, mate. Not fair if you just get to do the shit for free. Everyone else have to pay now. All right, where's? Sorry, I'm staring.
Sorry, 1 point.
I've been spending the last few days working on another commission, so I haven't had the egg up. So I'm like re-familiarizing myself with egg. Oh, why the egg? You didn't want to leave. You didn't want to leave. Samaya! Thank you for the tip for anything to go. What's up? How's it going? It's going good. It's going good. About to scroll it over to Pokemon. Maybe 3 out of 5 redeems. No more freebies. This is your last chance, Prime. I mean it. I fucking mean it. How you doing, Charizard? What? Yeah, I saw that. I find it funny that there's still. How much do the fucking not how much they cost, but like how much do they still work after what Twitch did to try and bonk them? Like, do they still work? I'd imagine they would, otherwise they wouldn't be advertising them, right?
Oh, you just posted cringe. Get out of here.
Yeah, try to call me cringe, buddy boy. I'm for justice. The TISM says all is equal. All is equal. I was talking about that the other day on like another random person's stream. I'm like slowly collecting mouse and rodent VTubers like fucking Pokemon cards. I'm like been searching everywhere high and low and adding them to like a little list. Or we have a list and it's full of rodents, full of mouse and rats. Don't ask me why I'm collecting them. I just felt like I wanted to. The family must get together, all the cousins. And I was on another mouse stream. Just loitering in chat, and we brought up like a lot of workplaces trying to like they'll pressure you into putting in like free hours of work. They're like, are you doing for the team? Were you if you leave on time, then everyone else is gonna be in a struggle and blah 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 blah. I was like, I feel like my TISM's a little bit too strong for that to work. Because I'm just going, no. my work and my personal life, very, 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 very separate. If you try to guilt trip me by saying that my co-workers will suffer, I'll be like, That's a you problem. Bye. Fucking bye. I give a shit. Try to fire me. See how quickly that goes through the fucking legal system. See how much money you lose in court. Ta-da. Count the one thing out. By the way, I missed you, bitch, and I haven't been able to give you a hard time. Look here, buddy. I'm gonna bury you in my garden up to like your fucking the tip of your nose, and then I'm gonna dip your nose below the soil several times as like an earthy waterboarding, you know? Not booping. Not booping, Zalith. Filthy raccoon. When's the last time you washed your hands, raccoon?
Mouse.
Smell the trash
You're
on
alive. Let the chaos and mischief be your blood and soul. Also only up because you hear streaming and I'd not hear you and the singing Australian intenty cat.
Did she just have a stroke at the end? What the fuck? All I made out of that was Australian! I was gonna say, happy because you're streaming and I can hear you and bitching in Australian internet. Yeah, I'm a fuck-ass Australian internet. Let me pull out Wolfia before I forget again. I keep burping and then having to swallow it. It's not very yummy. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, V, W. And Wolfia cat. Got it. Thank you for the wisdom, Zenos! I appreciate it! 32 months and 36 months altogether. Home. Wouldn't you like to know? I can kind of smell it. It's been at least like 3 weeks, I'd be willing to guess. Probably not since I lost the cotton candy in the water. So the memory is still on me fingies. I can still feel it. So we're good, chilling, playing some Pokemon ZA and eating Pokemon ZA. One of the early Pokemon games of like the main slash that, you know, how they have an offshoot franchise that I won't get. I am not fucking giving them money for that shit. Nintendo can rot in a hole. Alright, back scratching. Especially with all the lawsuits they're putting out, but at the same time they keep spitting out absolute trash. Like, what the fuck is this? Nintendo and the Pokemon company can rot! Rot in hell! You're not getting my money, suck a dick. The most I'll sail the 7 seas. Bibbies! Here, mods! 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 Lobster! Cannabis! Have stuff and drinkies! Oh, sorry, Flint came running to me. Come have a drinkies! Drinky time! Oh, you puppy. You good boy. You good boy. Sorry, I don't have any treats in here. No, there's no treats in here no more. You good boy. I trolled my dog. I feel really bad now. He's just looking at me, wagging his tail expectantly. I'm sorry, I haven't got anything. You're a good boy. I'll give you some scratches because you're a good boy. I feel evil. Wouldn't you like... Oh, I read that one. Wait, Dan Clancy only started in 23? Yeah, he was only relatively recently. Dan Clancy. When did Amazon get their grubby little thingies on it? I don't know, Dan was only quite recent. Because I remember there being a whole lot of hullub when he took over because the last Twitch CEO or whatever the fuck, no one ever heard. People used to meme that even he didn't know he was the CEO. And then when Dan Clancy took over, it was like a bunch of memes and stuff. Poor Flint. I'm sorry, baby. You good boy. Already drank water. If I don't, Mrs. Joa stares at me angrily and says that I won't be giving her the A+ year she wants. It's like, you need to be alive, motherfucker. I need you alive. 7 stream streak, let's go! So they have good news. My class comes off of this coming up a Wednesday. Let's go! Congratulations, you get your hand back. Well, kind of. Still take care of it. Still treat your little hand like a precious little baby. Like, can you stop breathing in my face? Your breath is rank. Also, why does that only show up on one screen and not the other? Sorry, I'm looking back and forth. For some reason, Wolfia's, stream streak is only showing up in OBS, and I don't see anything on my browser. Interesting. For him was Emmett Shear, the first CEO of Twitch, was it? Oh, wasn't there? Oh, Dan, wasn't there someone between the two of them? I swear there was. And he's fucked the company up at that time. Yippee! Let's be honest, Twitch wasn't doing too great given.
What are you doing? What is that?
player.
Why is Lowe's wishing me to shit myself? What the fuck is this?
Shit yourself! Shit yourself! No!
The last time you had a good shit in your pants, chat. The last time. Because the next time is coming in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Enjoy. Enjoy. Please clean up after yourself. And how you doing, Lars? How's it going? One of the few. I think you're the only person that has a big badge that is not custom. The only non-custom bitty badge here, Lars. More water! Marriage. They want you to live. Disgusting. Ah, she's yapping.
Pregnant Sonic.
Of course he finds the pregnant Sonic. Of course he finds. Now I have to turn off my Pokemon music. Ah! Wait.
Yo, please, Vito, please, bro, please.
I want to dance.
Please, I'll do anything on you.
Oh!
Pregnant
I
Sonic.
thought I broke.
Yo, Vito, is there any way we could get Neurosama to cover this?
Oh yeah!
Shut up, Blade.
Alright. Karaoke streams.
Yo, please, Vito, please, bro, please.
I'm part of the crowd. Let me join in.
I'll do anything on you. 600 babe, I need $600.
No, we're not. We're run 14.
There's nothing wrong with
pregnant Sonic.
I think I wanna put a ring on
Wait, I gotta be in my goth mode.
There's nothing wrong with pregnant Sonic. He's a hero and a mother natal glow like no one other. Pregnant Sonic. I'm not the stepdad, I'm the dad that stepped up. Dr. Eggman is a no good slut. Pregnant Sonic. There's nothing wrong with pregnant
Chat, where's the dances? Go on, what are you talking about?
Wanna put a ring on it. There's nothing wrong with pregnant Sonic.
I can't even headbang because it just breaks my tracking. It doesn't like it.
Gotta go fast. Gotta go fast.
Jets on a milk and butter diet for no.
Gotta go pregnant.
What does a milk and butter diet do?
There's nothing wrong with me.
Ah! Worth. Instant no. Besides, I've leveled everyone to be able to tank at least one hit from fucking Dragon Rage bullshit, even though I don't have any fairies! I have no fairies. Ah, burping. This is not run 16, this is run 14! I'm spreading lies. Ah, sit in it now. I blame. Oh god, it really is the diaper fetish. Alright. I know 6.7.2 is available, but last time I tried to update it, it killed everything. So no, I will not be doing that. And now you're running pregnant Sonic. Pregnant Sonic. I wanna put a ring on it. Oh, you lost? No, I didn't. No. I did not. I did not. Sorry for breaking her. This is the song's gonna be stuck in my head. I forget I was running around in Jim Jammies. Oh wait, I get my cursor out of the way. Damn, I'm old. Do you feel the creak in your bones, devil? Do you feel the creaking? Alright, let's refresh my memory. Oh, that's right, we got Dork with the flesh of his enemies. Good old Mila. Zeno. Astronavia. Elemis. I think Astra we had just picked up from the cave, yeah. From Mount Moon. This fucking thing. Turnip, I hate you. I really do. In Pokemon, that is. La 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 la. Let's speed up a little bit. Have faith, Lars! Have faith in me! Mouse, look at this with that! You got empreg, bro? What? I can't be empregged! I'm female! A female can't be male impregnated? You even know what empreg is, Xenos? Wow. My life has been so bad without you. You need, oh god. We really did Wolfie at 30 with that one. Look at this fucking thing. Turnip, what the fuck are you? Refrigerate? Hang on, what the fuck does, hang on. No. Refrigerate? Normal type moves become ice type and powered up. Oh, okay. I guess that's okay. Maybe. Not sure. Ice type's not very strong against many things, is it? Oh. Alright, let's get Astra some levels. Real quick sticks. No berries. No berries. Blast. Quick attack. Ow! So much for powered up, hey, Astra? Ow. No, we got this. Hey, a whole level. We only made it this far. What the fuck does yikes mean? Excuse you? Excuse fucking you? This is only like 3 hours of playtime. Bite me. Wait, is this another run? Define another run. If anyone wants to know what the fuck... Hang on. Let me do something real quick. Oh, not that. That's not what I was gonna do. Dude, give me a second. Fuck. Beep, 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 boo. You beep, doop, doop, boop, boo. Where is it? I can find it. Where is it? I will find it. What the fuck? Oh, that's meant to be a skateboard. That did not look like a skateboard. That looked like something else. Looked like something else entirely. I'm not gonna lie. Where the fuck? I will. Where did it go? Oh, fuck this. All right. Fine. Do it this way. Shut up, Flint. La 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 la. La 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 la. Beep, beep. There. If your sorry butt wants to know what the fuck happened, watch that. Oh, 8 hours of the damn thing. No excuses. Is there a wager on how many dead teammates Mousy will leave behind during this Nuzlocke vault? No one would ever bet against something like that. Look, man! I cannot be held fucking responsible for a dragon rage in the first part of the game, okay? I cannot be held responsible for that. As pure sheer dumb fucking bad luck. Oh, come on, Astra. No. Get it. Get it. Its teeth are falling out. That's fine. Yes, Dennis. My face tracking being a bit weird today. Early Dragon Rage is not your fault, I'll admit that. See? See? It's not my fucking fault that they pulled out Dragon Rage on me. I was suffering, I did my best. A rock throw, you say? Get rid of Leah. What happened to Ron 11? There was no run. Faint attack? Wait. Earl, why are you learning everything right now? What are you doing? Early Dragon Rage is your fault. Be faster! Be fast even if I am faster! What does that do? Nothing! Because I can only get one hit off! 2 if I'm lucky. Alright. That is not a custom sprite. No, it isn't. Alright, level 11, and then we'll go back into the cave. And then I'll cry about what other Pokemon I might have been able to have. Try to run faster than a bullet, dumbass! Duh! Yeah, it was worth a shot. Level 11, ooh, ah, ah! Yoor! Fuck, you're sturdy. Don't need to if they die before they shoot. You want me to manage to one-hit KO a Pokemon around the same level as me without Dragon Rage of my own? How the fuck do you expect that to work? Huh? Praise out! Alright, let's go into the cave and I'll cry about what could have been. I came in and just started attacking everyone. I was meeting some friends here in the cave. When of course Krell is just hanging out in a fucking cave waiting for friends. Hello again, Sneera! Sneer. Hey. La la la. Can I fight? Nope. Hello there, Pirate. Whatever. Get him, Buster! Fairy type, yeah, let me just pull a Nuzlocked fairy type out of me asshole! Let me just do that. I'll just do that. I'll just do that! Not tilted. I'm sure a mouse could outrun a Snickers. I love that they use this ball here to bait you into coming over here to, like, see this conversation take place. Ha! Beating all these trainers was almost too easy. We're almost invincible as a group. That's not just wait until the boss's new project is fully operational. We'll be truly invincible then. Totally. Anyway, we should probably go now. We've had our fun with these wimps and talking about our plans. But apparently it's still deep into the cave. We better let the others know that, you know, they gotta go deeper into the cave to defeat us. So the story can continue. We'll miss it if we keep wasting any more time here. Oh, and a good thing putting that rock in the way, the less of the chances of having some random brat wandering in the pattern. This is definitely not a suggestion. What do you look at me like that for, Drifter? What the fuck does that mean? 4 times. You just use a 4 times super effective move. I'm gonna fucking bury you. Look at you, buddy. Laffy can learn fairy type moves. Yeah, at what level? Huh? That's a bit weird looking little creature. Also, I don't like. Drink water, muds. You're fire type, right? Do I have a fire type move though? That's right. You got heat wave too. Oh, ba, ba, ba. Yes, it means. I resent that. How'd you ask? Damn! Yeah, you heard what I said. I want more ball! Oops, I forgot to swap my front runner out. Strider! If they use Rock Slide, you're in trouble! Oh, I forgot that it has that ice typey thingy to it. But if it throws rock, that's gonna be annoying. Ew, you're gross, I don't like you. You should be fine, dog. Ha! Get paralyzed, suck a dick. In Rocket implying mouse is bratty. Oh, I'm not a brat. Much. Ew. Ew. Why does it have a full sack seam? I don't know. What the fuck? Why does it look like that? I'd be paralyzed if I seen this too. Hey, was this? Wait, hey. Explain? Explain. Why are you murdering us? I'll murder your egg. Careful. You have no flared base, you'll be gone. Gone for good, buddy. Water acquired. Good. All you can bury is your own Nuzlocke run. I ain't worried. You do not understand my level of failure. Huh? Nothing? Get him, dork! Bite him! Oh, he's so cute! Electrocuted. Nice going, dork! So much for these fucking fairy type moves. Check! So it was also too early for Flaffy to have a fairy type move. So you guys are full of shit. Oh, Mila needs some levels, but I'm kind of scared to have them up front. Whatever. Ball. Is there a hidden item around here? I swear there is. Shut up, Drifter! That was acquired? Yes. Oh, I hate you guys. Till every time I show up, you're like, ew, it's that one. Gross. Give me the thing! I know that there's a freebie around here somewhere. Give it to me! Thank you, bitch ass. Oh my god, I added that word? Wow, yes. To protect my sanity. You got a problem with that? Bad luck. Burn him! Alright. Should I put Astra up? Should I risk a Calamas? Or Xenos? No, because icy types are scary. Oh. Okay, let's give it a go. Oh wait, I was supposed to talk to Varen, my dumbass. Ah, fuck, of course the scenario would be the first thing I run into. Piss off. Always risk Calamus. Worth it? Give me rock. Smash. Let me smash. Thank you. Ah, fuck, now you've set me up. I've been good all stream. Not a single fucking yawn out of my mouth until you came in here. Smash. Sorry, Turnip, you're gonna be my HM slave. Enjoy your new employment. You'd appreciate it in today's in today's society. Can't always guarantee you a job. You should be happy with whatever job you get given. What you saying? I'm Corset? No, fucking Drifter Corset. Ah, bastard. Ugh, you can't see it because it got flagged. Oh my fucking god! Just give me something that Xenos can level up to, please. This is another snare. Damn it. That was a little bit different. Yeah, get them levels, Xenos. Ooh, I got a hard step. Alright, is there freebies down here? Wait. No freebie. I want free things! I hate my life. Why am I like this? Hello, Team Rocket. What's up? Pokemon Gangsters. Why have I feel like I've never read that like that before? Pokemon Gangster. Holy shit! If they got a Moltres. I think they've got a Moltres, chat. Dog. Oh my god. Find it! Could be flying, I know, but it'd still have fire type moves, which means Xenos is not safe. Bulbami! I don't know what the first thing, but I'm guessing I don't know what the second thing is, but I'm guessing the first thing is Bulbasaur. My dude, now? No, you're just a slave. Outrage, I guess. I was right, it was flying, but it still probably had fire type moves. Fuck! God! Argue with me. Oh, look, stuff to sell. Any more freebies in here? Go away, Snorer. He sneers. Oh my god, there's so many of these! These have to be the Zubats of this fucking cave. Yay! I got a big ball! And yet you one-shot it because I swapped out to have a Pokemon with a dark type move. Because it was psychic as well. Psychic flying. I got demoted from sacrifice to slave in the span of one stream. You're welcome. Flint, no one asked you. And is that really a, like, Flint? That's it. You gotta get the Kaya treatment. You don't upshut ye up, boy. Oh god, Krelly's got evil creatures. That goes psychic. Fight it. As he's scavenging. I know there's something. Fuck. I can smell it. There's something in here. I know there is. Free shit. Nothing tastes better than free food. With Belvo. Shit. Oh, wait. I've missed messages. With Belvo, she was so impressed with your work, it made her angry. Angry? What, man? is she mad? Have I died yet? Have you even been born yet? Not even alive. That's a low bar. Even a hat Pikachu made. Pikachu wore made her angry. What the fuck did Pikachu do to deserve her ire? Did she really get mad about outfits? Oh god, excuse me. I go commit war crimes with Dawn. Wait, who's Dawn? With the Dawn. Don't worry, she just killed me 3 times in one stream before. You can always do it more. Aw, it's cute. I like it. What happens if I punch it? It dies instantly. 10. I don't know, whatever. Aww, you're gonna die as well. Yay! Everyone's dying. Look at Xenos just wiping the floor. Dragon breath. Oh. Oh. But Bite has been really useful, and I like Leech Seed. And fuck chat, I don't know. Bite has saved my booty a couple of times when the sidekick crosses have popped up. Healers, you're not even born yet. I can't. Every time I look at the chat now, I know this is stupid. Worse when I told her it was Mega Pikachu. We're talking about the XY Pikachu. No, I'm thinking Raichus. Alright. I wonder if anyone's actually played the DLC for Legends CA yet. Replace outrage. What? Well, now I know to never take turnips suggestions. I don't see you losing this run anytime soon with an illegal. Illegal? How is my Godra illegal if I caught it in the wild? Huh? Wow, Turnip has good suggestions sometimes. Yeah, right now is not one of them times, buddy. I mean, at least I get stabbed with Dragon Breath, so maybe I should replace Bite. I don't know! Pay them for the DLC. They give you some bonuses for owning it and said check back in 3 months. What? Wait, you can't actually use the DLC? What? What? Are you fucking kidding me? It's like they don't even actually know what the DLC's even gonna fucking be, and they're trying to sell it to you. What the fuck? Do we even know what's gonna be in the DLC other than the XY fucking Raichu? I got 2 shiny Pokemon! Shiny from Pokemon Go. Go Mega. Go Mega. Mega Go. Fuck it. Wobblers! Hello. Very nice. Very dead. Very dead. Very nice. New zone? As far as I can tell though, it's pretty much Pokemon Legends ZA is exactly what I expected it to be. Shit! Essentially. By my standards. Multi-million-dollar company could do way much better, but they don't. Because people will buy that slop and eat it up anyway. Riley's just having a moment over there. Ah! Got past her! I stopped caring. I'm playing Digimon. I'm playing Pokemon Fusion, so I don't give a fuck. These days, mostly fan games are better anyway. Icy Wind, you say? Are you even a special attacker? I don't know. I hate that I can't scroll through to see the fucking stats. I don't know if you're a special attacker or a physical attacker. I feel like I'd rather keep the majority what I already have. Maybe I'll get rid of Scratch. Maybe I'll do that. I'll get rid of Scratch. I'll make the Pokemon systems! I mean, if that's what you're into, I guess, but... I have to do that here? In a public place? You get Mega Raichu and something. They also make you have to play ranked competitive to unlock some Mega Stones, which is bullshit. Don't you also have to, like, get to a certain level in ranked competitive as well? Maybe they'll finally let you use that train station. It just sits there, you know, looking pretty. Legends Arceus was one of the worst games I've ever played in my life. Legends Arceus was so fucking handholdy. Lots of people were like McLovin' it, but I couldn't get past the uglies. I liked the concept of it. It was a good idea. It just felt like it needed a lot more time in the oven. And I was hopeful that they would fix that with Legends ZA, and then I saw one trailer of Legends ZA, and I was like, no. I'm more excited for Zelda Hyrule Warriors 3. I ain't even heard of that. Whatever Monolith Soft is cooking up for Nintendo. Because they don't have restraints. Dragon Quest. I like. You guys see the links of the Pokemon as well, where like they're trying to keep the budget. I think it was like 13 million or something. Like, you guys make so much money off of this, but it can't even go over 13 mil in production, and you're worried it's going to like blow out too much, and you're complaining about people going over budget. Like, fuck off. No wonder it looks like it's held together with stick tape. Hey Vix, how you doing? Had a lot of fun with ZA. At this point, I'm not spending my money on it. I can see it being fun if it was a $20 or $40 game. Not as an $80 game. I don't know what the fuck I'm... Milotic? Oh, shove it. Ow. Yay! Another level! Here's the gameplay. Go catch a Pokemon. Okay, now go catch that Pokemon 10 more times in a row. Then go use all its moves anywhere from 25 to 100 times. Apparently it's similar in Legends ZA, but they made it slightly less. Once that's done, you'll maybe progress 0.01% through the story. Welcome. Somebody can eat my ass, yeah. That's the way I feel as well. Oh, when did you start a new Nuzlocke? Hello, Omega. Not last week, the week before. Who's learning takedown? I wasn't paying attention. I was too busy yawning and scratching my pits. Nah. Nice. Okay. did not sleep well last night. It was hot and I was sweaty and I was cranky all night. So that's probably why I'm yawning like goddamn nothing. Swap Astra out. Dork up. Feels weird having my starter not be the highest level Pokemon. Oh, game through good at Mousy. I already ran into a fucking Team Rocket grunt with Moltres. What? Hell yeah, you get him, dork. I'll say that. Kelmas will start acting freaky. He doesn't need any prompting to act freaky. Let's be honest with ourselves now. He does not need a prompting. Pray for death. My company put so much time restrictions on making games. It's stupid. That's why they have low effort. Also, they fired Mustard. I didn't see that. Like, nah, this person's got too much power. Let's just fire him altogether. Like, what? What? The one person that's making the good stories and you fucking fired him. What the fuck is that? Oh my. Rock stash. It's like a My Little Pony OC. I let the Charmander have a boost. What face? Oh, and what else was there with the Pokemon? Legend ZA. Originally, they did make all the fucking buildings 3D, and then they decided, nah, and deleted them and turned them into JPEGs. And you can't go inside the buildings. You can explore a whole ass fucking city, but only on the outside. You're not allowed to go inside the buildings. What is wrong with you? I miss your accent. You miss me raging on a summer day. How you doing? Too busy ranting to Nagasm. Gotta fire him so we can keep Sugimori on the team. Oh, Sugimori's gone now too. Whoops. Anyway, I feel like all the devs, I feel like it'd definitely have to be a team of devs or something that are leaking all this information too, that are just so fucking done with the company. Like, look at all this bullshit I'm having to put up with in the background, huh? That's what it feels like. It literally feels like they're just done with it all, and so they're just putting on blast. So done with it. Like an old school Aussie. What the fuck is an old school Aussie? Oh, Mila! This is the only evolution you get. What the fuck? I don't know how I feel about the nose, man. Yeah. Oh god, the text over top of text. What are we learning? Water gun? Oh, that's right. You're fire water type now. Oh, that's interesting. Wing attack. What a weird combination of moves to learn at this moment. No. Go back! Go back! Why did you evolve God? Because I evolved God into bigger God! Elsie finally got the shiny rock. I need more shiny rocks. This is not enough. There's more shiny rocks in here somewhere. I know there is! Hot take, Pokemon should have never gone full 3D. I feel like Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, if they're going to go 3D, they should have gone with that look. They should have stayed with that fucking look. It actually looked good in Let's Go Eevee and Let's Go Pikachu. The only reason I did not like those games was that stupid fuck-ass catch mechanic. Like, if I wanted to play Pokemon Go, I would play Pokemon Go, not a fucking console game. Oh. Now it's just a normal Pokemon. Ew. Oh, I hated the Let's Go games. I feel like the graphics were really good. Like, it's one of the few times I would say that the Pokemon, the 3D Pokemon franchise looked good. But then they fucked it after that. They were just like, you know what? You know that really good looking game we made? Let's never do it again. Or like, I didn't like Sun and Moon either. I never finished Sun and Moon. I got bored of it. Was not a fan. Oh, I got a strange prism. Oh, hello! Missing you here, buddy. Well, I'm water type now. Let's not fuck with that. How weak am I to electric if I'm fire water? Probably still double weak, right? I know what I wanted to do! I wanted to burn it. So what the option for this form? Probably none, I'd imagine. Yeah, no custom sprites other than the one that it currently has. Better than Brilliant Diamond. Okay, I'll give you that. Definitely better than Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl. You like the No. You got the wrong opinion, buddy boy. Take that opinion and keep it hidden because it's wrong. Very, very wrong. I want a fairy type, Nabbit! Give me fairy! I swear that there was one more moonstone in there. Did I just miss the damn thing? Drink your water, Lars! Alright, Mila is starting to get to be at risk. Let's swap you out. Who am I gonna throw up front? Enos? Elemis? Dork? Oh, Xenos is just completely... Is he completely evolved, or can his Chespin side evolve once more? His Chespin can evolve once more, right? I'm not sure. I never had that evolutionary line. I dropped the series after Sun and Moon. That's where I dropped it as well. I only picked it back up again because of streaming. And I was like, I like Pokemon games in general, so I was like, I'll give Scarlet and Violet and Legend Arceus a go, but they just never was the same. It was never the same. I still want to play Pokemon X, what's it called? The X Gala Darkness, I think it's called. I've never played that one before. I didn't have the, what's it called? GameCube? Whatever the fuck it's called. It's a bit disturbing looking. Oh. Happy Zappy. I enjoyed Arceus, but it looked shit. I didn't finish up completing Arceus either. The gameplay loop was a bit boring for my liking. The whole like catching them a gajillion times. Evolve, so it will evolve. XD Gale of Dark. What? Let's Go was 1 out of 300 or something. Are you talking about shiny odds? I like the look of Mega Ruby Alpha Sapphire. If you want to go 3D after that, the game started to suck. I can't even remember what Mega Ruby Alpha Sapphire fucking looked like, to be honest. I cannot remember what it looked like. All I know is that one of my favorite looks 3D wise was the Let's Go games. Felt the most nostalgic. Like they felt like the best combination, like the best way that you could do traditional Pokemon with its saturated colors but in 3D. I personally liked the idea behind Legends Arceus, where it's a bit more darker and it had like a darker story in that, and how it like the graphics were. Obviously with like higher fidelity graphics and fixing a whole bunch of their broken shit up, but I liked the art direction in general. Yeah, those are my opinions. Oh, my brain! Oh, I know why I'm fucking scatterbrained. I haven't had my goddamn ADHD medication. Like, why is my brain so blurred? Hello, I'm medicated. Sorry, I gotta take my straight pills. Turn my brain back to being straight again. I have to leave and heal and then come back. I'm tired of reading. Yes, please, voice acting! Oh my god, or at least have the little chatter voices, for the love of God. And the fact that they fully animate the cutscenes too, but with lip syncing and everything, but there's no actual talking. And people keep trying to defend Nintendo and the Pokemon Company being like, they can't afford to have the voice acting in every language. It's like every other fucking Nintendo game can. Why the fuck can't Pokemon? Like, don't give me that bullshit excuse. Oh, they can't afford it. Bullshit. One of the top 3 most selling franchises ever can afford it. Thank you very much. You're full of it. Hello, JP! How you doing? It was like the first Legends. I'm legit confused. Everyone get confused! Oh, hey, Funkle Drunk! This motherfucker named Bowl. I am the Bowls.
Be afraid you should not. Oh, take care of you.
Honestly, this made me sad when I played it because it was that boring. The gameplay loop was boring, yeah. I like the darker story though, the whole like, do what you're told or you're gonna get thrown out, exiled, and you'll just die. Banana. Yeah, you strip that banana. Yeah, this is completely TOS.
Banana.
Perfectly normal. Rumble. Let's put you in the naughty corner.
Can't see. Yoda can't see.
There's nothing to defend, right? Nothing to defend at all. Every other side game has voice acting. The freaking... Wait, there's Pokemon... There's any Pokemon game with voice acting? Oh, is there no more Bass Pro Shop song? Is there somewhere? Want the Pokemon Blue sprites back? Nothing beats those? Not even the Pokemon Silver Gold sprites? Nothing! Pokemon Blue... Is there Pokemon Blue back when there was still like those ugly munted colors? Nah, you're wrong for that. The Pokemon International and Game Freak are small indie companies now. So yeah, they're small indies. You can't expect them to keep up with such big expectations. It was a small indie company. I can't believe you're bullying them. You know, they put through all this effort to release these games at a budget price just for us. Just for us, chat. I do love, though, the fact that, like, I was seeing some Nintendo fanboys actually going, look, you keep saying that AAA companies don't understand that, like, you don't need a big budget and amazing graphics to sell a good game. It's like, you are losing the fact that the whole doesn't need a big budget is meant to pass on to the customer. You can't charge AAA prices with fucking, like, less than indie standards of graphics. It's not how this fucking works. You idiot. How much cock do you have in your throat that you are still defending them when they are so clearly disrespecting you? Like, my god, boy. Get some mouthwash. Where's my escape rope? Am I blind? Oh, there it is. You. Alright, I must go recharge. What did Yoda do to you? He ate his banana. Use the jam said if they pay voice actors, they'll only make 300 million instead of 302 million. And you would go bankrupt if that happened. Yeah, sure. Item drop. Several spin-off games have full voice acting. They do? What spin-off games? I've played a single Pokemon game with voice acting before. Never. We give the people voice acting in a Pokemon game, then they are going to expect it in every Pokemon game after. Or worse, expect us to innovate on Pocket Monster genre. We'd rather just sue anyone that tries to innovate on that, like Palworld. Digimon is so goated. I haven't played a single Digimon game. I don't like their convoluted evolution system. It annoys me. Don't need a big budget. Look at Digimon. It runs on a toaster, but looks way better than Pokemon GA. Yeah, it runs on a toaster. Oh look, we got an Astra on Astra. Throw the rocks! Throw the rocks! Mousy never found the Chansey in the Safari Zone in Blue, and it shows. I never played Blue, that's before me. That's before me, huh? Only an $80 game and a $30 DLC and like a $500 console to get the full use of it. It's cheap, man. Such low prices you never find anywhere else. Let's make a game that costs 13 million to make. We know it will sell at least 13 million copies, but charge $80 a pop. And they will pay, because they have been paying. They have been defending it. Rock throw! Get him, Astra! So they just buy the patent to basic gameplay mechanics, can't wait for them. Well, that's the weird thing about Patent Office been allowing them to patent those things, because it is not uncommon for patents, if you try to sue to protect the patent, to just get thrown out because it's like an unreasonable patent. Paint stack. Why is he so bloated? Who fed the Xatu penicillin? They aren't dumb enough to go after Bandai. Bandai would be like, nah, fuck you, buddy. The only reason most companies don't work around patents that have been released is because the cost of lawyers, specialty lawyers in the patent office is really expensive. So they'd rather just like work around it or settle out of court and shit like that. But I feel like with Pokemon being as stupid as it's being, people are more likely to dig their heels in. Like, there used to be those companies that were like literally troll companies and their whole thing was to just put in stupid patents and then try to sue companies for infringing on their patent. That was a whole thing. I'm sorry, Mouse. Don't know what came over me, you Richard. What did you do? Oh, the Chansey thing. Yeah. Wait, how old do you think I am, huh? Wow. Actually, I don't even know when Blue. What was the first Pokemon game for me? It was... Ruby Sapphire. Yeah. I remember getting it for Christmas. Catching me fucking mom playing it before I could play it, that wench. She tried to hide it, but I was like, bitch, I see that that's a game that we don't actually have. Bitch. She played the game before I could. Not fair. You want another controller? That'll be $100. Don't forget that. You can use any Switch controller. I'm pretty sure actually the Switch 2s did a thing where you can only certain controllers are compatible. They've actually also managed to do it so that like if it's not a Switch or a Nintendo Switch brand like charging dock and shit like that, it won't work. Any peripherals will not work unless it's exactly Twitch brand because they fucked up the even though it's still USB-C, they changed like the protocols within the USB-C so that unless it's a perfect match, it won't work. Like Nintendo is so anti-competitor, I don't know how they've been allowed to continue on the way that they have been. Oh, if you buy a used copy, it'll brick. Yes! Because it flags as a potential... Oh, hello, you're new. Pretty hair. As a potential, pirating situation. No, Calibus, it doesn't even have to be actually a pirated thing. It can be literally from someone... If you buy a used one, that has already, someone else has already played online with that cartridge and played online on their Switch, and then you buy it, and then you try to use it, it'll flag as a potential attempted hack. Who are you? Can you feel the energy in here? This place is great for fairy Pokemon. I'm what you could call an expert on fairy Pokemon. I've grown with them for all of my life. I'll give you my special outfit, and yo! If you can defeat my team using... Hey, wait, no, not now. Not now, no, I got too many dragons. Alright, Xenos is out of the picture. Oh, fuck, do I risk it for the biscuit chat? Do I risk it? What is Fairy Week against? Hang on. I'm gonna do some research real quick. Fairy Pokemon League in this, because I always forget. Weakness against poison and steel. No! I can't fight them without a fairy type? I thought it meant that I had to defeat her full fairy team. Hang on. Okay, we'll check that first. could mean that I have to use fairy type. Okay. Well, fuck you then anyway, lady. I just wanted the pretty pastels. Oh, these people sell stuff now? Huh. I'll get you a water bottle. Alright, what do you sell? Aw, I can get leers. No, thank you. I'm not spending $2 grand on that. Get fucked. I suppose I gotta come back later when the Clefairies are back. Hang on, I'm getting lag on my headphones. Give me a second. Second makes it everything.
Pog online poggers.
Sorry, my headphones sometimes, because they're Bluetooth, sometimes they just lag. Alright, I can't hear the game. Beautiful! Game is booted. Like you guys can't hear it either. Interesting. I'll reboot it. Now I can hear it. You guys can too. Okay. I don't know why disconnecting that made the whole audio shit bad, but... You didn't sell a single shiny rock. Where's the manager? I'll sell them later when I'm in a place where I actually want to buy stuff. It's still dead. What did I do? Why is the music dead? Oh, okay, now it's back. Okay, whatever. Whatever, bro. The shoe controllers also work on Switch 1. They read it as the same thing. Okay. Good. Hey,
Final Frost 3 with party of 4? How charming. Welcome to the chaos. You're in Shadow Sans domain now, so prepare for froggy fun or face my wrath. Go down and enjoy the madness. Rivet.
Hey, how was stream? Thank you for the raid. How's it going? How was your stream? Get him! Stick him! Didn't make game noises with your mouth while playing. No! I only make backtracks. I don't make the full game sounds. We got Golf Grelly! I want Dork up front. Oops, okay. Speed up back on. Let's go, Dork! Get Grelly! What up, Spud Muffin? I'm not even a stud, I'm a potato, thanks. Thanks, I guess. And my ceiling is up. How about you? What's up above you? How you doing, Rundle House? As well, finally started Little Witch in the Woods. I have seen a fair few people playing that. What even is actually the game, though? Like, I've seen it on there. Like, they're playing blah, blah, blah. Oh, fuck, I'm yawning, but I've never paid enough attention to see the game itself. What new game? Ow, ow. Rude. goth. I am goth all day today. In the name of Halloween. My brain is so out of it today from that weird sleep last night. I am like zoinked. Then again, it might just be my ADHD meds haven't kicked in yet. I keep forgetting Glorb is so fucking white. Dude, you need some sunshine, some vitamin D, get a little tan, you know? Also, the fossils look like pancakes now. We got pancake fossils, hell yeah! There's so many Krellies. You know, I've already got a game lined up that I want to play after this Pokemon game. I really want to play, I can't remember what it's called, but I have it downloaded already. It's like a... It's a Team Rocket game! And you get to play as a Team Rocket grunt and go up through the levels and shit. I'm so keen for it. Because it's, rather than being a RPG Maker game like this is, it's a emulated game. So if I want custom sprites in it, I gotta go around a different way to put them in. I wanna figure it out. Explore, collect ingredients, make potions, and help rebuild the town. I think a lot of games go like that. It's always the running story of like, the town is falling to pieces after a storm or a bad collection of circumstances and blah blah blah. You, the stranger from out of town, has to come in and help rebuild. Fix what they have fucked up. Maybe it's just me. Yes, I need to oversee this personally. The results of this could be defining my organization. Specimens in place. On it! I love that Crowley's bossing them around. Like we're all set. I'll finish up the final preparations. We'll be ready to launch the test. Alright, am I lined up and ready to go? Yes, I am. Here they are. Who let this child in here? Me. I did. Was it Rocket Edition? I don't know if it's called Rocket Edition. Else, to be honest. There's two Team Rocket ones. Yeah. Ugh. I can't remember what it's called. It's around somewhere. There's another game here called Pokemon the Slowpoke Shack, which I think is like a Pokemon in like emulator thing. I also haven't played that one yet, but I installed it. Ready to go? Wow, wish I could have been that final boss. Instead, we got the Lord. I'm so sad that I don't get the, this game doesn't have the, battle start things anymore. No more of that. No big fancy zoom in. Jesus fucking Christ, alright. No, you don't. Pretty cool looking, but it's dead! I'm a trend, but the characters are fun, and I'm a sucker for fun characters! I feel like it's quite often one of the best parts of the game is when the characters are fun. In missile. No. I think I need a coffee. I need to risk it for the biscuit, risk a coffee. Explosion! Oh, I wonder if they still have that weird password thing. I never figured out what the fuck that password was for anyway. You must have overheated. I can fix this if you let me. How do they let a machine overheat in this world when you have ice Pokemon? How does that work? Oh, it's Krelly's design. Oh my. Have your gamers been doing well? Well. Despite chat's doubts, I saw all those fucking X to doubts in Discord, by the way. Chat. But despite all their doubts in me, I have actually not lost a single Pokemon yet this run. We might only, or not this run, this stream, we might only be 2 hours in, but that's beside the point. Point is, no one's dead. Give me the fossils. So I think there's free shit here. Hell yeah, free stuff. Oh, excuse me. Astra up front. Time to chug a mouthful of coffee beans. Can you imagine crunching on coffee beans like cereal? I feel like that'd be nasty. This would be nasty shit. Ouch. Ouch. Alright, let me just heal you real goddamn quick. Goddamn. Free stuff? Letting my Pokemon get severely injured in the name of potential free stuff. Not even actual free stuff, just the thought of free stuff. You're wrong, Sonic. Nothing died. Nothing has died. You're full of shit. Also, I gotta go back for Clefairy. There used to be like a rock here that had a password on it. I don't know what happened to that. Password would change every time you'd click on it. It was really weird. Why did I use Icy Wind? That was stupid. Rock throw. Yeah, used to be a rock there. Alright, we're gonna go back to Clefairy Land. Let's talk to the professor first. I'm gonna bet that you guys want Lord Helix because I know what you people are like. I know you want our Lord Savior, the Lord Helix. Accident happened. No. No accidents ever happen here. Everything is planned. Everything is preordained. Alright, to Clefairy Land. Next Doman, I got a Destiny Pond. Hell nah. Oh, it's almost. Did I miss it? It's fucking. Oh my god! I literally skipped through to the next fucking day. What bullshit. Whoa! Okay, hang on. I'm walking around like I'm on crack. I can't even sell things to you. I can only buy. Yeah. Get out of the way, lady. Oh my god. Let's do a little bit of leveling while we wait for time to pass again. Stupid. Has faith in you finishing that. What? I've gotten close several times. I think I've gotten to the fucking triple fused legendary bird at least 3 times and defeated it once. So not even that bad. Not even that bad. That's a 3-on-1 battle, I'll have you know. In the worst way possible, it's a 3-on-1 at that. Ow! Pick on an Astra. You meal us some time out with that ugly face. I'll never forget our Lord and Savior. Ah! Never forget. Ah! speaking of R. No. Why do I have no cat? Why no Bass Pro Shop? There is a Bass Pro Shop. It's just hidden in the Tangier. No one's redeeming it right now. Not death to me. Anyway, sorry, I got zoned out for a second there. Astra sweating eyes, bullet. She'd be right, you'd be right. What time is it now? 11:47. Time is slowly traveling in the world of the Pokemon. Alright, keep going, keep going. Blah, blah, back and forth, 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 back and forth. Yeah. Oh, I wasn't paying attention. That's not what I... air slash, I guess? I guess. Get him! Get him! Don't worry, chat. We'll go to a next new zone soon. I just want this fucking... I think it's a moonstone that the Clefairies drop. I want it! Give it to me! If I could make time travel faster, I would. I swear. $3:30 p.m. Getting there. Eh. Let's not fuck with Milotic. I don't think the water is a good idea. No watering your Mila. Please, thank you. Milas do not appreciate being watered. Must let them dry out in the sun. Alright. Get the boat. Back and forth, 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 back and forth. Also, why am I leveling up Mila when I'm about to go into a fucking water gym town? Hello, Calamus, you come up front instead. Dumbass. And I suppose the reason why would have been because of this fucking Pokemon here are just no good for training the other ones. Are the enemies not randomized? They are, but the gyms still stick to their type. So a water gym is still a water gym, fire gym is still a fire gym, etc. Just the Pokemon themselves that are randomized. Return this throw move is guaranteed not to miss. Oh, I'm a dumbass. I didn't realize I have a proper Thunderbolt there that whole time. Using it. Ugh, whatever. You bring out Turnip, little rascal needs some EXP juice. No! Turnip be slave and stay as a slave. Disgusting little creature. Have you looked at its face? Alright, it's in the PM now. Not late enough in the PM apparently. Fuck me! We waiting, we pacing, doing all this just for Clefairy. Just waiting for Clefairy, just waiting for Clefairy. Clefairy? Yay, Clefairy! They left the stone. Thank you. All that was just for a moonstone. Yes! I'm a glutton for punishment, but I wanted my stone. Oh, a heart scale. Nice. Oh. Alright, we can finally move into a new zone. Let's go! Alright. Let's get the fuck out of here! Yowie. But not that type of yowie. Jesus. Free stuff? On rock? Rock free stuff. Please, 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 please. I'm a cheapskate. Anything free is for me. Damn it. Where's this go? Oh, this exits the whole place. Wait, am I missing something? Oh no. Aha! I was missing free stuff. I knew it! Almost missed out on Stardust. I really hate invisible items in games. I hate it so much. He always has Yaoi on the button. No, just sometimes. Look, I'm just a girl. You can't expect anything different. Dave.
Thanks Scramble _ Bling _ Rack for the sub. Welcome
Nugget.
to my garden.
Floating. Oh! Okay. Fuck damn it! Scramble! Thank you! I appreciate it. Thank you for the sub. Hang on a second. And Scramble, you've been doing really good keeping up with the Inktober stuff. Solid work. I can't do that. My brain gets bored so quick. Fuck them ads and fuck you too. Something like that. Alright, let's get through here without encountering a wild Pokemon so that I can heal. Hopefully Miss Ma'am doesn't pick a fight with me either. Alright, there we go. I need healing. So what I missed, you catch any steel types? No, we're finally in an area where we can catch a new Pokemon. Ah, Twank! Twank, Twank! Yes, sir, I let the Twank out. Oh shit, I was looking for twink, not lobster. I'm a fucking... I was actually looking for the word twink at the start. Wrong part of the alphabet. Yeah, that's right. I need to fuck around with some fusions to get the EXP share or whatever it is. No, thank you. Thank you. My hands hurt so much. Jakey, mostly. Make certain you rest. Make certain you stretch, motherfucker. Stretch your goddamn hand. Wait, what? I saw two Pokemon fused together in the wild by themselves. It's true. I swear it. He saw Pokemon having sex and he thought it was a fusion dance. No. Ooh, old people. I don't have a Yanma, and I also wouldn't trade it for a Paris. I don't like this hat. I don't want this hat. Take your stupid fucking hat off. I wear the Pikachu. It matches the rest of my outfit. Alright. Wait. How's my bag, my ball situation? Let's get some more balls real quick. Real quick. Just in case, knowing my luck. Like, encounter a fucking legendary and I can't catch it because I didn't ball up before I got there. The fuck? Oh god, Christmas. It's not Christmas yet! LMS? Wait, no wait, I've just scrolled down, never mind. I was Kurt! I was scrolled down on the Tangier list so I couldn't see the newest redeem, so I was ready to fucking burn Calamus at the stake. I was ripe and ready to burn him. But Kurt, it's you fucking... Well, that's... Kurt is currently on a blank stream streak. Okay. Which has really been borked for Firefox lately. Did he teach Lemon Pledge? Lemon Pledge. Alright, new Pokemon, new Pokemon, new Pokemon, new Pokemon. We've got Dork up front, ready to paralyze. Is that thing still going on? What thing? If I was to play Bass Pro Shop, how freaked would I be? Pretty well freaked. Burn you. Stick. If Mousy looks at desk girl for too long, she reaches for the panic button. What? What? Excuse you? I'll have you know I have a very friendly face. Mouse. I just read the title of the stream. Yeah? What? Come by balls. You can buy outfits there. Yeah, I saw that, but I ain't got much money at the moment. Oh, come on. No, come on. Why has this run had such bad pulls? Right? It's fucking... Ah! It is not a dupe. I don't do the whole just because half the Pokemon is a dupe, the whole thing is a dupe. I don't do that. That's cheating. I know I already have a Vigoroth. Okay. I don't even know if I'm gonna be able to catch it because it's... Never mind. Straight in the ball. Apparently this run really likes Vigoroth. Why the fuck there's so many Vigoroth is beyond me. Vigobad almost never sleeps, so it has to gobble down as much food as me, just like me, as it can find to keep going. It can drain an entire watermelon of all its fluids in less than 30 seconds. Okay, I was gonna make a dirty joke, but then I'm like, nah. Anyway, stream elements. Go on in the box, fuck you. Who wants to be in me balls? Exclamation mark, take it if you want to join me balls. Join me box. Lots of Pokemon in my box. I'm going off fun! You know, you want to know what that tongue did? No, I'm good, thanks, Mom. This should have good speed, which I think was Slacking's biggest issue. I should be yawning. I've been yawning so bad thanks to fucking Aruba's set me off and I've just been screwed ever since. Alright. Got set. Omega Dragon Linkle. I got an Omega. A Drago. Hey, that was supposed to be a cat. What the fuck? Thank you, bitch. Alright, you might be my my fusion splicer slut. Oh my god, if I had gotten a Meowdoof instead, I still would have been angry as fuck. Let's see what else is around here, shall we? Alright, looks like the general collection around here wouldn't have been the greatest regardless. Hold up, I got fleas. Anything else? What a bad pull this time around. Good lordy. Really bad pull, I guess. Did I re-randomize chat? Alright. One's in chat if I re-randomize. Two's in chat if nah. And I'm talking about the wild Pokemon. 1 to re-randomize the wild Pokemon, 2 to nah. Lynette looks cool. What you mean? I don't like. I never really liked Grimer. Oh, muck. Yo, free stuff. We got 3 refreshy, 4 refreshy. Make it insane. It already is set to insane. I've just been bad fucking luck, apparently. Alright, Mr. Randomizer-san. Advanced options, randomizer options, reshuffle wild Pokemon. Let's see what this does. What if next areas have cool shit? Now you change it. Look, there's 150,000 options, alright? We'd be right. With 150,000 options, I think we'll be alright. Hope it's all unknown. I'll cry. Alright, what do we got? What do we got in this area now? It's something! Hey, yo! Yo! I hope I encounter you in the next route. Fuck yeah! Swab Star is the grossest thing. You got a problem with a little rabbit swabster? Let it swab your little star. It has the cotton tips. Let it do its job. Someone say something about Aaron. Who is the one that keeps saying that they wanted a steel type? I forget. Someone in chat has been obsessively wanting a steel type. But I forgot who it was. Sorry, I'm just leveling Dork up. Aww, little baby. Scramble? Okay, well, I'll start screaming at Scramble when we move into the next zone. Nally, I can't help but see some unfortunate asset placement on Dork. About the dead body? Remember the fact that they're carrying around a little fleshy dead body? The little Elachu. How weird that it combined 2 electric types. Swabstar is the brand name of their most famous cotton swabs. You'll never believe what people like to use it for. Aw, Flint's dreaming. Twitching in his sleep. I'm leveling the absolute shit out of Dork, sorry. Look at it! Look at it! I want it. I want it so bad. Ah! Okay. Yeah, I forgot about that. Oh, I forgot about that. Jesus fucking Christ. Anyway. I see. The Absol and Murray's right. I like the concept. I'm getting ready to go to my room and put this stream on my Kindle. It's such a weird setup. Yes, a dead body, totally. Totally that. Oops, I just, okay. Alright, let's, I'm gonna get a bunch of fusion sticks and fuse and unfuse some folks. Couple times. Me your sticks. No, not that. Oh, no, I wanted. Okay. Let's just buy 10 while I'm here. Fuck it. Sell. I really hope that I can't use these items in as quests, because that'd be a bitch if I sell these and then someone wants them for a quest. Do I have any revivals? Not. Alright, what items we got? Oh, hello! They're different looking. Okay, from the Johto region, homes of many amazing Pokemon who I wish to see. Yeah, yeah, that one. Yes, I've seen one of those during my adventure. The memories are flowing back. This put me in a good mood, so I'll date all of the clothes. I've got what? Oh, it unlocks it to be purchased. I thought it was. Wait. Unlocked to be purchased or unlocked to be worn? Okay, to be purchased. Okay, I was like, damn, I'm just a fucking op shop at this point. I'll wear your hand-me-downs. They smell like that one guy at the store. Oh, it's a pretty dress. Why are they green? Why green though? Like something a teacher would wear. Why does that look weird as fuck? Why is my torso so long? Yeah, whatever. The short shorts? Got my biker shorts? Does the green mean that they're on sale? Because they're cheaper than everything else? I like most of these outfits. I would probably wear that just with a light colored shirt instead of a dark colored shirt. It'd be hot as fuck. I'd also probably wear the dresses. Not that one, because I don't like the flip floppies. No! No! Turnip does not deserve candy. Imagine going to the Pokemon Center to heal your Pokemon, then upon receiving the healed creatures, you hand it back to the nurse to heal them again. If you were the nurse, would you feel insulted like they didn't trust the first heal you did? I feel like I would be. I'd be like, bitch, I just fucking did that. Nancy, why do you look so lifeless? What the fuck does that mean? Excuse you? Bruh. Looked it up. Like, the normal games star pieces are mostly just sell for money. There might be people wanting to trade for who knows what, but I don't see anything about them being needed for quests. Okay. That would have been a real bliss. I feel like that pink dress matches my pink flowers, man. My head feels too big for that. For the school dress. My head too much for fat fucking head. Character looks like it's what? Take that back! I worked with what I could work with, alright? Leave me alone. I had to put my character in the exact pose or it wouldn't let me, do the do that I wanted to do, you know? You know? Whatever. Get the fuck out of here, Turnip. I'm gonna play Uno Reverse several times with, I'm paying attention. What is in us? I also wanted one, but a specific one, though having arrived in the giveaway at the last second, and one to the biggest trick I ever done. Yeah, you like snuck in very last minute and still managed to fucking win that. Bullshit, I say, bullshit. Alright, let me put you, let's go a box over, place you here, and then I'm gonna unfuse you. Oi, I said unfuse, you wank! Full torso, no legs. Shut up! Alright, I had to do what I had to do so that I could wear the custom outfits. Fight me. Oh, welcome back, Scramble. Hang around because we might be able to get your steel type in the next zone, should you be lucky. Why does it say fuse, swap, stop fusing, continue what? Whatever. Ooh, that looks interesting. Hi, Jamal! How you doing? Bro. Why did he look so cool though? A Golroth. Even the name sounds cool. Look at him! Oddly enough, Golroth meditates during the day, at night, however, extremely active, devouring whatever it can, from small Pokemon to fruit. Hey, yo. Granted, it's been 13 resets and hundreds of Pokemon's die, so... You have seen some shit. I'm, like, stuck in a fucking isekai loop reincarnation bullshit. Oh, they're both kind of good, though. Vital Spirit or Inner Focus? Ooh. Like... Which one is Golbat's one? Vital Spirit? Which one belongs to Golbat? I don't know! Inner Focus? Okay. You don't want Truant, so use Golbat's one. Do they feel pain when they fuse? Is that in the lore? I feel like it would be painful, but I don't think it's in the lore. Alright. Gonna unfuse you and refuse you. So this will make 3. Move you around the other way, see what you look like. Bonjour, gamer! Bonsoir! Wait, Kilu? How you doing? Top of the time zone, too. Oh my fucking Jesus Christ! Dude ain't got no eyelids. He needs some eye drop stat. Hot damn! What did I do to you, turnip? Oh my god! Do I even give Turnip the option, or do I just tell them what the rules are? Sorry, Turnip, you ain't getting no choice. What the fuck? Alice Spawn! I hate it! You're welcome! Oh, God. Or whatever. Oh wait, the name disappears. Darn it. You lost your name too. No! Name. Was it Mega Link? I am indeed from the land of the rose and the Vegemite and the Nutella fairy bread. Very important. Alright, so look at 3 unfuse and refuse you. Gave the gorilla Tren. What the fuck is Tren? Is that like steroids? No, it's just stealthy. What's happening? Nothing. I'm just creating abominations. Don't mind me. Trying to get my fusion collection up because what the fuck does that look like? I need to unlock something. I believe that when they fuse, they first get reduced to their base particles and then get mashed back together. This sounds horrid. And then we're just letting children do this to them too. Sophia, you're shitting yourself. Shit yourself! It's literally like, I don't know if you guys have ever accidentally squashed a bug's thorax and it leaks a little bit of poopy out of its bumhole, but that's literally what that is. It's literally what that is. Gonna be a less poopy version? Or a more poopy version? Less poopy, more poopy, less poopy, more poopy, less poopy, more poopy. More poopy. Be right back! Oh shit, timer going off again? This is the last one. What are you doing? Oh, we love abominations. We do it here. We do it here. We all know what this stream's about. I should bring back the grace redeem or something where you can summon the graces during during Nuzlocke so everyone can just get motion sickness by the sea of fucking graces running around. Oh, naughty. Sure, whatever, I don't actually care. Destiny Bonder, thank you. Right, let me rename you again. Ya Wobster. Actually, Sophia. Second. You want? Now you come in, you're like, no, I want the less poopy. Fine. Spoiled sport. Why, you want the cute one? Huh? Unbelievable. Oh wait, I keep oh no, I've got him in my collection already. You're already there! What's I gonna do next? Oh wait, that guy wasn't there before, was he? What was I gonna do? My brain has fucking leaked out my ear. I'll talk to this lady, I think. God damn it! I need to unfuse and refuse one more Pokemon. Maybe I'll leave it until I've gone up to the next section. I think. Alright, let's... What am I gonna do? I need 3 Pokemon for the gym. If I head upwards, I'm going to encounter my rival, which I'm still scared of! Mind you! Aww, what the fuck? I love Scolipede so much. Scolipede's one of my favorite bug Pokemon through and through. I love him! How can I take it out? Get it, dork! Kill it, dork! Get him! I'll wait till daylight, because it seems like more chance of catching that, steel type during the daylight. Oh, I smelled the... What? Did I? Oh, I don't have you on this. Hang on, I'll worry about that later. What the fuck? Bro, what is the tail? Looks like a little handle. Crank that handle. Gork, you need a better electric type move. You're not doing very good right now. Okay.
Azurite_cat with a party of one? How pathetic. Welcome to the chaos. You won't find anything special here. Just remember, you're in Shadow Sans realm now. Bow down or brace for froggy fun. Rivet.
Holy shit, Janice! All I hear is how pathetic. Azurite, unlike Shadow-san, I appreciate the raid. Thank you. Fucking hell. That was stream, Azurite. Alright, I need healing. You need to go for the throat, girly pop. Alright, all healed up.
1. Ouch. 2. Am I dead yet?
I don't think you're in this one yet. You're not in this one yet, Azurite. So no? Alright, we've hit daylight. Oh fuck. Do I start heading upwards now, chat? Do I trigger the rival battle? I can't remember what level my rival's at. Isn't it like 22 or something? I'm the starter, wasn't I? Oh, Run 13 doesn't exist anymore. Just a Kumpkin! It's a
Cannon
little
fire.
Kumpkin!
More like a complete joke. If you perished, it's about time. Northywood, you should have known better than to underestimate the Froggy Queen. Bow down to true power next time. Rivet.
He's out for blood today, man. Look, I got hit with Dragon Rage. It doesn't count, okay? I cannot be held responsible for a Dragon Rage early game. Cannot be held responsible for that. It was pure, shit, dumb, bad fucking luck. Blood for the blood god. All right, do we go do it? Do I do it? I need to, all right. First things first, all right? I need to clear all negative energy. And by that, I mean I need to go take a shit first, so. I'm gonna take a dookie, and then when I come back, we're gonna go kill the rival and all their hopes and dreams. Anyway, I gotta clear my bad energy. I gotta like cleanse. I'll be right back. Sorry for the 3-minute ad break while I'm gone as well. I'm just cleaning the bad energy, guys. Okay, so one, yes, I am a filthy phone user when I'm on the shitter. But two, you know what I just found out? You know how Emiru was like sexually assaulted at TwitchCon the other day? I just found out that the guy who did it, Twitch has only banned them off of the website 30 days for sexually assaulting someone at TwitchCon. Only 30 days he's been. I thought it was a perma ban and I still thought that wasn't enough. 30-day ban off of Twitch for literally, one, she already had a rule of no touching, but he went in and full on hugged her, and two, he tried to practically fucking make out with her. He tried to kiss her. It's like a sexual assault, and they're just like, 30 days. This is fucking, I know technically Dan Clancy isn't necessarily directly involved with everything, but like, I always thought it was weird, like you see the videos where he's quote unquote tipping the female streamers live whilst he's there. There's the one where he was like there with her on her stream and he just throws like $30 on her fucking keyboard like she's some fucking stripper or something. I always felt really gross about that. I'm like, he's just seeing her as some sort of like weird sexual gratification, and I feel like the tap on the wrist for someone straight up sexually assaulting one of your top streamers at your yearly event and only banning it for 30 days just cements that feeling for me, and I'm really grossed out by it. Sorry, I just had to share that. I was like, what the fuck, bro? It just really grosses me out, man. Didn't there tweet saying definitely? Well, apparently it's all over Twitter right now, and like apparently I didn't watch the video of Emiru explaining it. Apparently it was actually only a 30-day ban. It's just like, you know how Twitch quote unquote bans creators and like it says technically indefinitely and then they're back one day later? It's kind of that sort of situation because they don't have a ban thing that literally just says banned for 30 days. It's either indefinite ban or unbanned. That's it. Apparently, Emiru was informed that it was only going to be a 30-day suspension at that point. Twitch's tweet also said that the person was apprehended immediately when they were not. They were actually left to do whatever the fuck they wanted until her management kicked up a fuss about it. So, Twitch isn't actually known for telling the truth about this whole situation. They've lied through and through the whole way. Like, bro. Hey, what did I miss? Can I get a free ban? No bans for you. Back, sit down, back. Let's talk about TwitchCon. And how much of a clusterfuck it's been this year. Then again, at least no one's got a broken tailbone yet this year. $30 days, yeah, but the police report would be through Emiru, not Twitch. Yes, indefinitely is much shorter than I thought. Yeah. Elfie, you need to fix it. Oh shit, that's right. Hang on, I'll go do that. Remind me in like 5 minutes. Ah, yes, you want the delivery, don't you? Type expert, give me my special outfit if you can defeat my team using it. Do I have any normal type? Oh, I've only got. Okay, hang on. I need to level him up. He's not ready for battle right now. Ooh, an amulet coin! Money. Yes, please. All right, where's the amulet coin kept? Let's give it to Xenos for now. Wait a minute. Omega, you're the only one with a gender here. You're female. How the fuck does that work? You don't want that band, my dude. Not that one. Hey, Serbalto. And sorry, yeah, my pooping screen is gone. I don't know what happened to it. I've lost it. I've literally lost the file. I'm gonna make a new one, don't worry, but it's currently just, I don't know, it's gone. Oh, that's right. I was gonna rename Wolfie. Wolfie. Hold up. Ah, you're Wolfie. Okay, hang on. Wolfie, yeah. The second. There we go. Any normal types? I've got turnip. I've got turnip. But are we counting turnip at this point? I don't know. I don't think we can count turnip currently. Turnip. It's the turnip. A turd nipple? Is that what turtle heading is? I feel like that's turtle heading. Is turd nipping. Any Pokemon in hands? Hey, come on now. All right. Oh, I'm scared. They become ungendered if you combine a male and a female, I think. I thought it was any merged Pokemon became ungendered. I swear I've merged 2 females before and they were ungendered. Time to commit tax fraud. Yippee! Let's go! Alright, Shadow-san, please don't kill me. I'm sorry. You're not sorry. Don't even. Jump bomb. Well, that is sweet. Huckle. Mila, I need your fire type, please. You what? Oh god, wait. I just realized the hat is sitting weird. The fucking hat. Ha! I'm not a real dragon! Ow, now I'm poisoned. Tau... Tortic. What the fuck is that? Tortic. Or... I'm guessing Joltic, but what's the first bit? Boris? Maybe? Anything I can think of. Any deaths? No! 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 No deaths. Get him, Xenos! Get him, Xenos! Sick him! Sick! Oh, fuck, that's a fairy. Oh, shit, that's a fairy. Hang on. Get it! Run! Run! I don't have a water type. Run, bitch! Run! Also, that is not a custom sprite. What? What do you mean? Oh, flame body, the Magby bit, right. It's not going well. Oh, fuck off! You bitch! You're not allowed to use that, only I am! This is bullshit. I'll send Mila in. Owie. Thank God I don't have the rule that I'm not allowed to heal. Hot damn, can you imagine? Woo! I'd be crying right now. Be on the floor. It'd be messy. Snot coming out my nose. Burn also halves your attack. See, I did not realize that. What? This dude is beefy. Can you die already? Thank you. Seal... I don't know what that is. Ew. Sylveon Ditto. Gross. That didn't do what I was hoping it would. You stop fucking missing! God damn! You stupid! Stop missing! Can't send Xenos out. He's my most beefy baby that I got right now. Headbutt it. Oh my god, you're fucking useless. Heat wave. Oh, I keep missing because of this hand attack! Come on, Mila! Take fuck for that! That was a war of attrition! Hyper Fang? Okay. I can't believe I did never had a no heal roll. Bite me. Shadow-san has a weird habit of sniffing people. Right now, so the possibility of crying on the floor is still there. Sorry, I just had a drop of sweat go down my side again. It hit my yeti on the way down. That was weird. Ew. You guys make me nervous. You guys make me nervous. You make my palms sweat and my armpits sweat. Every time I stream, I get all sweaty. So nervous. Sorry. And don't sniff Pippo! Well, Shadow-san certainly does, and she's a part of you, so it counts.
Stealthy Mouse, a mix of sweat, desperation, and regret. It's a tragic scent that lingers in the air like her failures. Honestly, it's a wonder anyone can stand being around her. Go down to real royalty instead. Ribbit.
I can't say that she's wrong, chat. I can't actually say that she's wrong. I do smell like sweat and regret. I don't know about the desperation bit, but sweat and regret are pretty spot on, I'd say.
Oh, the baby. The baby's gonna die.
That's just the Aussie heat starting up. I'm not taking any responsibility for anything. Hey man, I is sweating bullets even in the middle of fucking winter, buddy, whenever I stream. It's your fault. The weather is finally starting to warm back up again. But I'm still in long sleeves. I got my jumper and I got my long pants on. Hey, Papa! You again, says the one who just came to me, motherfucker. Acting like it's me who came to you. Accusations. Hey, yo. Aw, I got confused after only 2 rounds this time. List hump. List hump. I don't actually know what that is. Ah, it's cute! Whatever it is, it's cute. Wait a sec. Now it's dead. Big dog! What's Xenos? I was like, Mouse! Mikeg! Don't know about You don't know. You don't know about Shadow-san? Don't know about the big fat ass fucking frog on me head? She's beautiful. I gotta work on her model again at some point. Once I'm back on top of commissions again, I can start doing more than 1 stream per week. And I intend to work on Shadow-san model on the second one and other shit as well, but mainly Shadow-san model until she's up to snuff. Oh, fuck. Sorry, stretching. Felt really good. I got a little bit too involved in that stretch. That looks cool. It's dead, but it looks cool. Hop Ross. Literally, all roads lead to hell. Eventually, you'll be back in summer again. There is no avoiding. Oh, I keep meaning to change Mila's hat. Hold up. Hat. put on hat. Oh my god, hang on.
I'm Shadow San, the froggy queen of chaos. Here to entertain while mocking the pitiful attempts of stealthy mouse and you all. Bow down, or prepare for my wrath. Enjoy the madness. Ribbit.
Not necessary to be so nasty about it! I live off-road only. Yeah, sure, buddy. I got off the beaten path. I was alt before it was cool. Me. Sure, buddy. We're 2 months off summer and it already feels like here. Here, it's warm. It's meant to be 31 degrees Celsius today and we're meant to get rain. So it's gonna be muggy, which is probably why my feet are sweating too. Can you smell me from there, chat? You can probably smell me from there if you try hard enough. Let's put Dork up front because once again, Xenos is over leveling. Gravel roads are still roads, exactly. See, it's still a path well worn. Fight him. Slash him. Wait, they're biting. Oh, fuck. Oh, they've been using fight. Underwave. Ah! Oh, thank fuck, I'm still alive. I wasn't paying attention. Ooh, buddy, that could have ended really, really bad. Okay, we're alive. Stop with the fucking bite! Ow! Okay, we're fine. Healer saved the day. I'm running back home. I need healing. That was scary. Frick your roads. Living on a gravel road here in Australia is horrible because you can't have your house open. Even if you don't have your house open, it just ends up covered in dust. Horrid. You're really living your life on the edge of tagging. I wasn't paying attention. I'm sorry. Bro, let me join. Great, you can just sign here and... Very good. Here's your uniform, put it on it. Yo! Captain Petrol at the H. Wait, if I actually wear the uniform and go there... Yo! Wait! Report to Captain Petrol, Cerulean City. Oh look, I got titties that bounce. Hell yeah. I've got the fucking hot outfit too. Look, my thighs are out, chat. Yo! Wait a minute. Where the fuck's Cerulean City? I got the mind of a goldfish up in here. Which one's Cerulean? Ah! Oh my god, everything's moving too quickly. Vermilion, Saffron. I'm in Cerulean. Hang on. Hang on a minute. The evil cackle when I signed a... I don't know the piece of paperwork that I signed, but... Prime time! Team Rocket Thighs. What happens if I talk to, like... They don't care that I'm in this outfit? This is fine. I feel like they're just gonna steal my Pokemon, but I gotta go try this. Oops, not the hotel, you goofball. Ah! Downstairs if you need to talk to him. Oh, there's a downstairs. Hey, y'all, this wasn't here before. Dealing with a situation downstairs. It should be under control soon enough. Hey, yo, hang on a minute! What the fuck? Eek, another one! They got bugs! They got bugs! I love the situation downstairs is fucking bugs. Nope, 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 nope! That's it! I'm done! I can't do this! This isn't what I signed up for! I'm not dealing with bugs! Hi! I'll be your squad captain. You better listen to every single of my commands or else I'm throwing you into the grammar pond. Although, your rifle is actually good timing. We took over the abandoned house to be our temporary HQ, but the basement is infested with all these icky bug Pokemon. You're the newest recruit, so that means it's your job to deal with it. This is just like working in real life. The boss is just like, nah, send the grunts to do it and I'll just complain that it's not done. Even though I'm the more qualified one to deal with it. Yeah. This counts as a new encounter. Let's go. Wonder if these guys will be randomized. Just join the dark side. I always wanted to do this. I'm so glad the game let you do it. What the fuck? Don't need you to fuck out roads. They're already fucked. Got those ridges. Let's go. I'm Team Rocket. You cool as fuck. Jesus Christ, they run so fast. Oh, it's because I have high speed on. Should be normal now. Oh, they're still fast. Ellie, you cool as fuck. Just remember that when your inevitably mortal life comes to like, comes to an end like all things do. What? Are you waiting for my death? Actually had such a great band name. High supremacy. Memory of a goldfish. It's gonna be my band name. Memory of a goldfish. Right. Oh, how does this work? They just avoid me. I have to like run in time and like lock them? Oh. The fuck? Always having a meltdown. Do I have to corner the damn thing? I'm having a meltdown! Come here, fucking! There we go. Oh, that's not. That's not! That is not! That is not! That is not the bug that I was looking for. I hate it. Oh shit, I almost died instantly. Nice try using electric on electric type, buddy. Kill it, end its suffering. No, put it in me ball! Yes! This is a new zone. It counts as a newbie. Exclamation mark ticket to be in my balls. A sand balloon Pokemon. I understand why they were scared of it. I also have a meltdown if I'm near sweat. Hey, come on! I know I stank, but come on now. All right, chat, come on! Exclamation mark ticket! Be my little Igglygeist. Well, Igglygeist. Earlier Team Rocket had an issue, a ghost type bug. So like the Pokemon that is actually running around is a ghost type bug. Alright, closing in 5, 4, 3, 2, plan. Lost. Alright. Normal ghost, good typing. Badmon, oh my god, why is that so perfect? What the fuck? perfect. Universe is just lined up. I am the sandy balloon slime looking thing. Into the box. I'm gonna unfuse and refuse you just like everyone else. All right, now I gotta trigger this fucker. There we go. Oh God, I got them both. Oh Jesus. Oh Jesus. Oh God, they're squirming. Come here, fucking. Come here. Come here, kids. Oh, there's another one. Oh fuck, there's 3. They multiply. Now I can just kill them, right? They're very weak. Hello. You stuck in the wall? Excuse you, I was in first! But I think I was already a Pokemon. What Pokemon in this round? I think you're in the, like, before I died, the last batch. Owie. Yeah. Alright, I think that's all of them. My God, am I gonna get praised by my boss? Are they gonna be proud of me, chat? Alright, let's go see. I know my parents aren't gonna be very proud of me. What the fuck? Hello? I love in this one, it's an abandoned house that they take over, so they're literally just squatters. So at this point, I don't see any problem with them squatting in an empty house, an abandoned house. Do I have to come back? Great show of initiative. You're off to a good start. Keep it up and you might even become a captain one day. Ah, probably not. It's always good to have a dream. Didn't catch a name, by the way. What is it? Ooh, I'm gonna give a fake name. Oh shit, I can live a double life? Let's go! Shit, what's my real name in this one? Did I call myself Stealthy or Mouse? I don't remember. I give a Mouse. Give Shadow? Fuck, did I call myself Stealthy or Mouse in this one? Shadow 2. Rocket Mouse? Hang on, Rocket Mouse. I'm gonna be Rocket Mouse, right? What about Rocket Mouse? I could be Krelthy. I'm gonna be Krelthy. Our scout at Nugget Bridge has noticed some fishermen hanging around nearby. That river is teeming with rare water Pokemon. We need to keep those fishermen away so we can catch them for ourselves. Your mission is simple. You just need to go there and intimidate them until they leave. Just wearing your Team Rocket uniform should be enough for them to know that we mean business. But do bring a Pokemon in case things get ugly. Meet up with the grunt at Nugget Bridge and just follow his lead. Okay, we're just gonna stand around. Hey, look, it's just like Twitch security. Don't actually do anything, just stand there. Oh, piece of paper? Riley, you're in the fuck away. I'm trying to read this piece of paper. Hey, don't look at that. That's hey, come on. You put the fucking paper down in front of me. You don't want me to read it? You know, Serotonin, thanks for hanging out. I'm so glad that this game suddenly lets you be fucking Team Rocket. Let's go. I love that they even the Pokemon Center still heals me. They're just like, ah, fuck it. All right, this is a new zone. I'm just gonna ignore him for a minute, and we're gonna get our first Pokemon in this new zone. My bag look like, my balls look like. Pretty good ball-wise. We got Dork up front, ready to paralyze. Let's hope we run into Field type. Not what I was looking for! A Welelgon! A Welelgon! What the fuck is this gonna look like as a Hydreigon? Hey! Underway? take what I can get. Where's H2O? Is H2O here? Wait, what a dragon. There's no steel type here, sorry, this time around. Yeah, oh, right, salamence, right, I got it wrong, my bad. Calculator says I have good HP, attack, and defense. Rather, I should. Right. Now, how am I gonna hurt you without 1, me dying, and 2, you dying? It's gonna be the trick. Alright, let's take a look. Maybe if, or I mean, I could put Xenos out and leech seed them. That could work. But I'd have to swap Xenos straight back out again so that they don't end up dead. Alright, can't be swapped out at the moment. Oh, damn, I'm scared. I don't want to hurt. I don't want to kill it. I want it. I want it in my party. What has fuck? I got too good of moves on this Pokemon right now. I can't leech seed right now because I can't swap out, so I'm just gonna throw a ball for the meantime. Never mind. I panicked over nothing. It was. Is it just me or the catch rate's gone way up on this game? Balls, chat. Who wants to be in me balls? I always thought that this guy looks like a garlic, little bowl of garlic. Ever since I was a kid and I saw it for the first time, I was like, "That's a bowl of garlic!" The Pokemon Center seeing you are from Team Rocket actually starts charging you money to heal your Pokemon. That'd be interesting if they actually did that. Gives you a crit catch and makes you panic for nothing. All for none. Heading over here, buddy. Right, closing in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Endurance whale Pokemon. Thunderbolt, though, you're in. I think I'm gonna throw you in the party actually, but who's getting yoded? Mega. Thunderbolt. I'm getting too many dragon types though. I need some fairies. I need a fairy somewhere, please. Well, no custom sprite maker for me. Yeah, sorry about that. Maybe on the next one, eh? It got him with like full HP and everything. He ain't got no damage, no nothing. All right, is it time to intimidate people or what? Kind of disturbed looking, but I kind of like it. Stealth the dragon type trainer is going that way. What I got? Well, I got a pseudo dragon there, so it's dragon, electric, pseudo dragon, and then that fucking thing. All right. Yeah. Wait, can I have the slutty Team Rocket outfit as a male character? Just out of curiosity, can I like dress up as a little slutty male Team Rocket character if I was a man in the game? Like, this is important. Chips coffee in reverse fusion. Wait, you want to Uno reverse yours? Slime? Yes, you can. Hell yeah! Charizard is a fire salamander, not a dragon. Come on, let's not pretend that people weren't inspired by salamanders to make dragons. So, I guess you'll do. You're the one who recruited me. Of course you'll stand guard and I'll do the fighting. Whatever, broskies. Leave? No way! This is too good of a fish's bar. We're not scared of Team Rocket. All bark, no bite. Just leave! You're scaring all the fish! I'll keep scaring the fish! Oh, they're gonna double team me. Hey, yo. Double team this. Ah! The mad bunny! I love it! You're fucked though, because I got both electric types here. You fucked, buddy. Let's get rid of that manga disc first though, because Kangaskhan, scary. Done and done. Fire salamander is a mythical creature, but a salamander is not. Dead and nerd. It's not okay. Fine, we'll leave. Yeah, you British skedaddle. Mission complete. Fuck yeah. Any free shit around here? No? Rip off. I did the job! You'll be scared of me. Hell, you better be scared. Oh, wait. What's down here? Oh, no, I don't have my slave mon on me. Shit. Hang on. I need my slave mon real quick. Turn it. Come here, my fickle little slave, you. Did you want to reverse your fusion around? If you reverse my fusion, I become ground fairy. It's just a food. Do you... Oh, I kind of need a fairy. Well, I gotta fuck around with my fusions anyway, so I'll unfuse you and refuse you anyway. Ah! Unfuse. Yes. Yes. Come on. Let me go. Come on. Thank you. Oh, you're looking kind of cute. Let's take a look. Angadis look like a malformed abomin. Aren't they all that though? Just some of them are slightly hotter. I mean, cuter than others. Considered a false dragon. Joker, a fish is fine too, Joker. Okay, it's not as cute as I was hoping it was gonna be. Ah, okay, that one's kind of cute. Give me that one. W ups defense when hit by a water type move. Let's go with that. Yeah, sure, whatever. Absorb. I really need absorb when I have sweet kiss. Oh wait, no, I'm stupid. Sweet kiss is not that fairy kiss thingy. No. Okay. Nickname. Before I forget. Oh look, you're a male now. Wait, no, I don't need you. I need turnip. I need my slave. Wait, what the fuck? You're a gen. All these guys have got genders. If I unfuse and then manually refuse them, that seems to be what's causing the genders on them. I'm gonna move Astra for now. Oh, wait. I need to talk to that lady. Ma'am! Thank you for the EXP share. Appreciate it. Who gets to carry this for now? That's gonna be you. Definitely not Turnip, that's for sure. Fix my fucking Raichu, please! Do you want to be swapped around? Because that's all you can do at the moment. All you can do is swap your head and your butt. Alright, rocks. Huh? Did you forget Rock Smash in the process? Was it not Turnip that was my TM slave? Oh, look, a rock gem. Oh, the Weedle Beach Ball, so cute. Wait, did you go back to the egg that required cut to get? I haven't got cut yet. I can't go back yet. Oh, all that for hidden power. Wow. I don't have cut. Isn't it like if you fuse the same gender, you get the gender? If you fuse different gender, it doesn't show? I don't think so, because the genders are only showing up after I manually fuse. Alright, Turnip, get out of here. Berry up in here. Water compaction for a ground type is going to be really useful, I feel like. And again, it's not like I want you out getting hit by ground type moves. Goddamn. Item. Move to there. Remember having a female Azurill in a game and it turning male upon evolution? Turns out that happened because Marill has a 50... I feel like that shouldn't work like that though. That had to have been a glitch in the game. Ah, shit. What? Oh, you're talking about the egg. Can't swap my fusion. I can only swap your head and your butt. You're not allowed to change with other people yet because not everyone has a fusion yet. Once people are allowed to double up on their Pokemon, that's when you can change your fusion. What? You go outside. Hang on. Dog requires a bathroom break. I'll be right back. So cute. Figured out the most polite way possible to ask me to go toilet. And what he does when I'm streaming and he wants to ask to go toilet is instead of barking or anything, is he will slowly wedge his butt between me and my desk and then just wag his tail and face towards the door. He's like, I want your attention. Can I go this way? And it's like, okay, I'll let you outside. No barking, no woofing, no smacking, no nothing. Just a little waggly butt in my face to tell me he's ready to go out. Very cute. Let me see what the form looks like. Alright. I don't have any Abras. Stuff, no free stuff. Alright, this is all the same route. I'll go get you reversal in a little bit. Yay, free stuff! Well, if you're gonna get reversal, there's no point leveling you up then, Calamus, because it'll just become a problem. Because your level will drop when I spin you around. Oh, that's pretty cool. I like that. I just realized, why the fuck is Sir Bolto such a higher level than the other wild Pokemon in this area? Why are you level 14? And everyone else is like below 10. Has good special attack, defense, as well as good speed. So special attack and defense and speed are your thing. Flex, because I'm built different. I'm at like 12? I guess so, but like, you were also more of a special encounter, so I'd expect you to be a higher level. There's another one of you. Hello. You got a fat fuck against a fat fuck. Who's gonna win the fat fuck off? I send Dorothy. I like 12. I mean level 12! Level 12, not 12 years old, I swear, Twitch, I swear! I'm not a baby, I swear! Alright, Xenos is the amulet coin, so you get to go up front. Hello. What? Is that a puddle over there? Who pissed themselves? That was not there before. Regiflora. I didn't pay attention to how many Pokemon he has, so I'm just gonna use Outrage. Oh, Slime's leveling up! Oh! Yeah. Oh, he's only got one Pokemon. Remember when youngster Joey ended my whole fucking run that one time? I do. It was like a shroomish cross that got me. Oh, I can go in there. Nice. Certainly is a top percent round. Feel like a beach ball floating. Whoops, I meant to correct myself and say special attack and special defense as well as speed. So special attack, special defense, and speed are your thing. Okay. Yeah. I mean, special attack, yeah, but I don't know about the other stuff. I am a beach ball. I am speed. That's fire type. Do I risk it? I risk it. Nice. Delos just carry me through the early game because he's so fucking. Hey, yo, what the fuck? Oh, I wanted to look at that for a little bit longer. Never mind. We're evolving! Let's go! Well, you were cute for a little while. Not so much no more. Sorry about that. Can you just be a giant ball, please? No. Oh, that's sad. Sorry, you're not a beach ball no more. Elemis up. Take the amulet coin so I can farm these plebs for cash. Oh, hello, child? Yes, there we go. Oh, he's so tiny! What the fuck? I love it! Throw it. Not a bind! Fuck! Alright, we'll be fine. Damn, that was scary. Alright, I had shit defense anyway. Youngster Dan, you done fucked up, son. I'll give you your cash. Oh, there's a new person up there. But I don't have cut yet. Days. Wait, does rain make electric type moves like hit harder, or am I tweaking? One double slap, huh? Why does everything that you want to learn have shit accuracy, my guy? Can you do better than that, please? Fuck, activate antivirus! Makes thunder 100% accurate? Oh! Not harder, but more accurate. Okie doke. God damn, someone help him. This person's got 2 Porygons. Man. Someone help the boy. Another Porygon? What the fuck? Is this person got a set collection of Pokemon? Just a minute, Flan. Sorry, I'm mulling shit over, right? I'm thinking about letting out Sir Bolto. I'll let out Bolto. Wait, his type changed. What the fuck? Not crazy, his type did change, right? Oh, is that conversion thing? Question mark? A wiggly wag! It's our first not a Porygon. Team is just horrible. Rain Dance X Thunder is a good setup move, assuming you can, but setup moves can be an end runner due to getting KO'd instead, yeah. Your attempt to set up, you end up fucking dead. Remember how- I know it's randomized, but like, there's so many Porygon, I'm like, does he have a set collection? I don't have Cut. I can't get his outfit. Oh, you fat fuck. You just blocked the goddamn road. You fat fuck. I was gonna say, if it's one of those fishermen, maybe team does have a common Pokemon on the team. I fucking like it. Hike your ass elsewhere. You keep learning grass type moves. You don't even have a grass. You're not even a grass type in any form. Stuff, bro. I don't know what that is. Stuffle. Ombre? That was grass type? Oh god, it's using fucking Bide. Kill it, kill it, kill it, miss! Get it! Oh, I can go around him. Okay. Man, I just want to get to the fucking building! For the love of Jesus, my guy! Fuck you, Mega Drain. Die! By the way, there's lily pads of static Pokemon. That's probably not in this version because the flowers were supposed to be static Pokemon as well, and they were not. And I will not be... Uh-oh. I will not, in fact, be updating because it killed me last time. Killed my game. Dead game. Dandygas is just weird that way. I'm starting to gather. Oh my fucking god, there's so many! Alright, Mila, you're next. Oh, not? Fuck! I thought I was out. I thought I was free! Another Porygon. Bloody well everywhere! I'm technically weak here, but... I'm gonna headbutt it anyway. And again. Don't. Fuck. God damn it! My next ever, at least for the sand side, is not for a long while. I feel sorry for Xenos, he doesn't get really any evolutions at all. So sad when you don't get to evolve. I don't know what that is. He okay? Looks like he's got a brain-eating amoeba. And edge. Oh, I made it past the kid. Yeah, they're non-interactables. Berry! here. Okay. Going on down here. Ugh. Fuck, that made me jump. Hey, it's the squirrel. Wait. Aw. I was gonna be upset about it, but now I don't know if I am upset about it. Hang on. Oh my god, I can wear both. Fuck, I can wear both. Yes! It's perfect. Look at me! Look at me! Oh, it's perfect. Team Rocket boss now. I am now at the very least the captain. Like, come on. I love he's just happy chatting at the little Team Rocket member. Oh god, I forgot about this fucking monstrosity. Yeah, you screwed up. He's definitely a furry. Help me out of here. Yeah, sure. Wait, what happened to Rhydon? Where'd your Pokemon go, sir? Did you just... Oh. My guy, Oh, the old mate doesn't discriminate against the Team Rocket member. Oh, hello! A Pikachu onesie? Oh yeah, this dude's a fucker. Fuck-ass furry, man. Holy Jesus. Oh god, he's making AI too. Don't tell me he's trying to make a Pikachu lady AI. Oh, sweet lord, have mercy on this man. Alright, I gotta get DNA reverses. Ah! Where did the Rhino go? I don't think I even want to know at this point. That guy disturbs me. Oh, look! Fresh berries. Oh, did I already find him? Oh, they are interactable Pokemon. Okay. Damn. I would have liked that. I would have liked that real good. I would have liked that a lot. Man, that's cool, right? I fucking want it. Well, I can't have it. This is all part of one route, right? This is not like another part. Is it? I'm a little bit of cope, all right? Let me cope a little bit. I don't even know how I would look this up. Is it the same route? I feel like it might be the same route though, chat. As where I got, Whale Lord. Water part, is it? God, you better not be lying to me, chat. Wait, can I oh, I don't think I can paralyze it. Oh, do I even have anyone that can hurt it without killing it or dying? Yes, it's a new route. The water part is a new route. No, it's not. Okay, so it's not. trying to figure out who could... My best shot is gonna be Thanos. Leech Seed, and then swap him out real quick. You're like... Dorka? See if I can paralyze you. I don't think I can, but I'm gonna try anyway. Yeah, I figured as much. Alright, let's just spam balls until it becomes mine. Leech Seed will save the day! Hey, I swear these catch rates have gone way up. Ain't no goddamn way I caught that thing so easily. As a full Lux Ray Scolipede, ain't no fucking way. Alright, exclamation mark ticket if you want to be Luxpede. I'm still not entirely sure if I'm allowed to have it yet. We'll find out. Oh, really? Yo! I love that one. That one is my favorite. We have a cool collection of sprites too, bruh. Look at this one! I'm loving it! That one's pretty cool too. I like these ones the most. I really hope I can keep this. I'll cry if I can't keep it, man. I'll be so upsetty spaghetti. Alright, closing in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Close. Drop. Mikega! Congratulations! What sprite would you like? Pinky, black belly, or blue belly? Blue belly, black belly, pinky. Pinkish red, whatever the hell you want to call it. I'm a buggers and Aussie. This fits. Blue belly? Wow, pick the one that was my least favorite. I mean, at least you got the taser tail, I guess. .9 meters tall. I wonder how long it is when he like lays down. It'd be really, really long. 121 kilos. Holy bejeebus. Let me add to party. I'm gonna yeet Calamus for now. Mikeg. Not Mikeg! I can do this. Route 25. Oh! I can have it! Yeah! I'm happy. But right. I don't like rivalry. We might swap your ability out by like unfusing and refusing you. I'm short and fat! That's not short, 190. That's pretty tall considering. Yeah, big brain, big fucker brain. I am actually surprised I'm allowed to have it. You're the same height as me. It's so much taller than me. My collection growth. I have so many electric types now. 1, 2, Calamus away. Alright. I need cut. Head back. I need healing. I've got like my full Team Rocket team going on too. I need Calamus back specifically for the Team Rocket look because he kind of scary looking. All right, you wanted to be Uno reverse, didn't you? Hang on. Should I have a separate Team Rocket team so I don't get suspicious? Does that work? Wrong thing again. A reverser. Alright. Reverse. Yes. Oh, there was a I forgot that it's in. Holy shit. Fucking. Is this the improvement you wanted? Thomas? Is this the improvement you sought? It's so much better now! Does he have different versions? I don't think he does. No, it's just that. You wanted it! That's a thing. Oh my god. Oh god. It's beautiful. I don't see the problem. Imagine going up against a Team Rocket like leader and this is the fucking Pokemon they throw at you. Ew, what that mouth do? Is what you I'm just the delivery boy. Oh god. Need it. Something else good against grass type, but I suppose I now have a keg. I have to unfuse you and refuse you, McKeg, just to fix your fucking ability. Fuck that rivalry, man. I hate that. It also means that your level is gonna drop. Why he looks so fabulous? Why he dancing like that? Why does it now have Intimidate? It had Rivalry 2 seconds ago. What the fuck? Oh, whatever. Oh? Alright, I just want to see what it looks like. I'll put you back together afterwards. I just want to see what it looks like. It looks creepy, and I want to see what it looks like. Oh, dear sweet Jesus, I couldn't ransom killer the salted sprite. Oh, it looks so cool. What the fuck? Scully Ray. Oh, look at that. Fuck yeah. Why are they both so cool? Why did Rivalry turn into Intimidate? I do not understand. Ugh, whatever. I don't know why I'm doing this, because I'm going to swap you back anyway. Oh my god, stop it! What other sprites does this one have? Just that. But it looks so fucking cool, man! Look at it! It looks anorexic, but it looks epic. Alright, I'm going to unfuse you and refuse. Wait. Let me go get a DNA reverser, because then I don't lose levels. More DNA reversers! Gimme! No, not that. Reverser. Sure, I'll get 10 of them. Why not? Reverse. Yes. Swap it back! I'm gonna go grab food, be right back. Okay, that's alright! Enjoy your munchies. Wanna learn Baton Pass? Why are you suddenly trying to learn that? Alright. Fucking turnip, man. Turnip and... Okay. I'm gonna just put my cursed collection together. Let me just... These are like... Nightmare field type Pokemon. Put them all there. I could have this as my Team Rocket team. Like... so fucking stupid, man. I feel like Dork would be a good Team Rocket team member as well. And then Luxapede. We just need one more for the Team Rocket team. You fucked it up, Jet! She... I didn't fuck nothing up. exactly what you wanted. Oops. Alright, who's got the EXP share? You do. Give that here. Oh. Nickname. I'm gonna put that as a capital. Gig! What? Ah. Oh wait, did I put your name back? I don't think I did, Kelamus. Oh no, I did. Oh no, it's because I did a reversal and didn't unfuse and refuse. Right. Works differently. Trying to add the hijab to the hat. That works. It's goofy as fuck. I need reverses. More! Wanted to see the other forms of the reverse pin set? Oh my god! I'm pretty certain that's the only one. That's the only one. I'm pretty certain we had this conversation before when I first caught you. This one, you wanted to see the other form, right? I'm pretty certain there are no other ones. We've had this conversation. Yeah, told you. No other forms. Fight me, bitch. Take my word for it next time. Well, I don't remember as it, you don't. I incarnated you into my fucking Pokemon game and you don't even remember it. See how important I am to you now. Alright, anyway, let's go report my job well done to Boss Man. Hey, 8,000! Why the fuck does it just things keep spawning with him? Let me read the information, dude. A supplier came with a new shipment of Pokemon to distribute among the grunts, but there's one that won't obey our commands. A stubborn pest. I want you to take it and teach it a lesson. Yo, I got a free Azubat. Who wants to be an Azubat? Where's Azurak? No longer. Anyone want to be Azubat? Azubat! Exclamation mark. There's so many free Pokemon I'm getting. Goddamn, being Team Rocket pays. Exclamation mark ticket to be Azubat. I don't know what it looks like yet. Anyone? No one? No one wants to be Azubat. No one wants to be the stolen Pokemon. You people remember their birth. Yeah, well, he was born fully grown already, so he has no excuses. I mean, it works. Team Rocket only has a Zubat, or 2, or 3, or 12. No one. Hold up. I just call it Batty McBat. Oh. Batty McBat. So do I actually have to have it in my team? I'm sure it's bolted out for a minute. Bring it back when it's fainted? What? Oh, we have to kill this one? Oh, he's level 22. Why do I gotta kill it? Can I just keep it? Right, it's too cute to kill it. Good thing no one went for it. Oh, my back. Alright, let's go kill a Pokemon, I guess. Oh, well, that's not very good a fucking opponent now, is it? We're just helping him. That's only level 7. Oh, okay. Charbel, please. Okay, never mind. Charbel's gonna be fucking useless for this. Aha! More like it. Bubble Beam. Didn't I just say help? Oh, he's not listening to me. Right. Navi, I got an amazing sound clip from Krelly. My night is complete. Oh god, what did she say? It was probably suited when you caught my Pokemon. Excuses. I feel so bad because when it listens to me, I'm just setting it up for failure. He's trying his best to survive, but he must die. Sorry, Batty McBat. Butterchamp, please, for the love of fucking Jesus, stop using powders. Ah! Alright, I'm just gonna run so he doesn't get any more EXP. Who took my wig? Let's play. Oh my god. What the fuck is that? These Pokemon are fucking useless. They all keep using stat moves instead of trying to kill me. Come on! Take him out! You're so close, buddy! Here we go. Actually, no, I won't pull another Pokemon out. Oh, I can't cancel. Okay, fine! Did I send me Keggin? Send me Keggin. Good job, me cake. Woo, almost a level straight away. Okay. He's dead! Happy now? Jesus! The cruelty of this world. You stop jumping me every time I come in, but Jesus. I hate it when Killers is right. I hate it here. Only one thing left to do now. AP, why you got ass cheeks like that? Holding an item? No, I don't think so. No. Okay. I got 4K just to get a Pokemon defeated. I feel like anyone could have done that. Okay. No, I get to kill. Well, actually, abuse this animal. Here's 33 bucks. Ah, for fuck's sake. I figured that's what... I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. Bro. Why is that? Because they told me to kill it, okay? Mission is to grow Team Rocket's ranks and build a roster of strong Pokemon to support Operation 3F. Nugget Bridge and other popular spots to find and recruit skilled trainers, monitor local trainers to identify strong Pokemon, focus on targets who are less likely to draw attention from law enforcement, ensure all efforts are carried out effectively and discreetly. For the glory of Team Rocket! Hey, let me read it this time. Abuse this animal. Here's some money. Oh, better idea. Keep it. I'm sure this won't be any emotional trauma lurking in its mind when it sees you now. Not at all. What's out? Do we bend exceptionally the rule this time? Nah, it's getting yeeted. Okay, so he wants me to gym it before I am allowed to have the next job. Alright, let's go yoke this poor fucking abused animal. He deserves his freedom at this point. It's not getting added to the tombstones though, it's just gonna get set free. my wine? My whiner? What's my whiner? I want another fire type. I don't want Mila no more. I don't want Mila no more! Bam, 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 bam. I kind of want Omega Link added to the party. Poison is super effective against grass, which is the main reason I wanted to keep fire, but then I don't have anything super effective against steel, do I? Super effective against steel. I can think of as firing ground, I think. Most technically enigmatic, but you're also fairy, so you'd be weak against it. I don't know, bro. How do you explain to the boss that you're doing a Nuzlocke and you need a new Pokemon? It's like, bro, can you just let me train the Pokemon my way? Fuck off. Ah, but I also really like Astronevia, and I want to see what they look like evolved. Some good-looking Pokemon in my collection at the minute, and some absolutely fucking blurst objects, but we don't talk about those ones. Did I just put someone away with an item? I fucking did, didn't I? Give that almond coin. Give me. Yes. Thank you. Yes. Firefight is generally the way to go. I don't have any fighting types either. Ba 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 ba. It's also good against fairy types. So I suppose slime could be tossed out. Keg doesn't have any poison type moves. Oh, he's got poison sting, but I don't know if that really counts. I gotta go upstairs real quick. I'm getting paid good money. What do you got for me, me keg? Iron defense, Beggarhorn. Not a whole lot, buddy boy. Let's take a look at Sir Bolto. Protect, Rage, Emberlier, Dragon Breath, Oak. Noble Roar? I ain't heard of that one before. Letting out a Noble Roar, this user intimidates the target, lowers its attack and special attack. Slam. Hey, hang on a minute. How fat is... Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. I need to check something real quick. Balto! How much do you weigh? Politely asking. 254 kilograms? You don't say. Well, I might have a move for you, buddy boy. I mean, it's steel type, but, you know, why not? Got a question? Yes, H2O. No fight types, but I'm pretty sure Omega can learn fight type moves. I'm pretty sure both are pretty gunky. Is Bug super effective against Psychic? Because Bug is weak as piss and they had to make it super effective against something. Probably. I already went through Xenos' stuff to see what he could... Yeah. Let's see what Slime can learn. Alright. And one more! Check out Omega. All-out attack that becomes more powerful the less HP the user has. You haven't got a whole lot, but you have got reversal at least. Why I want to teach it to you? Let's give it a go. Right. Alright, supersonic's only 55% accuracy, you bugger off. Alright, happy days. Alright. The bug is super effective against grass, which makes sense, but psychic, well, but it can't only be effective against grass, it has to be effective against something else. I feel like they just went, psychic type, bugger it. Mega. Actually. Oh, little baby, let you. Oh, the baby. Roll it. Roll out. Squish it, me kick. Fucking squash it. Alright, what do I use against you? Roll out again. Can't even annoyed that me cake doesn't have any actual electric type moves at the minute. Not gonna lie. That was close. That was uncomfortably close. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Everything is okay. Everyone is alive. We're all breathing still. Vaguely. Vaguely breathing. I mean, there are many people with good mind that freaking scared of bugs being nightmare disturbing the mind. Goes it? Not so far-fetched. I heard they changed how rollout work in the new game. Did they? The latest game, I mean. There's a whole YouTube video that explains. Look, I can't be fucked. I forget. As soon as they added fairy, I'm like, yeah, I'm done. Oh, fucking missed! Wait, why did low kick not cause me heaps of damage? This should have fucking eviscerated me. Whatever, I guess. I'll learn uproar. Wait. I saw my life flash before my eyes! It's fine, don't worry about it. Your cousin almost killed you. I love when they merge the two fire starters. Or third gun. I'm still paralyzed. Come on, Sabalto, do your thing. There you go. This one hurt my knee and my friend, he paid for it. Fuck this guy. Heavy slam. Or not. Heavy slam. Oh. I suppose that's to be expected. I feel like none of my moves are gonna do any good. I'm gonna try a water gun real quick. Come on, Serbalto! Yeah, figures. Alright, Lork, can you delete this guy real quick, or should I send out me keg? Just slowly spam poison sting would be right. Yay! Our Lord is extremely tanky. A butt ton of HP, I'd imagine. Oh yes, fair bit of HP there, I must say. That's pretty good. Protects from recoil damage. Oh, okay. I see. It'll be fatter soon, don't worry. Uh-oh. I don't like that combo. I remember the days when psychic types were the dominating types back in the first gen games. Not no more, they ain't. Oh man, those were back, way back, ye olden times. Okay, can you learn electric type move, please? Thank. Be really nice. Another electric type. God damn it. Watch, the minute I put Mickeg up front, that fuck-ass cousin will show up. The Chansey thing. Ow. Okay. Uncalled for, I'd say. Well, I'm not gonna swap you out. I am going to heal you with a potion, though. I just realized you got fuck all HP right now. Yes, what? I think misread one move. I think both the move is to destroy Pokemon that are heavy. Alto, the heavy slam. I thought specifically if his body is heavy. Just wait a minute. Alright, I gotta get the note. Be right back again. Hold on, I gotta put in a coffee order with the other half real quick. What? Look at that, mate. Your face right up in my face there. All up in my grill, buddy. User slams into the foe with its heavy body. Yeah, the heavier the user, the greater the damage. Yeah. So specifically that my weight, what changes the damage. There was a Pokemon that I was fighting against that was using low kick, which is meant to make you take more damage the heavier you are as well. That's what I was confused about before. Yeah, messages here. Difference between the weights. The heavier, it doesn't specify that though. It says the heavier the user, not the heavier the user compared to the enemy. Good stuff. Also, dragon types were just really broken in Black and White. Take Hydreigon for instance. That motherfucker was so OP they made him evolve at 65 after you. Yeah, I saw that. And Braviary as well. I really wanted Braviary. I was so annoyed that I couldn't have it until 65. Alright, let's get you an electric type move. Please, please, please. Don't make me fight with the Ugo Calamus Prime, please. I want to fight with my cool rocket team. Mickeg, please. Pop bug, I'm fragile. Well, don't fucking be. Be a pussy. Kicking me, it's rude. so Balto is being currently very useless up front because every enemy we run into he can't fight. Maybe we can take on this dude. I don't know. I can't remember. So, Dark. Just Steel on Steel, dude. Let's try. Hell yeah. Cookies for all! Triple for the pretty mouse. Nom, 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 nom. The cookies. Oh, I miss having cookies, man. Miss being able to eat all the cookies. Oh. Maybe I should just fuck it and go get more cookies anyway. I let you. You are annoying. Go away. Ugh, you're not much better, Swapstar. Alright, maybe I'll go up. I'll go up here. Dead. Maybe there'll be better Pokemon to fight. Poke of the devil! Oh, wait, Steel fighting? What am I? I don't remember. We're Water Dragon. Dragony nuts! And... I don't know. Oh, okay. Maybe it was Rock, not Steel. Might go buy more cookies today. What is your favorite cookie? I'm a triple choc fan myself, but when it comes to just like average cookies, I don't mind the standard cookie. I don't mind the standard cookie if I must. Fairies come along and legit rewrote the meta for Pokemon Forever with Xerneas. I like Xerneas' design. I like both Xerneas and Yveltal. I like the designs. I was just really disappointed. There wasn't enough, in my opinion, they didn't hype up the legendaries enough in X and Y. The story was interesting, like it had an interesting twist to it, but they didn't hype them up enough, in my opinion. How crazy is Steel acting like rock type right now? I'm out, dog.
Look, months, good months. Like soup, good soup.
Thank you for the resub, Astra! Thank you, thank you! Enjoy your subbies and your emotes. I don't think I have a favorite, but I tend to lean towards triple choc. Fuck, my mouth is watering just thinking about it. I love the Subway triple choc because they're still nice and soft in the center. Or pretty much any cookie freshly baked, as long as it's not like overkill sweet. Freshly baked cookies are just oh shit. Oh, I'm a little bit of danger here, but I can heavy slam it. I'm an exit. Xerneas legit broke comp Pokemon with one of its moves. What move was that? I'm guessing it was its signature move thing. Would be my assumption. Sorry, just leveling. I gotta get that rare candy.
The rat got in.
Oh my god.
39th month in a row. I need to get a better exterminator.
You can't get rid of me! I will be here for more months. 39 is but the minimum. For the resub, I appreciate it. That Great Blaziken thing is rock because it's mixed with Carbink. Oh, I thought Carbink was Steel. Now, so if you ever want to get into cool comp Pokemon lore, search up the Big Six. I feel like, why do I feel like that's gonna give me anime results? But I'm sorry, something equals at the Big Three. Look at this guy. He looks so fucking cute though. Bruh. Try a water gun. Don't let the furry see. It's those eyes. It's giving furry. It's giving furry so hard right now. Wait, why am I leveling so Balto? I need to fucking level. Yeah, me keg. Get out of here, so Balto. Me Keg's the one that needs levels right now. Of course, as soon as I put you up front, we go up against Pokemon that might be a problem. Can I have Thunder Shock, please? Wing attack? Oh, right. I was like, huh? You. Get rid of absorb for that. I got pissed the other day. I tried to use Happy and it wasn't there and I had to stop everything to come back and get my emotes. What did you think with letting it run out? Fool. Never let it run low. Buy Thundershock from Temu. You're not gonna help me. Give me Thundershock already. Fuck me. Give me a useful electric move, you useless twat. Stuck using other bullshit. Alright, fairy poison. Yep, what about that? For a better stab move than fucking poison sting. Also, better opponents than level 7 Thievion would be good too. Finally! Thank fuck for that! Roll out, be gone. Nalchik! Oh my god, it's all Thievion! What is going on right now? Thank you, something different. I don't think I'm much better against you at this minute. Being the rock type right there is scaring me a little bit, so I'm going to swap out for Xenos. Wait, you're not. Okay. Geomancy with Power Herb allow Geomancy to be used in a single turn instead of 2. This instantly boosts Xerneas' special attack, special defense, and speed by 2 stages each. So it's broken thing. So it's like a Geomancy is like a stat boosting move. Hello there. You're kind of scary too. I'm not gonna lie. Bye. Is this content, chat? You like watching the leveling content? Power of crystals. Power of the crystal compares you. Tell you what. Let me just see what the general populace looks like in the gym. I got grass, kind of electric. Take a look. What do we look like in that gym? Gonna risk it for a little nosy. Oh, some water. Thank you, sir. Rash! I'm first up. Let's do it. No. We're in public. Please. Yes, but it's so broken it takes 2 turns, but Power Herb just says, nah. Skip that step. Okay, I see. Level 16, but doesn't matter because I just wiped the floor with it in 1 hit. Do I want Fury Swipes? No, I don't. Me go, Gator! Ow. Ow! 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 Okay. You need better defense, huh? HP that you need. I can't tell. Imagine all that crits. Don't even. Don't set me up for that failure. The Mikek definitely needs more levels for the gym leader. Try to get him to 16 and then I'm just gonna say fuck it and go to the gym anyway. I ain't got the patience for this shit. Get him, Mikek! Oh wait, wasn't paying attention. Was that protect? No. Till 16 we go! I mean, you think there was a fusion of a stage 1 and a stage 2 Pokemon? Yeah, but I'm a fusion of 2 stage 3s. I should be able to do better than that. Surely. Quadruple damage for you. Now that he finally has an electric move, he can handle himself much better. Before now, it was just pain. Suffrage. Hey, eat berries. It's cheating. Yeah, get poison, motherfucker. His highest level is like 19 or 21. Okay. Sad little level 6. Instant death for you. Get him, get him, get him. He has 2 Pokemon? I thought she was a 3 Pokemon. Almost there, Mikeg. Almost. So close. It's taking forever. Ugh, those guys are not worth the fight. La 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 la. I will be strongest trainer you've ever seen. Wasn't paying attention. Did I just level up? I did. Yay! 16, finally! Alright. We heal, we get potion, and then we bat the air. I got this. Let's go. Oh, hello. I got to talk to the other guy with a flute thing. Alright, Miss Ma'am. Can't take no zinc yet today. I just realised. Take my zinc. Oh. Aha! Caught it. That's a fucking Lugia. Okay. A level 19. Can we kill it before it kills us is the question. Okay. Kinda glad I didn't decide to have the Xenos up front for that. That would have probably been death. I probably would have died just now. If it was Xenos. Lugia is finally— wait, Lugia is not water type? What the fuck is Lugia? I thought his whole thing was he was the god of the sea! Psychic flying? What? Excuse me? I mean, it makes sense for Ho-Oh to be psychic— wait, what is Ho-Oh? Please tell me Ho-Oh is psychic flying. Oh, I don't have an amulet coin out. Hang on. Fire flying. Ugh. I mean, I suppose I can accept that, but why would you have fire flying for one legendary and then psychic flying for the other one? That doesn't make any sense. The protector of the sea. Yeah! Of the sea! Shaylily! Yeah, we fight Shaylily! I'll let you use 2 Pokemon. Oh, only 2? Oh. Well, Big-Keg, I leveled you for nothing, I guess. I could have sworn that this gym let me have 3, but apparently not. Anyway! You don't get to have the encounter art anymore. It makes me so sad. So much work into those encounter sprites. Some blurst work. Is that a bunch of eyeballs on it? I'm concerned. Yeah, wipe the floor. I'm probably a little bit over leveled. A Polydash? A Polytoad? Rapidash. Why? What a combo. Oh my. Why is the tongue coming out of its ass? No! That is not what tongues are for, please. You can't just replace the hair with tongues. No, no, you can't do that. You can't just do that. There's supposed to be barnacles. Well, ain't no fucking barnacle up in there. No sword dance. Electro Ball, though. Oh, I don't know how fast I am. Well. Sorry, Shy Lily, I whooped your ass. You're looking cute, though. Well, that's enough of this stream. Back to witnessing. Tommy, don't be like that. Come on. Don't be a baby. Come back, Tommy. Come back. Oh, wait. What did I just get? I wasn't paying attention. Level 30, obey. Includes even ones obtained in a trade. You can also have my favorite TM. Yeah, I got Lily's favorite TM. Yeah, chat. Nothing. Nom 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 nom, coffee is good. Okie dokie. Well, I really have pure skills, fuck yeah. Alright, I gotta talk to this dude to get my flute. Bye-bye. Now something I can get cut now or something. Do I have cut? I don't. Where do I get cut? Ah! Oh wait, did I just see Venoshock? Wait a minute. You're in a physical attacker, not a specialist. Speed is okay. Not the best. Hopefully that speed will be good enough. Now throw her off the platform! Get down! Oh, bitch. Physical move? I think this is a special move, isn't it? Yeah, it's a special move. Okay. I mean, it's certainly fucking better than Poison Sting, though, isn't it?
Dying Desi with a party of 15? How delightful. Welcome to the chaos. But remember, you're in Shadowsland's domain. Prepare for froggy fun or face my wrath. Go down and enjoy the madness. Ribbit.
Chicken oolip, Jockey, Gotenks, hungry carrot, how you doing? Fucking hair all over my fingies. Dog hair everywhere. Ah! Humid weather makes it stick to me. It's nasty. technically I can. What the fuck? Omega Link? Why the fuck can you learn a fairy move? Is it because it's a draining move? I can think of. Either way, I'm giving this to Slime, not you. What does so? What were you guys up to? Hey, hope you're having an awesome day. I am living up to the promise that I gave chat that there would be no more deaths in this run, and they didn't believe me, and look how well we're going. No deaths so far this stream. 4 hours deep and no one died. Get bamboozled, chat. I'll just never use charge. I know what I'm like. I'll never use charge. None? Zippity zero. What, you didn't believe in me either? Don't even know half my skill. Also, I'm a part of Team Rocket now, because apparently that's a possibility in this game. Dude, I'm going to punch you if you do that to me again. Ow! Ralphie! They have a new mission to assign you. Are you ready? I'm so ready. Got a dip CMS. Bye, Gummy Bud! Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. Batty McBat doesn't count because it was part of a mission. I had to kill him. Num num num. That was one abuse Pokemon that we had to let go. Exactly. It's not my choice. It wasn't. Who the fuck? Come here! You literally snatched my wig as you skedaddle out the door, you shit. For some rare Pokemon, and I found a promising target. There's this Electrode and Slowbro fusion that belongs to a little girl here in their city. What? Seems like she's been having trouble controlling it, so it should be a piece of cake to snag it off her. Now, unfortunately, your mission partner got busted after that mission with the fisherman. So I'll be your mission partner. Ayo, I get to go with the captain? Gonna steal from a little girl? I'm gonna rob a little girl? I feel like oh, this thing's gonna self-destruct and like end our whole career, isn't it? Oh, buddy. Okay. No one's died. None! Zippy zero! What are you doing there? Wait, where do I meet up with him? This way? Where? Where is this? Oh, there you are. Oh, it's this girl. Oh, okay, so... Alright. She's just like, hide! Sorry, I just spoke to her, my bad. Are we really calling this a rare Pokemon? But alright. Yes, sir! If you need to raid and run, you're okay to do that! Please rest! I distract the trainer, and then you come in and trick the Pokemon into thinking that you're its trainer? Are you This guy is retarded. I see why all their missions keep failing. Oh, just trick him into thinking that you're the trainer! It's part Slowbro, so how smart can it be? Oh, this dude really retarded. Oh, God. Okay, I'll wait over here. Go get yourself... Is that why that outfit was blue? It's because it's for the mission? Oh my God. Okay. I have the wrong hair color for this shit, but is he gonna reimburse me for this outfit? He fucking better. Alright. And she's not wearing a hat. Move hat. Confirm. Gift. Remove hat. Confirm. The Starmie clip is cute. Sorry, I'm just looking back through the stuff that I got. Okay. now what? There's nowhere that I could get my hair did around here, I don't think. Hang on. I get a haircut. Haircut? Old man? No? No one's gonna give me a haircut? No one at all? No one? Hello. Haircut? In here, maybe. Wait, come here. Haircut. Wait, haircut. Ah! No one's gonna give me a haircut! Need that hair done there. I do. I need a fresh cut and color. Ain't no one offering me that cut and color. Ain't no fucking hairdressers around here. Maybe someone in the bike shop. No, not likely. Alright. Hang on. I'm busy. I don't want to go into the grass because then I have to catch someone, but... Oh, no, I'm trying. I gotta give you a letter, ma'am. Oh, cut your hair! No, the last person I trusted to cut my hair, I now have a fucking square on my head and I'm not happy about it. In my Twitter post, I went to a hairdresser for the first time in a long time. I was like, you know what? I'll give a hairdresser that has pin fucking straight hair a go. Surely, what could they possibly fuck up if they follow my instructions? They refused to follow my instructions, argued that if they followed my instructions, they would ruin my hair. I fucking gave up and just let them do what they wanted, and now I have a square on my head. Love it. And like a mullet look in the front. My god, what? Hello? Looking kinda cool, I must admit. Outrage! The male character, I'd assume they would get a different mission. That'd be my assumption. Okay, so I literally can't get a haircut from anywhere. I haven't talked to this guy yet. Does Crowley cut my hair? No. Alright, well, I guess this is the best I can do. Let's talk to him. At the hotel? Oh, I didn't see that. Okay. Everyone has the same fucking haircut and outfit in this. Stop stealing my whip! Everyone has the fucking same haircut and color here. This dude's got me wasting so much money. I gotta better get paid well for this. The puffy pigtails that they have? Not entirely sure what hairstyle they have. Oh! Is it this one or that one? I think it's this one. I think it's that one. This dude's making me waste my fucking money. Black or brown hair? Brown hair, right? Why did my fucking cut change? Excuse you? Okay. It's close enough, right? Yeah. Alright, let's see if Miss Ma'am down there. I'm pretty sure this is color. I don't think she's black hair. Oh, okay. We got it. We got it. Puffy pigtails, can't go wrong. The hair bluish. It's only like got that little blue light to it, but it's not. If I go fully black, then it's gonna be the wrong color. The brown is the closest I can get. Get your mohawk and get out of here with your goddamn scissors! Oh god, he changed outfit too. Step right up, you won't believe all the rare items that we're giving away today for exclusive promotion. Young lass, come over here. I've got a rare item for you. Hello. Oh. I'm gonna do it one step at a time. Oh, I should have gone faster. Damn it. Oh, she gonna fight me? I'll fight you for it. My blue eyes just staring at fucking. Oh, that's a fairy type. Let me just. No, we're level 20. Hey yo! Know what she doing? Oh fuck, not metronome, not metro. Come on, really? Metronome? Yes. It's just gonna drive me mad. Wake up, Big Egg! Thank you. Good lord. Oh, drowning in my fish tank! Have you ever thought of pulling your face out of said fish tank? Hmm? He's a good choice, I promise. You can't even fight with that Pokemon. Or was that supposed to be a Pokemon? I'm just... He's just skedaddling in the spot. Find Archer in Celadon City. Well, at least I was in disguise. I love. Sorry, little Miss Ma'am. I want my haircut back. If I change back, is she still gonna run the Pikachu onesie? I'm gonna fuck around in the Pikachu onesie. Oh, you can swap male and female. Okay. Alright, let me go get... Oh my god, this fuck-ass tail. Brew. Alright, let me get my hair back. Metronome. No. Back to being a blondie. Where... Can I not get my hair cut back?
Mouse and Shadow-san, it's wonderful to see you too. In 30 whole months.
Oh, she died. She died at the end. Dad! Thank you for the resub. Thank you so much. I hear a squeaker. Yep, Flint's easy. He's got his toys ready to go. Do I have to go back? Oh, there it is. Or would I have to go back to my hometown to get my hair back? Alright. Alright, never mind. I don't like the onesie. The tail doesn't stick out the way I want it to. No, I don't want my hat. No, I don't want to... Fuck! Get back in my gym jammies. Now, will she recognize me in my gym jammies? That's the question. Alright, my disguise is foolproof. How the fuck? They should have at least added that mechanic, I feel like. Or if you change out of the rocket or whatever costume. And oh, shit no more! It's not fair! I don't have cut yet. That one random little black pixel there. Where to get cut? Well, I think it's the next town, isn't it? Yeah, good luck. No, I got pick. You can smell your sweat no matter your... Hey, look, everyone's sweat smells the same, thank you very much. Your sweat is my sweat is their sweat. Well, revive, I can't even use that. Thank you, I guess. Alright, Dork up front so you can paralyze whoever we encounter. What are we gonna get? Oh, no thanks. I should barefoot in the jammies, right? I got my dogs out. Oh, ma'am. What is that cross with? A poly. Well, and a what? Fuck is Kumamoto? What is Kumamoto? I don't want it. Why not? Why you don't want it? No legendary fighting dragon from Sun and Moon. I mean, remember that you get 2 Pokemon essentially. Once we get a bit further along in the game, you can go back in the drawer again and you can swap your swaps around. And he's mine! I'm gonna take this jumper off. I'm getting a bit sweaty. Overheating for once. Alright, exclamation mark ticket if you want to be pulling my art. And I'm taking my jumper off because I'm getting a bit hot. Love that sweat spot. Oh yeah, speaking of the devil, hello cat. I was just talking about you. How you would love a sweaty jumper. Fucking sense it, couldn't you? You could sense this. Oh yeah, back in there. So much hair stuck to me because of the humidity. Gross. Oh shit, I haven't. You better get on that. Don't get left behind. You've been doing so good with it, Scramble. Alright, just some guy is the only one who wants it. I see you. Only one person! Whoa! What are the chances, some guy? That's a rare opportunity. The scaly tadpole. Scaly ass tadpole. I'm gonna store the PC. Oh well. Next gym is an electric gym too, isn't it? So I probably should keep Slime and get him up to snuff. Get him up to snuff. You could be useful as well. Maybe. I don't know for sure. The Balto is not gonna be much use. There is some guy. Egg, maybe. Useful. Fucking hair in my fingers is gross. No, it's yours. You're mine. How many Polytoads and stuff around here? I'm in the danger zone for Dragon Rage, so I'm just gonna swap that out real quick, Sticks. I ain't fucking with that. Also, why does this Altoad have such cute eyeballs? Why are you all so cute? Why are you so darling? Dun, 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 dun. Ba, 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 da, da, na, na, na. Hello again, oh, bulletproof? What? What the fuck does bulletproof do? Chat? Does it mean only physical moves? That means? Let's put Slime up front. Some levels. Hello. I work for you guys. Why can't I go through there? Oh shit. That is. Yep. No, I don't want to trade a Rattata. I don't even have one. bomb moves. Oh, okay. Hydration is key, not losing the whole party. I will hydrate with coffee. They've changed this. The flooring's different. So there's a whole bunch of invisible items in there too. I just can't be fucked looking for it. Why are you hovering like that? Why are you hovering like that? That's a level 20. Oh! Fuck! Alright. God Jesus. It fucking hurt. A ball in the face. Oh, I can't move. I fuck. Oh, I don't have a strong. Oh, I got a fresh water. There we go. Beep. Fuck this guy. I knew you were gonna miss. I'm gonna have a meltdown fighting this fucking thing. Thank you. Sweet Lord have mercy on your soul, dog. We're gonna move on. Air cutter? Maybe? Hits land more easily. I like the sound of that. Alright. Is this the same route? Hang on. What route number is this? This is route 6. Oh, excuse me. And what is this up here? Is this route 6 as well? This is route 5. So, I'm gonna go grab some great balls. Great balls of fire! So I should be able to get them now. Yes, I can. Made so much money being a Team Rocket member. Ah, it's great. Alright, anyway. Kill the nugget. I love that I'm gonna keep fucking with like Team Rocket's goals, but at the same time I'm gonna be one of their members. It's gonna be interesting. They have something else to sell? I swear I had a revive, that's right.
Are we all dead yet? Still 236 Tapa.
No one has died yet, thank you very fucking much. I am doing great as my trainer, as a trainer and guardian of the chat. I'll have you all know. Safe in my hands, chat. Oh, I didn't heal whilst I was there. Ah, god damn it. Whatever, bro. Please! Let's try to go straight through without catching a Pokemon, heal, and then come back. Because... You're okay. Looks like he's in pain. Been impaled in a ball. Punch it! Voltsire! Wagzire! Well, could be good against that. Probably electric water, maybe? Or electric normal? Maybe I just leave Xenos up front. Oh my god, I hate it. Alright, next one. Get out of here! Hey! Ooh, that looks cool. We expect you to murder us, but that's awfully suspiciously worded, I will say. Nick Creon. Oh my god, if this is not like a half-dead... I I have no idea what this is gonna be. Oh, that's that thing called Necrozma, isn't it? Oh. Okay. Fight it. Ah! Doesn't matter! Glass cannon means you're dead. Fuck that, mate. Fuck that. What's the flaw with you? This guy wants to trade. Here you go. No. You two little fucking my pets! These guys are working in a fucking tag team, these little shits. I call you. I am sitting in the same room with you guys, you greedy little fucking gremlins. You know what these guys just did? I had a breakfast burger for breakfast, okay? I normally have a brekkie burger on stream days to energize me and keep me going. Thank you for the follow. You know what they did? I had the wrapper sitting up on my side desk off to my left. It's not my main desk, it's just where I put my random shit so that if things get knocked over, it doesn't spill into my machine. Either way, I had the empty wrapper bundled up in a ball sitting to the left, where the cat sometimes likes to sit. So what's happened is the cat couldn't get the wrapper open, so he knocked it off the fucking desk and onto the floor without me noticing. And the only thing I noticed was when the dog had already unfurled it and the two little fuckers were licking the sauce off the wrapper once it had been unfurled. I was like, you gotta be shitting me. I'm sitting right here, you cheeky little fucks. What? You both know better. What are you doing? Act like they don't get fed, man. And Veldena for 24, thank you for the follow. Sorry, I was too busy like molding out about my disturbed little pets. Ay, 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 ay. He doesn't feed the VIPs. They don't deserve any food at this rate, their behavior. What the fuck was that about? Alright, we can go catch, I did heal, right? Yes. Alright, we can catch Pokemon now. Why is there so many electric types? I mean, technically this guy's not electric, but he gon' be electric. Bruh. Anyway, can I Thunder Wave? Yes, I can, because he's not electric currently. Alright, cool bananas. Probably do that, and then I can Leech Seed him. I'm pretty certain I still have Leech Seed. Ow! Thank you very much. Dork back up again. Yeah. Is this super effective? Oh, is Bug super effective against Dark type? Ball! And now they know better to take their spoils out of the room once they start. I should have left the damn room. I wouldn't have noticed. I only noticed because Flint was like crinkling it to get a better position on it. Bug is super effective against Dark. Ah, look at that. This guy's gonna die before I can catch him. The Ursa ring causing me trouble right now, I'd imagine. Now, never mind. Every time I say that the catch is gonna fail, it immediately succeeds. It's just gonna spite me. Alright, who wants to be Joel Ring? Anyone at all? Exclamation mark ticket to be the fluffy electric bear. Lots of static shock. Have the static power. Have static power. Great balls. I have really good qualities. No custom Podex entry available. Okay. Go into my box, because I don't need you right now. Give a nickname to Joel Ring? Huh? Huh? Do you want to be my Joel Ring? Do you? Maybe you? Maybe you? Yeah. I got a Wii. But I don't want to. ADHD urge. I'm like, I need a Wii, but I'm like doing things right now. I don't want to get up. My partner has learnt the hard way that if I am focusing and he's got a habit of like when he goes to shave or do anything in the bathroom, he'll come in and say hello to me first, give me a kiss, and we'll talk a little bit, and then he'll go off to start shaving. But at the same time, he doesn't like to be disturbed while shaving, specifically because we got one bathroom, and if I go anywhere near the bathroom, the dog comes with me, and he takes up a fuck ton of room and has no concept of space. And obviously he's uncomfortable with that whilst he's got a sharp blade to his throat. But he has had to learn the hard way that if he interrupts my focus mode while I'm working, and then he wants to go shave immediately after, it's not gonna be in peace because now I have to go pee, now I gotta go poo, now I'm gonna be in the bathroom, and the dog's gonna follow me to the bathroom, and there's no stopping it. It's just don't interrupt me if you're gonna go shave, because you're gonna get crowded. You learn the hard way. Go piss then. No, I don't want to. Hey Keith, how you doing? There's no stopping it once my focus is like been pulled away from whatever I was hyper focusing on. Suddenly my body becomes aware of itself, and it's like, you've been needing to piss for the last 6 hours. Please go right now. Oh, go takes you too goddamn slow. I was sitting here for 2 minutes yapping. What were you doing? Who's getting this one? Keith Long. Keith Long. Keith Long. Long Keith. Oh, how you doing today? Hey, Argon. How you doing? Okay, how you doing? My ADHD meds have finally sunk in, if my brain is anything to go by. I am no longer like scattered in 30 different directions. Wasn't that a fun start of stream chat? First 2 hours and I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with me? And I'm like, oh, I'm medicated. Oh, suddenly everything became clear. Medication. Yippee! You've been needing to piss, shit, and eat the body and hydrate. And normally I'm actually pretty good with my water, simply because I have like a water bottle with like the different milliliters that I've drunk on it, and I have to drink at least 1.5 bottles of water a day because of my ulcerative colitis. Minimum! So I do at least keep on top of my water. Just, you know, just so I don't, you know, end up in hospital again, you know, yeah, bro, yeah. Get me? I was zoning out, just like me, for real, with the same person. Don't hate. But the Argon, how is your day going? Maybe next time, go Tans. Oh yeah, random question. When do you guys come out of daylight savings? All of y'all that are currently in daylight savings, when do you come out? Come out the other side. Out of curiosity, because I'll have to adjust when I start stream again on my end. We only recently went into daylight savings, so I had to adjust my stream time so that it still landed at the same technical time on the clock, even if though it's technically a different time of day. So it doesn't get confusing when that crossover happens. I don't start too early or too late. I don't know! Well, you're a big bowl of fucking help, are ya? You guys are kind of scary looking. That Magna drill is fucking terrifying to look at. I don't know who to focus on first. They both kind of scare me. This guy's likely to have a dragon type move on him. I suppose I'll kill him first, question mark? Spark is not gonna, none of your moves are gonna do any good against him. Oh god. Fuck it. Oh, he's a ground type. Of course an electric type move's not gonna hurt him, you stupid nonce. Alright, anyway. I'm gonna send out Boldo. Right? There we go, he's gone, so I don't have to worry about him. Ah, wait, wasn't paying attention. What? Oh, bite. 16. the random ass Pokemon there. I'm very helpful indeed. Thanks. All right. Okay, Azurite, Gotenks, you are both currently the same shade of fucking blue, and you are both currently highlighted green as a raider right now, and it is confusing my brain to hell and back. And you both have the same fucking badges, except Gotenks has one extra one. It is throwing me off so bad. Someone change color! This is not kosher! Dom, don't you fucking dare change back. Go red. You're red. You're red. You're a red person in chat. What the fuck? Why is he hovering ominously? What? Why is he hovering like that? Is literally that meme with like the black guy in the hallway who's like fucking hovering and the other guy's trying to leg it from him. It's literally the meme. I'm scared. Oh, it got into blood. Am I red now? I'm pretty sure I'm blue. Turn back to red, you. Yes, I gotta become. No, don't, please. Please don't. I'm literally going to mistake everyone for everyone else. Stop it, please. Who's learning headbutt? I wasn't reading again. I was having a desperate plea with chat. This, I don't know if it's the guy or the girl, got a fuck ton of Pokemon over here. Like, are you done yet? Body slam that fucker. Not the wind. Oh, okay, apparently I'm not heavy enough for you. Whatever, I guess. Double D, double D, we're blue, double D, double D, double D, double D. Fuck you guys. Month on this. Argon, what are you saying? I am lost so bad. For me, full forwards. Oh wait, the daylight savings. Okay, thank you. Full forward starts next month on the 2nd. Okay. So you're going into daylight savings or out of daylight savings? I'm gonna guess out daylight savings. Struggling enough with me. I hate you people. You're supposed to help me, not hinder. Alright. Alright, that's that done. I need healing. My palms are sweaty. So fucking sweaty. Hello, sir. I'm trying to fucking have a... I want to have a conversation in this place. The shops. Come in. Alright, you got anything? That guy's supposed to be, whatever his name from Sapphire Ruby with that hat. Do I have a Hoenn on me? Apparently I do. Oh, Dork is a Hoenn as well, apparently. Oh, right, Absol. I really like Absol in the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. Like, the first one. I think I've got the Fire Red one. I love that game. I gotta replay it again. Ooh. You got that. Oh, I hate that cardigan. You can make it such a good cardigan dress, but that one is hideous. I'm sorry. Also, that makes your torso way too long. What's this? Trainer card printer? Purchase a new background for your trainer card. The current price. Eh? Oh. Oh, okay. Ah! Hey! Alright, hang on. Yes, please. I will waste my money on a skin that no one else will see. Yes. So what do you sell if the other person sells the clothes? Oh, you're the hat lady. Right. Sturdy beret. Lace covering. Right. Round glass. This is literally me right now. I am literally in my fucking pajamas with my... Also, that's not half rim. This is half rim glasses. It's a full fucking rim. Do these people even know what half rim means? Anybody? I'm buying the glasses. That's me right now. Wait, they add the eyes on it? Aw, my eyes aren't blue no more. I got brown eyes. Okay, they're half rim here. What? They're half rim on the... Okay, whatever, bro. Full rim? Half rim. Full rim. Half rim. Full rim. Make it make sense. Between daylight savings. Azurite. I'm putting you in the corner. Didn't even realize I was in daylight savings, but we're out of it on the 26th of October. Okay, so most people are going out of it this month / next month. Okie dokie. Somebody made a Kaizo mystery. I did hear about that. I've seen a video keeps popping up on my YouTube about a Kaizo mystery dungeon. Yeah, I'll look at it. There's so many fishermen. What the fuck? I don't even have a fishing rod. Okay. Give me your rod, old man. I read that as Kazoo Mystery Dungeon. Do they even know? Do they know? Mousy wears glasses? I do. I got astigmatism. Only mild astigmatism though. Like I'm at like a 1.2, I think. So I have to get my eyes checked again. I would like to fish. Please give rod to me, old man. Rod to me, yes. I will put you dip it in water, yes. Catch Pokemon with dipped rod. Anyway. Anyone for fish? Anyone know? Wait, should I leave my rod? I won't fish until we do the competition and hope the competition lets me, like, eat the fish? I know Pacific Rim does that. I know Pacific Rim too. I love big robots fight big monsters. Good movie. Movie ends without a kiss. Even better. But it also kind of ends kind of awkwardly because they stare at each other like they're going to, and then very awkwardly and quietly and slowly look up at the sky together. It's like, well, that was awkward. I don't know why we ended it like that, but okay. So many better ways you could have done that scene, but I made the really, really awkward scene instead. Largest I have a magic car! Bah! How you want me to catch a why are they all fishing the same spot anyway? You're scaring the fish away. Oh, come off it. What's my hotkey for my... Tab, shift, Control, Alt. What button for my... Oh, okay. Found it. I can so quickly swap into my rocket uniform. Gonna love it. Love that old rod is... Oh shit, I've got it on hyperspeed. Ah, come on. Ah, fuck it. Come the fish. This is bullshit. Those old men are onto something by fishing over there. Oh! Yay! don't want to leech seed you. You're so low level. Don't make me leech seed you, please. It is paralyzed. Oh, fuck. This game must have a really high pity count or something. It's just like, yeah, after about 3 shots, we just give him a pity round. Yo. Exclamation mark ticket to be fucking Domefion. Let's go. I hate this delay. Just get faster in it. Look at the beauty. The one eye is kind of creeping me out, but I'll accept it. Verdant Sword Pokemon. Going in me party, obviously. I kind of... Sorry, I'm thinking. Helps me think to make weird noises, trust me. Alright, so Bolto, you're gonna have to get Yeet for now because we're at Electric Gym Zone. You're not gonna really help. Parisian from Wish. It's the Wish version. Exclamation mark ticket if you want to beat the Domefion. Make your choice now, chat. You're in or you're out. Well, there is the Steel type. Wait, is Scramble here still? Scramble! Yeah, Scramble. If Scramble's not here, can I have someone who already has a mod? Oh, there you are, Scramble. Pretty certain this guy is Steel Cross. Yeah, there you go, get in there. Go ass in there. Holding out for my fire type. I've had exactly 1 fire type. It's kind of been a little bit pitiful, actually. Old guys are still ghosts. Yeah. Alright, closing in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I have an ingrown toenail. Won't go away. For weeks. Normally I'd go for an Ice of Dragon Sire, but I got one for here. Right, draw it. Azurite! Welcome on in, Azurite. Oh, my caps lock is on. Oopsies. Congratulations, buddy. And why don't we dink dunk and me scramble? Alright, we're in. Hell yeah. Guessing that's the Magikarp of this world. Hello, ma'am. Oh, thank you for the Sunstone, Miss Ma'am. Of course I get something from this dude. Oh, everyone wants to trade. Yes, I'm here to hear about your Rapidash. Yay! Thanks for the push bike voucher. Let's go! Whee! Okay. Oh, hello. No, I do not have a Spearow. Arm! Where is it? Okie dokie. Now. Item. Move to Azurite Kettle. Also. Sorry, the auto sprite just makes me chuckle. Wait. What ability do you have? Leaf Guard prevents problems with status and sunny weather. What is Douglade's ability? Should I do a reverse and then a reverse? I feel like I should do a reverse and then a reverse. Let's do that. Can I just do that willy-nilly? No, I cannot. Why? Alright! Ah, crackling! What the fuck? I swear I don't smoke a pack a day, chat. I swear it. So many water and electric types that I have. I want to see what it looks like the other way around. Yes. Ah, okay. Those swords with little leaves on it. That's grass ghost type. Oh, this one has a custom thing. The twin leaves of the leaf blade wrap around the stems and trunks of plants and trees, draining them their life energy to feed itself. It's a weed! In a dire situation, it can stick into the ground to absorb nutrients from roots. Oh my. Yeah, sure. I literally just deleted sand attack, you wank. Jesus Christ. Okay, so that's what you look like that way around. Rip enigmatic slime is so sad. I think I have to unfuse. Oh. No god. Ensures attacks by or against the Pokemon land. Ooh. Ooh. That'd be tempting. Okay. Do I want no god chat, or do I want whatever the fuck Leafeon's ability is? As I really wanted to have Leaf Blade and Sand Attack. Well, Sand Attack's not exactly very helpful in this scenario, is it? Normally, if you have alt sprites, it'll offer you straight away some guy. If there isn't, it won't show you. So I can almost guarantee there is no alt sprite. Yeah, see? No alt sprite for you. Unless you're talking about the Uno reversed version. Is that what you're talking about? No guard? No guard's better? Okay, so I'm gonna have to unfuse and refuse this little fucker. Take that item off you first before you destroy it. Well, you had Leaf Guard. I already know it's Leaf Guard, not Chlorophyll. Run out of splices. Use. I'm gonna assume that you want to be Steel Grass. My assumption. How's it going? That's it, right? That's me. That's me. Yeah, no god. Fine. Should I put Warfare in circulation? The gym? What have I got against Lieutenant Surge or Prime, I should say? Cut. Slime. Grand type. Oh, Jesus, excuse me. Oh, wait, I didn't put your name back on. Hold on. I just literally, my brain's left me. Who the fuck won this one again? That's alright, that's alright. What did I miss? Me checking your other form. See, now you're male because I unfused you and refused you, so it's giving you a gender now. I and Centerleaf make a question mark? Oh, they do too! Huh, that's interesting. The stats, because if it's a special attacker, then no. Ugh, I gotta, fuck. The coffee's made me need to go for another bathroom break. Sorry, chap. Another bathroom break, and then I'll come back and check Azurite Cathar. Is that so? I'll be right back. I might just sit on this screen. Sorry, I'm gonna smack you with 3 minutes ads again. Just to get rid of those pre-rolls while I'm gone. You know. Wait. Wait, I have an idea. I really gotta go to the bathroom, but I wanna do this first. Wait. There you go. Enjoy the view while I'm gone. Be right back. 3 minutes ads. Toodaloo. as the rising sun. Something like that. A little hole in the corner of his mouth there. I love like you wouldn't be able to tell this was a he if it wasn't for the fact that I told you. Fucking fabulous. 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 The greatest of queens wish they were this beautiful. I can't even nod, no nothing. No moving, no nothing. I'm like pinned to a board. No movement. Moisturize me. The fuck did I tab? God's work. That's what you tab back into. God's work. Need to make it so we can zoom in closer because he's got galaxies in his eyes and you can't fucking see it very well. And I'm proud of it and I want you to be able to see the galaxy eyes. Otherwise I'd be very sad. Anyway, back on task, Selfie. Back to job shit. It was me all along. You miss me? Mela! How you doing? Oh, spine crunch. Oh, that's right. I was going to look and see. Okay, I got a sweat ball again. No, stop. Stop. I was gonna look and see. Stats on Azurite Kettle. There. Yes. I've got Beyond, and I've got New Blade. All right. Oh, know what I meant to do. Go back. That one. You definitely got less weaknesses in this.
Ginger Cinder 13 for gifting 5 subs to my shadows. A worthy tribute indeed. Ginger Cinder 13 gifted a tier 1 sub to the underscore death underscore of underscore death.
Wait, what?
Congratulations on starting a fucking scam train.
How the fuck did you start a
Ginger
scam
Cinder
train?
13 gifted a tier 1 sub to Crooner.
How the fuck did you start a scam train with one gift bomb? How? What? What? Did I miss something? I missed the fucking jingle bells? But that's still only one thing. What happened? Bert, when the fuck did you jingle bell me, you bastard? Here's the sale, bitch loves the sale. It's on sale. Discounts everywhere. I remembered to activate it. I meant to activate it my last 2 streams and I kept forgetting. I'm like, fuck. You got scammed. The free hype trailer's gone. Thank you for 5 gifted. Missed actually the one in the subathon. Yeah. Alright, so it looks like in this form, your HP, defense, special attack, and special defense have dropped ever so slightly, but your speed has shot up by 20 points overall. So you're just really fast. Gotta go fast. Gotta go fast. So it is a better version. Alright, I'll let you keep it then. I'll let you have it. Won't comb all over them. Hey, yo, I'll do it again. Anyway, I'm gonna give you an item real quick. Alright, let's go level up this little bastard. Nice stuffing in my chat, Pure House Cat. Thanks for hanging out. I really appreciate it. Please sleep well. Please sleep well. Oh. Okay, I thought my chat had broken. Cloud Bibi, how you doing? Top of the time zone to you. Oh, you got a gifted sub. Congratulations. enjoy the emotes. Enjoy them. I don't have a magic harp. I'm sorry. No magic harps for me. Oh, hello, sir. Yeah. Hello. Oh, hello, old man. Oh, you're the move deleter. I don't really need you. You don't really matter in this. Wait, what the fuck was that? Look at that. There's a little shadow back there. There's a ghost! The old man has a dead body under the house! I am speed! My horse cat! Alright. Fucking dead bodies under the house, man. Thanks for letting me lurk. No problem. I just, you know, didn't feel like harassing you today. Oh, I have a bomb mushroom. Here you go. I've only got one bomb mushroom. 15,000 for it though. Hot damn. Fire. Wait. Didn't I have a fire water type at some point? Or was it my last run? I think that was my last run. It was me lurking in the walls. In the fucking walls. I saw the little hole. Okay, I saw in the rules 18 plus. I'll be back in later. I'll see you in a month. Boy, Cloud Baby. Thank you for being respectful. I appreciate you, Cloud Baby. Use the emotes in the meantime. Was invited too, but I unfortunately lost my ticket. Oh, alright, this is the one that was the fucking crabby legs. He's the fat man with the fat man crabby legs. Hello there, young one. Do you have a fishing rod? I do have a rod. Do you want to see it? You see, I've been in a bit of a dire situation as well. I was walking around the show, fish, but then technical left out and wouldn't show me boot. Alright, you're the boot man. I'll go get your boot. Boot your ass. Bring him out, tease killers. Don't hurt me, please, killers. I'll get him.
I am never gonna financially recover.
Thank you for the hype train. I appreciate it. What did you get? What did you get? What did you get? Oh, that didn't. That's not. Ah, what the fuck? Tried to press the button to show me the emote, and it just. Okay. Is Twitch been borked for anybody else? Because I swear Twitch has been fucked for me for a while now. Like, shoutouts don't appear correctly. Shoutouts don't appear correctly. First time chatters don't appear correctly. And not only that, now I can't even click the button that says, like, show the hype train emote, and it just opens up the emote toggle rather than pulling out the emote and saying choo-choo. It's like, what the fuck is going on? What are you people doing? Also, I wanted to confuse everyone with the gender, and you know. I did a good job. I'm a good girl. Alright, where's Killers? Oh, there you are. My Bibarizard is. Oh, I do have a Bibarizard. I do kind of wish that there was a fucking PC in there. That would be nice if there was, but I'll go all the way back here. Sure, I'll go all the way back here again. Oh wait, that's not what I wanted. I'm nuts. Aha! I knew it! Alright, get out of here for a second. I'll come back for you, I promise. Definitely. See, now it makes sense for me to run around in my pajamas because it's the middle of the night. Therefore, I'm not weird. You. Oh, I got candy! I literally just took candy from a stranger. This is fine. Wait, if this guy knows all the quests I've done. That means he knows I've done Team Rocket quests. Is he a snitch? I don't worry about this. I've helped so many people.
Mac and cheese?
Yes.
It's a mediocre
And
dish for
lantern.
mediocre people. Stealthy Mouse probably burns it anyway. If you want real food, come to the Froggy Queen for gourmet choices. Bow down to true taste. Ribbit.
Okay, next question. What are her gourmet choices? I need to know. What are the gourmet choices? Because she's so based for saying mac and cheese is ass. But I need to know what her gourmet options are. That's a map, not what I want. Do I drag Wolfier into this for the gym? I feel like I probably should. But I know because of that lavatar, it's gonna take forever! Never completed. Oh, right, I never went back. My bad. I gotta go back up there to get the bike anyway, so. Get out of my goddamn way, boy! Any free stuff? No freebies. Alright, new zone over here. 2 new zones, technically speaking. I want Dork up front.
Frog legs sauteed in butter, lily pad salad, and swamp delicacies. Only the finest for the Froggy Queen. Bow down if you want the best, or stick to your bland mac and cheese. Ribbit.
Matt, you better fucking watch your backs. She eat frog's legs, does that mean she's been eating chatters that just fuck up or something? Is she been eating chatters? I know she's the queen, but I feel like we should put the limit at cannibalism. Scramble! 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 Steel type! Scramble! 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 You may want this! My ball situation's getting a little bit low though. Hello, mac and cheese, fight me! Mac and cheese is ass. Complete and utter ass. Of course you would fucking hit a dragon rage. Dude, I'm... Mind yourself. I just want to drop some leech seed. Thank you very much. All right, hang on. I have to ask her. I need. Okay. I need. Just hold the line, chat. I need clarification on something.
From the finest swamps, of course. Unlike you, I know where to find true delicacies. Maybe if you focus more, you'd learn about real food instead of your lackluster Pokemon strategies. Bow down to true taste. Ribbit.
Why bring my Pokemon game into this? I've been doing just fucking fine! Thank you very much! It's half of what I want. Half is better than none, buddy! It's gonna be steel type. You can swap it around, right? Deflecting from eating Chaz. Like, oh, I got it from a swamp. Yeah. Hang on. Sorry, I'm super distracted by Chato-san right now. No, it's on cooldown, you bitch! It shouldn't be on cooldown, I'm the boss! Everyone is still alive. I mean, yeah, but you can reverse them around. Didn't you want it to be steel type? Didn't you say? You just reverse the head and the butt. So he's steel dragon instead of the...
I hunt them myself.
Whatever the fuck that is.
Of course. Only the finest frogs in the best swamps for Shadow Sand. Unlike Stealthy Mouse, I know how to find quality. Bow down and learn from the Froggy Queen. Ribbit.
Yeah, it's mine! Alright, that's it. I'm gonna cheat and go through the back rooms to ask her something. Hold, I... Early Pop, I have questions! Where's the button for the thing that I need? I will find it, and I will ask my questions! You do remember you're a frog, right?
Of course I'm a frog. A fabulous one, at that. Unlike you, I embrace my greatness. Bow down to the Froggy Queen and stop pointing out the obvious. Your ignorance is showing. Ribbit.
Next thing is cannibalism, question mark?
Cannibalism? Only if I had to resort to eating the likes of you, Stealthy Mouse. But I'd rather keep my gourmet options fresh and delicious. Bow down to the Froggy Queen and stop with the ridiculous questions. Ribbit.
Doesn't count you guys to be on par with her. She's like, nah, it's not the same thing. I might be a frog, and there might be a frog, but that's like the difference between a pure blood noble and like a peasant. He's different. What? Azurite's just doing a bunch of leveling up. Hang on. Level 7. There we go. We are Dark Rock. Wouldn't the reverse be... No, it'd be Steel Dragon. Aaron is Dragon type. Is the Steel type. Aaron is Steel type.
Transformers lore? Please. I'm too busy ruling my Froggy Kingdom to care. Stealthy Mouse probably doesn't even understand it. Why would I let her clutter my brilliant mind with nonsense? Bow down to a true queen instead. Ribbit.
She's like, I forgot it on purpose. I forgot it, but I meant to forget it. Oh, sorry, I'm stretching my hand. Give me a second. It's gonna be sore. Alright. Okay, okay. Join me, balls, as this fucking thing. Exclamation mark ticket to be this, or like I'll reverse it and make it Dragon Steel, which is probably what I'm gonna do. Which, oh wait, Dragon Steel, that means it'll be good with against fairies too. That'll be useful. Fuck you, fairy. Let's look at it on the decks, shall we? Let me see. What's this called? I don't know what this thing is called. It's not Agron because it's the final form. What's the baby form? I don't remember. Later on, that's it. Alright, so the inner reverse is Steel Dragon. Ooh, it really fucks its stats though, god damn. If it goes Steel Dragon, your HP goes down by 4, your attack goes... I know, it's just easy to show you the fucking screen. What am I doing? What the hell am I doing, bud? Correct screen. See, it do this. It do this, bud. That's the... But like, you get so much better this ways. Look at this. It's so much better here. You just lose a fuck ton of stats in the process. No one needs defense anyway, right? Just a tiny little bit of speed added on top. Also, it looks nice, does it? Take that back! What does your final form look like if I can get you, keep you alive for that fucking long? Well, that's what you look like at round 2. And then you get to the final form, and you look like that. Take that back. He looks perfectly beautiful. Ooh, that's a lot of moves. Jesus Christ. Na 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 na. Where your stats go? Hello? Am I blind? Where the... Oh, no, they're the types. There it is. Are you dead? I don't know, am I? I'm pretty certain you haven't come back since, round 13. We're on round 14. Pretty sure. Defense is overrated as long as we kill it before they kill us. All that matters. Buy special attack as well. He gets whooped. That's fine. That's fine. Oh, stop looking! Stop looking, chat! That's mine! That's my secret stuff. Closing giveaway in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Close. Drop in that. Killers! Welcome! If it turns out that you actually already had them on, we'll just fucking swap you out. Alright, who's getting the yote? I feel like Omega just for gym stuff. Yes. Killers. Yes. But of course it's Killers. He's one of the favored ones who always gets in. Always. It's been years. Alright. Let's go take a quick look. They see me wanting the get out of the way. Katie. Restore first. Healer, Wolfia, Astra, some guy, Keith, Bolto, Mega, Turnip, Calamus. No, so you're not on there. You may be this guy. I'm gonna swap you around. Gonna swap you around. You're gonna get Uno reversed, my little friend. Do I have a reverser? Got the ability that would have been fucking best. Ah, you could have had the ability levitate. Bro. Wait, I'm gonna unfuse you and pray I get lucky and you have levitate, because I feel like levitate would be really, really, really nice to have. I'm gonna unfuse and refuse you instead. So let's do that. Unfuse. I have no fucking sticks. Hang on. I give me some sticks. Get Ron! How's it going? If you ever win a run, will you stop playing this game or will there be more? Although, talking about this game specifically, I'll probably swap to another game. I've got lots of different Pokemon games I want to play. There's a Team Rocket one that I want to play. I want to play Mystery Dungeon. There was another emulator one as well that was like running a Pokemon thing that I want to play as well. So if we win a run with Infinite Fusions, I will probably swap to a different game, yes. Fusion Ball! Give. Oh, no, I don't want 120. Jesus Christ. I'll take 20, not 120. Fuck me. I know I'm a bit rich, but I don't want to waste that much money. Like it loud. You'll like it loud. I keep forgetting that I have a PC in here. Alright, unfuse and hope that you have levitate. Because that'd be really, really, really nice. I mean, sturdy's good too, but levitate. Fuck. God damn it. Unless I don't get levitate until you evolve. That could be a thing. Hang on. Like. Oh, I think hustle becomes levitate. Okie dokie. Hustle becomes levitate. Little moves, but I don't evolve. You don't get that final evolution to like level 65, I'm pretty sure. Hustle physical move does 1.5 times damage, but have 0.8% accuracy. Yeah, let's not do that. All right, fine. We'll keep sturdy then. Does wireless even have levitate? No, I was looking at Hydreigon is my problem. Anyway, whatever. Put you back together again. It'll add to my fusions and unfusions list so I can unlock shit later. Back together with you. Why does he look so naked there? I swear he used to have more like silver on his back. Hey, put his clothes back on. I'm sorry, I'm going to unborn you because you can't float. Float better. Useless troglodyte. Why are you blue? Oh, this one has a custom. Lyrulos's 2 heads are made of dense iron. While sleeping in its cave, the 2 heads unintentionally alternate snoring, the sound echoing deep through the tunnels. Alright, we'll keep sturdy then. Fuck yeah. No. No. Why are you trying to learn these shitty moves? Stop it! Mud slap. I'm sorry. How much? No. Dragon Rage. Alright. Okay. Back in the team with you. You've got the EXP share, but you kind of need it still. Now I got 2 steelies. Alright. Okie dokie. Righty go, righty-o. They're looking okay, I think. I gotta... Also means I have some good backup Pokemon as well, if anyone kicks the bucket. Not that anyone will kick the bucket, I am too professional for that, but, you know... Even professionals need a backup plan, just in case, just in case. Safety's sake. What's in here? An Eevee! Huh? Oh, no, I don't want roll out. Bugger off. This is one of the bedrooms. Okay. We're gonna go in the cave still. We've got another Pokemon to catch in the cave. But first... Issa Tinks. I'll battle it. Ooh, I don't know, I've got a little weak Pokemon on me in a minute. Alright, fuck it. Fuck it, we ball. Win, good joke, win for short. Come on, guys, that's a Mewtwo. Hello, bite it. Ow. Kill it dead, kill it dead. Sweet Lord have mercy, he had thick thighs. We're just not going to see them for ages. Who? Wait, who's them? Metal sound. Purple sound lady scraping metal harsh, but just... No. Your eyes? Really? 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 No. No. It's the Eevee side of you trying to be cute. Doesn't work when you have a fucking sword for a head. sorry to tell you, Azurite, it's just not gonna happen that way, you know? Are you gonna do all of the game or just the Elite Four? I would intend, if I managed to defeat the Elite Four, I would intend to keep going, but I would still count it as one by just defeating the Elite Four. It's the same typage as me. Oh, the fuck? Oh, okay. Fire! Wait, who's learning quick attack? You are. Get rid of it. No one dies just like there were never a war in Bossing Say. Press it. He's learning so much, my guy. Slow down a little bit, eh? Slow down a little bit. Smell the roses, eh? Now I can bite it. Good stuff. Hungry? Alright. He's got the amulet coin on him, so I'm milking these people for all the cash they got. They are gonna be broke. Broke as shit. I need to keep going after Elite Four so I can see me and I can wipe run. Hey. None of that. I will continue playing after Elite Four. We never get that far. Because I want to see the other region that they have. The Jota region. Alright, who's next? Old man? I feel like this old man has almost killed me several times. But maybe not this time! Haha! Electro bomb! I just got bitch slapped. I love that I keep trying to electrocute him. He's just like, nope, I'm too flexible for you. Hit. Hound bitch. Hound bitch! Hound him. I have no idea what the other thing is. I'll just stay like this. Oh, rubbish, of course. That's what happens when you throw your puppy in the trash, chat. Are you shagged yet? You bitch! Okay. Kiss it. Kiss the rubbish! Don't be a pussy, slime! Yeah, you kiss that trash can. Trash bag, even worse. Who's learning rollout? Oh, you are. No. Fuck those curs, it's a little puppy in a trash bag. Hey, Mouse, even all. Hey, Blue Crusade, how you doing? How's the hot? How you rolling? I should put me keg up for a little bit. I don't know why. I keep leveling Dork because I feel not so scared having Dork up front, but I need to let the others level because I need to battle with them later. Alright, pray I don't die for doing that. Look at me glasses, I'm such a nerd. Nano shock. What? Okay. None of my nut and doing nothing. What is it? You're supposed to be super effective against that fucker. Wow, what was all that about? Useless sod. Alright, next one. Another old guy that I'm definitely scared to fight. Rollout too risky for this game, yeah. I mean, I kind of used it early games, didn't have to worry about it so much, but... Hello? slightly terrifying, I will admit. I'm gonna just try that real quick, and then I'm probably gonna run like a pussy. I'm running! Can you tell I'm a little bit nervous and trying to figure out what I should do? Hey, can you tell? Can you tell? Can you tell? Can you tell, chat? Yeah, sure. Ow. I should have known that would happen. Right, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Who's learning poison tail? You are! Beautiful! A physical poison attack. Thank fuck for that. I can't use spark and bite pretty often, so I'm gonna get rid of poisons. Ah, good! Got home from work an hour ago. Welcome home. That's a fairy type. No, thank you. Me keg, please help. Up agility. Poison tail! Get him! Get him! Get him! Get him! That's what I'm talking about. How was work? Treat you well, make good money. Brass whistle? It's a sleep thing, isn't it? It's like a final boss narrator. Little did Stealthy know, Scarredly would be the last Pokemon her 6 would see. Wrong! I whooped his ass. Wipe the floor with him. 55% accuracy. I don't want that shit. Alright, time to go heal again. Because I don't like when my Pokemon die. Really don't. I like them alive. And warm. And fleshy. I'm laying on bed! I'm playing a new game. What? The new game? Pokemon Legends ZA? Is that the new game? Whoa, there's lots of new games that have been out lately. Elaborate, please! Alright, time to fight this guy. Whoa. That is terrifying. I fucking love it. Love it. Oh. Ferraris. Okay. Poison tail? I should have known that would happen. I'm asleep! God damn it! Wake up! Wake up! See, if this was realistic, that bug would be fucking dead. Dead bug. What do you think bug zappers are for, eh? Alright, who's next? You are. Yes, Legends EA, sorry. Unbelievable. Describing everything to me. What do you think this is? I am weak and weak against you. Let's not fuck around with that. No Rantango in that. Thank you. But I... Who do I want to send down here? Yes, because I don't want to send Xenos out. It's the fire type. Give him a kiss. My little smooch. Oh, that is shithole, didn't it? Make it rain. That's gonna do anything. Oh shit, now I'm stuck in a fire spin. Great! Amazing! Slime, you might be in a little bit of a pickle. Alrighty. Gotta do that again and... Ow. You fucking missed. Oh, wait! I'm free! I'm free! I'm free! He's free! He's free! He can get out! He can get out! He can get out! He's fine. Dork. Oh. Okay, okay. You got this. You slash him. Yay! I don't know what that is. I'm a wild Gabite. Right. Paralyze it to slow it down. Not in a fire spin, so I can swap out. Is Mikeg good as against this? I think Mikeg should be fine. Thanos would be in danger. I'm gonna send out Mikeg and pray he don't die. Oh, fit. I got 40. I got 40. I got 40. I have to be above 40 at all times. Ah. Alright, we're good now. We're good now. I'm not on death row anymore. This is fine. Poison tear! Alright, we're alive. No need to panic, chat. I have everything. Everything is under control. Has ground moves? It's fine, don't worry about it. Dead now! Automatized! User sheds part of its body to make itself lighter and sharply raise speed stat. I don't think I need more speed than I already got. Just gonna say it. What do we got? Zoro! Lurk! Lurk. Oh, Zoro. Right. I don't. I'm just gonna poison down. Okay. Wait, that means Wait a minute. Work. Maybe I'll send Dork out. Get paralyzed. Motherfucker. I miss being a flush. Yes, blue. I will find you. Oh, right. Wait, that's my headstones. Hang on. I'm pulling out the dead bodies. Wrong thing. It's my bees. Blue. You are in front of the headstone. Definitely not a precursor to nothing that you would be in front of that headstone. Alright, I don't think I'm pretty sure I'm safe from rival here. I'm fine. Hello? You? For a nocturnal Pokemon called Venonat. Wow, I sure wish I could help you with that! Pidgey, really? Yeah, no, you can't find those, thank you. No. Hello? Oh, there we go. Who are you? Just a rando? It's also been blocking the way for days. It's so heavy that nothing can move it. I've tried everything. It won't budge at all. Maybe there's a way to wake it up. Okay. Flute, and that's later. I could have sworn that there was a thing that I haven't got checked for years. I could have sworn there used to be a Professor Oak person upstairs that I could talk to. They'd give me something. Maybe it's a different area. Get your levels, Mikeg. Hell yeah. Dinosaur! Might be dangerous. Keg's not really getting much levels at this moment. Nugget! I like nuggets. Ah, gotta get out of the damn grass. Hello again. Goodbye. Yes, I'm taking the safe route. Fight me. Alright, one more healing, and then I'm going into the cave, catching another Pokemon. I don't remember where the fuck to get cut from. And he's howling. Oh right, it's on the ship. I remember. Alright, this way. Oh, there's lots of people in here. I have, but I'm not telling. Oh. I don't know if I want to know, small child. Ah! What have we got? I mean, I've seen worse. I have seen worse. Yeah. Seen much worse. Also, I should have had Dork up front so that I can stun. There we go. Ow. Also, I forgot to go shopping for more balls, but they should be fine. Drowsy Trico, not half bad. Kill it. No! Oh, no, I'll catch it. These guys are so fucking easy to catch. What is going on? I swear the playthrough just before this was like 10 times harder to catch anyone. Everyone was breaking free. I just kept running out of balls. Alright, exclamation mark ticket to beat Drauko. Drauko? Doesn't seem like a bad combination. Psychic, grass. Oh, and we got 2 different sprites you can choose from. You can either be smiling creepily or you can be having a happy little dance. Do a little dance, make a little love. Staring at you, da 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 da. Staring at you, da 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 da. M's choices. Use the fusion ball because I wanted to use my not so good balls first. You might notice that I've been using Pokeballs before Great Balls. It's just as how I roll. Get rid of my shitty stuff first. Then when I get desperate, I use the good stuff. I'm a cheap shit, alright? Does no one want this? Exclamation mark ticket if you want to be Drauko. Anyone? Nobody? Nobody wants a wrinkly little snoot? No one at all? Is this a hate brigade I'm seeing? Some guy, you already have a Pokemon. We ain't opening up to that until about the 3rd gym badge. Or after the 3rd or 4th gym badge. Halfway through. We ain't even at the halfway mark, buddy. Where was I supposed to meet the other Team Rocket member, by the way? I wasn't really paying attention to that bit. I should probably look that up. Batman! Get out of there! Not even a model that sticks out the hat? What? Name it Creeper. I was like, I think they're the only one who wants it. I don't think some guy actually wants it. I don't even think they do want it. They're full of shit. Do you want it, some guy? Is this what you want? I'm ugly IRL. I don't want to be on it. It's like I'm already ugly. Ah, excuse me. Not particularly. Alright, choose now, yes or no, because it was only you that entered. Remembering that you can swap around with your other version of yourself that you have. I can't remember what it was. Is there another one? Shut up, Blue! Shut it! Stick you upside down off the garden fence, let the magpies pick your eyes out. Got 5 seconds, some guy. I'll pick it up there. 5. Then, okay. I was like, this fucker. Alright, what sprite do you want? Do you want creepy? Or having a dance? Stare, dance, stare, dance, stare, dance. You want? I think it could be useful, but this is ugly. Aw. Can I have the creepy stare? Alrighty. That means you've had both of your forms. Store a PC. Right. There. Alright. What a shame. Alright. Oops, I've got my curse. What's this dude doing up here? No? Oh, I can't see you unless I have strength. Okay. Fine! Be that way. You ugly fuck-ass thing. Get out of here. Well, at least it'd be kind of some half-decent leveling for Mikeg around- oh, Mikeg around here. Oh, I can't even use this because I haven't got cut yet. Ah! Sod it all to hell. No, I don't want you, stupid Mr. Mime. Need one bomb too big. This is a lot of stuff you need there, Miss Ma'am. You forget to rename killers? No, I went back and renamed killers. I swear I did. Oh. Okay, never mind. I didn't. My bad. Bloop. Just gaslighting chat up in here, it's fine. You have no proof? No evidence? It wasn't even a collar. Alright, let's get out of here. I need more cut. Blood in the clip. Hang on, let me just see if I had to do something on this ship as Rocket. Where's the quest stuff? Hang on. Remember how to do this. Quest journal? Fuck. Get all the type experts scattered around the Kanto region. Alright, you want those flowers. I can't do that. Go get some wood. So can I not? I forget where he told me to go! I don't remember the city he wanted me to go to. Stop that! I think it was that one. I think it was that one he wanted me to go to. Caledon. I'm pretty certain it started with a C. I think. It's... Oh, it's just a very chunky PC. What? Wait, what are we? Where? Oh, Swift. No, thank you. No, thank you. No, thank you. I don't want your scam. Greed sickens me. Alright, let me in. I love that they don't check your ticket until you're on the boat already. It's a bit late to be checking tickets at that point. Hello, old man. Old mate has seen better days, that's for sure. Look at him. Sorry, little son. Yeah, I didn't think that was gonna do much. The fact that he's fire type makes me not want to send out Xenos, but I want to lose Xenos. But. Fuck it. Right. Now Xenos is stuck out here. Amazing. I missed. Oh! That fucking hurt. Damn. Fuck that guy. Jesus. Just want to steal your potions, buddy. That reminds me, I was supposed to buy more potions before I came here. Anything in my trash can? Oh, free stuff. I hydrated. Are you happy now, King Prawn? Are you happy? Am I good, girl? Did I do good? Did I do good? I did good, right? I did good, right. Azurite Cat is looking good level-wise. I think it's time for your stuff to be moved. Oh, excuse me. Alright, next room. I'm gonna save because I'm scared. Even though I can't save scum because I'm Nuzlocking, but that's beside the point. Which fusion calculator do you use? I use, the only one that I've found that is up to date is this. This is the only fusion calculator that I've found that seems to be up to date. That's such a creepy noise. I don't like that. That's her eyes looking good. Oh no, she's cursed me. Don't worry. Look, you got a whole level all by yourself. All by yourself. You should be proud. Magical leaf. 60. Hey, shut up, King Prawn. Don't ruin it. Shadow Sneak. Ooh, buddy. Ghost type, though. Nah, fuck it, why not? Yeah, killers, get them levels! Finally! Metal type move, let's go! Fuck off with Mud Slap. Hulk Dash! Is that a Palkia Rapidash? That's a Palkia Rapidash. I haven't got my water type on me. Palkia Rapidash. Oh my fucking god, it's a Pegasus! I love it! Oh, wait, Palkia was water type? What? Eh? Palkia wasn't water type, was it? Was it? I thought Palkia was fire type. Fire dragon. Wait, then what is Dialga? Right, ground type. Right. Yeah. Okay. Damn. Dragon Pal? Steel Dragon. Steel Dragon is the other. Huh. Okay. Curse has started. Rocks. Fuck this guy. Fight it. Ow. Live! Well, also love. That's right. Anyway, I took your bad luck from you. You get to love and live another day. Who's learning Rock Tomb? It'd be funny if I had an EXP share on Igniting Slime and they leveled up whilst I was fighting and therefore resurrected. That would have been nice. I have to carry around their dead body. Ew. Wait, can I leave the ship and come back? Oh, I can leave the ship and come. Okay, never mind. Maybe I don't have to carry around his dead corpse. Alright, we're good, we're good, we're good. Bad. So much for the water compaction ability. It really didn't help much. It wasn't really much of a help if you couldn't even tank a single water type hit, I'll be honest. it was happy thoughts, you know, it was top thinking, yeah. Anyway, happy travels. Nice knowing you, I guess. Suppose there's a reason I accidentally opened the headstone folder earlier, isn't there? Just gonna put slime so that it fits. There you go. Happy days. Well, sacrifice will not be in vain. Probably. Maybe. Potentially. Alright, who's next on the not chopping block, but like in my collection? Balto! I'm feeling you. Get in there. Dragon. Dragon's everywhere. But I have a Pokemon that's like good against dragons, maybe. Not another dragon, perhaps. Maybe I should put a Astronevia on there instead. Because I'm all out of fairies, and you know, no more fairies left. No fairies left. Anyway. Healthy the dragon tamer at it again, me and my dragons. Also fairy, but we know what happened to that. Look, man, you shouldn't have been fairy ground type if you wanted to be more useful. All I will say. Hello, Fable. Here to steal your shit, but you will be remembered with fondness well before we mock past fast, but you will be remembered soon after. Can't remember if I got in this run or was 13. I have no king prawn in this run. Nippity nope. Oh, gonna double battle. Wait, I shouldn't have. Whatever. Fuck it, go for it. Would be nice if it was a triple battle. It's slightly blurred, I will say. I feel like the little flesh. What the fuck would the flesh little flesh arms be? Would it just be heated rocks that just at you or what? Butter moss! Yummy. Butterfree. And another bug type, I don't know. Ah, Venomoth. Right. Makes sense. Fuck. No, you fucking sleep powder! Yeah. Ball of stone. Hey. There is no ball rolling anywhere. It was a singularity, that is it. Ah, the Quelly! Double Quelly. Uh-oh. I'm gonna get Azurite Kato the fuck out of there before he gets melted and burnt to a blistering pile of nothing. So not entirely sure who. Ow. Fuck your safeguard. Hang on. Give me now, alright? I'm using big brain power. You wouldn't understand yet. Wouldn't get it. When's the last time you used brain power? Never. That's when. Alright, cool. That one's down. Please don't have a second Pokemon. I cry. Ah! Fuck! Again! I can't see how much HP Mikeg has. Mikeg, what's your HP doing? Please tell me. I have to go check. Oh, 37. Hell no. Hell no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No. No, 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 no. We don't play with that here. Okay. We don't play with below 40 HP in this house. Also, fuck this Umbaldo, I tell you. Oops, what I meant to do. I knew this guy was gonna be a dick. Come on, die already! You're too goddamn steady! Another potion. Another one. Fuck you, baby doll eyes. My grass steel or grass ghost? Grass steel, which is why I got you the fuck out of there. Pretty sure you're grass. Yeah, grass steel. That was big danger. Yes, yes, big danger. Let me check your trash can. Ugh. Get anything out of it. Rip off. Oh, pinching my goddamn weave, you bastards. I've been playing nice with you, chat, and you're just nothing but rude. Downstairs. Another trash can! Oh, I can't look at that one. What's the point of you? Me, Wrath of Grumble. Grumble, grumble. Oh, I'm in the jits, grumble. Okay. Oh, who summoned Ashrail? Is that a random summon? You know what, Grumble? You don't actually deserve to be summoned out after fucking snacking my weave. Hello. You've got the time, could I rearrange my fusion? Sure, oh, he's holding his pants up, I love that. A whole lot of anything I can do. Yeah, I might swap. Oh. Oh, fuck, okay. I'm scared. Ah, see, that's what I was scared of. Fighting type moves. Alright. Doing it. Surely he doesn't have outrage! Okay, he's dead. See, everything's fine. Dragon breath? Oh, okay. You also leave the target with the paralysis. I know Dragon Rage is generally good for, like, early game, but should I just swap it out for Dragon Breath now? I'll hang on to it. Maybe I should get rid of Bite. I want to keep Metal Claw for Stab. I'll get rid of Bite. But also Physical versus Special. Ah! It's so hard, chat. I'm not good at this shit. I can always relearn it later. Headbutt, but 70 damage. Also physical. I'm pretty certain these guys are both physical attackers. What? Yeah, physical attackers, not special attackers. 93 on the physical versus 61. Oh, that's not quite right. 88 on the physical versus 60. No. I can read the right number! 86 on physical! 55 on special. Yeah, physical, yeah, so I don't know if Dragon Breath is even worth it because it's special. Special! Oh yeah, I'll just get rid of it for now. Worry about it later. Not your step! Oh, fine, grass type. You're a bit confused, but it's alright. Humpidos! Humpy. Hump. Hurry. Sit down mid-keg to see what's going on. Again, electric poison. He is. Let's go steel. I keep forgetting what the fucking logo on the bottom is. Is that steel? I don't know, bro. These ones don't show me the logos to know what, do, and how. Goes rock. Okay. Which case. To the streamer, but how do you sound? What? What? What's another question? What do I sound like? Oh shit! Now I'm paranoid. Am I on the wrong microphone? Hello, how you doing, Lane? Perigold. Lane Perigold? Maybe. Okay, it's okay. We need healing, is what we got. Oh, it's a rock. It's a rock. The steel is a little round thingy or something like that. I don't know the stupid type logos, man. I'm a vibe Pokemon trainer. I'm not a learn everything Pokemon trainer. I like what's cool and what I vibe with. No, Stealthy, you never put up. Stop. Oh, wait, there was a summon for Dami's frog? I don't remember it, I'm sorry. Oh, you're sitting on Blue's face. Hang on. Get out of the way. Okay. Hey, what the fuck? Yo! Wait. Why does that give Elden Ring vibes? Is this an Elden Ring reference, or am I tweaking? It's freaking me the fuck out! What technology is this? Why are you in the game? Oh. I'm playing Pokemon Infinite Fusion, which is a fan game. You can only download from their Discord. Do not click on any links through Google. Don't trust it, because there have been scam things, and it's actually a virus. Don't do it. You have to go through their Discord. But I'm playing Infinite Fusions, and I made myself some custom sprites and stuck myself in there. That kiddo? It looks like a game character either way. About why did you tell me? be like, hey, bitch, you forgot about me. What you doing? The Steel Fairy. Steel Fairy. Steel Fairy. Is steel super effective against ice? It is, isn't it? I mean, I'm so sorry, Tommy. I did not see it. I'm so sorry. You gotta use that dink donk redeem. I swear to God, that's what it's there for. Be like, fucking streamer, read my last message. I'm sorry. Scarlet Rock Girl. Forgot her name. Melania? It's like Melania. It's on it. I'm sorry. No. All right. Weak. Oh, it is weak to steel. God damn it. Dark is weak to fucking fairy. Oh my god. Meow, 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 meow. You're weak to fairy, that's for sure. Moves on you though. Humbug. Oh god, and there goes the attack. Do I risk the keg? Fuck. Hang on, let me check everyone again. Yep, alright. Did I miss? Does it not affect because he's steel? Does poison not affect because he's a fucking steel type? Ah! Steel Fairy is the scariest type, but yeah, there, he's building stats, I'm scared. Yes, fuck! You're weak to psychic types. I know they've got hidden in there. Okay, wait, they made a stupid choice. Yeah, they made a stupid choice! Take advantage of the dumb opening, yes! Bite me, bitch. No, sweet! Bite me, Azurite. Shrimble. I think leaving the keg is probably the better choice here anyway. Poison Terror. We're fine, I panicked over nothing. All that panic for nothing. Glad I didn't overreact. Alright, back to healing. There was a Torkoal over there, what the fuck? Get out of my way. Three times attack, yeah. And it fumbled. It just fucked up. It made the stupid choice. Just like I would have. Hey. Hello, sir. Rescue this Torkoal from the water. For what? Look looks like it must have fallen overboard. I need an experienced trader to take care of it, preferably someone who has obtained the Vermilion City Gym badge. Am I tweaking, or is that not till like later? Like this ship is gonna be gone before then. Oh, I'm in Vermilion City. Okay. I could have sworn that this ship leaves once I do. Does this ship not leave? Am I crazy? Or is that in the actual game that it leaves and not in Infinite Fusions? Oh, fuck you and you're sturdy, dude. I was a tortoise still. I don't know. For starters, it can't swim, and for second, it's fire tap. I'd buy it. I don't know if I want it, but has saved my ass a few times. Do I want bug bite? Fuck it, I'll take it. No raw for you. You can freely explore the ship after this, can't you? Can you? Stop trying to land raw! Buy ground, it's legit 4 times weight. What do they do? Oh, it's a dragon type. Hello. Sneeze in your nostrils. Excuse me. Ugh. Right, then replace Venno Shock. Like. My backup poison move. Eh. Eat it. Eat it. Yep. Lurk on the fire. Pass the bong. You got any more crap? You selling that shit? You got any more of that nice dust? I don't know. Hell, I do drugs? In your tail?
Good night. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. You're just missing out on the chaos and froggy greatness. Bow down to the queen before you leave, or you'll regret it. Rivet.
Better bow and scrape on your way out, bucko. Bye-bye, have a good sleep. Fuck, I don't want to do Alright, fine. Thanks for the crabby legs. I didn't want to do this quest right away, but okay. Yep, uh-huh. Pretty sure I fucked this up already. Ah, I fucked it! Or did I? I don't know. Come here, fat guy! I made it. God damn. Crab hammer? No one can learn it anyway. Pointless! Waste of time! Also, I haven't fished that man's boot yet. Anyway, back to what I was doing. Let me on. Let me on! I have to let you back on the ship, otherwise I literally couldn't complete that quest, so... Oh, there's more to the ship. That door wasn't there before. A Gistleberry! A great ball. Alright, sir, what have you got? No, yep, the first one is full with customers who are already waiting for the order. They will need the cake for dessert, but it was just on the table over there. Is this Swellix again? Surely it is him who is after the cake. This is how French sound like. I will get to you this time. Oh la la, it is much too rapid to catch. Why is the rapid so, like, pixelated? I have no choice. Is why he went to our placement. Cake. Okay, where's the closet? This is the closet. Yeah, wear a butler outfit. Wearing your frilly headdress. Oh, there's a maid outfit too. Okay, I'll take the maid outfit. Much cuter. Should I deal with this dude first? I feel like I should deal. I feel like I should deal with this fucking thing first. Hang on. Go, fucking. Go here. Can I not? Until. Oh, we got floating sprites. Okay, I'm guessing I can't have it until he learns his lesson and, like, brings his shit back again. Maybe gonna lure it with some dessert. Look, I have a quest. Alright, let's go. What the fuck? My guy! Anyway, let's just... Oh yes, we are ready to order. I would have the comfort de Valère Ox, if you please. Yeah, alright, all that shit. Yep. Ah yes, I shall have the same as my husband. Nice and easy, nice and easy. I think I'll have the blossom garden salad. We're just eating blossoms now. Why would I always go with the savory cinnabar? Sounds like a new, a Nutri-Grain bar. Okay. Blossom. Oh my god, do I have to get these orders right later? There's lots of blossom garden salad. Oh no, second thought. Savory cinnabar. Okay. I've already forgotten half the orders. I hope you're remembering for me, chat. Butcher of Destiny, welcome! He's already got food, so fuck that guy. No, I don't have a reservation. I'm working here. Can you tell with my maid outfit? Bro. Oh, buddy. Oh, fuck me. Can I carry two? Balosum, I'm a balosum. I'm a balosum and a balosum and a balosum. Alright, first balosum. This guy. This will be good. Second balosum. This madame. Okay. Hopefully they don't yell at me if I take too long. Savory cinnabar 1. Savory cinnabar 2. Savory cinnabar for you. Savory cinnabar for you. The quality of thing. Thing. Yep. That's both for you. Oh god. For you. And then it was a. And then I can't remember what Madame ordered. Fuck. Was it the cinnabar or was it the salad? I don't remember. Salad. I'm gonna assume she was the fucking salad. Please be a salad, 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 please be a salad.
A good waitress. Not a chance. Stealthy Mouse would trip over her own feet and spill everything. She can barely manage her Pokemon, let alone serve food.
Did I get
Go
around the
down
wrong
and
way?
accept that she's meant for failure. Ribbit.
I got it around the wrong way. Come on, guys. It was the right order, the wrong fucking way around. Picky bitches. A lot of them. You get the salad. Fuck you all. Who are you anyway? Well, I told you! But I wanted the— oh, sorry, some guy. I didn't read it! Hey, who mated me? Alright, is that all? Do I have to talk to this dude too? You're on. I'm gonna fight him while I'm in the middle of my job. Let's go. Look at me! Matchy! Perfect. absolutely perfect. Fuck it. Yeah, alright, I figured that'd happen. Why does he look like he's just in a little bowl of dirt? Like ball of dirt. Right there. What is he? Brass electric. I guess me keg would work. Ah, my favourite starter, by the way. What, the coffee's on the there? Or the turtwig? Nice and dead, just the way I like it. Sangma! Something magma. Ah. Much cuter dead. No one is learning Brawl. Stop it! Alright, now give me that other fucking fossil. Root or claw? Get root or claw. Root. Torterra is just amazing. You like the Turtle Island? It doesn't matter because it's randomized, so it doesn't actually matter. Claw, I got 2 roots and a claw. But if I get a shitty randomized Pokemon, I will be blaming chat. 2 roots, 2 claws, there's no skulls! You already picked the root. You guys stop fucking... Alright, that's it. I'm gonna flip a coin. I can't trust you guys for shit. You guys are just like, oh, try to pull, try to pull, try to pull. I'll tie you up. I don't have a coin. Alright, I'm just gonna like... My eyes are closed. Floor it is. Arigatou gozaimasu. I like that he gets around with a skull on his head. I feel like that's pushing... There's a cake! Is that for me? It's my birthday! I'm back with the new cake. Thank you so much for helping me. I am incredibly grateful. You mixed up the orders 2 times, but that's okay. You were wearing the correct uniform. Here's a little money for helping. 7,000 fucking buckaroos for like 10 minutes of work? That's 70 bucks. I'd do that again. How damn. I was able to catch the pescas with my legs before I could get those get hit. It was not very difficult. Why is it difficult? It was not very difficult. I think it wanted to taste the new dessert. Silver splat to take him
Root
far
fossil,
away from the
obviously. It's way cooler than a claw fossil. Plus, who wants to be associated with something so boring? Bow down to the queen's superior taste. You know I'd pick the best. Ribbit.
A cloy? A cloy? Is that a cloister evolution? Bruh. Cloister Espion, anyone? Anyone at all want to be a Cloister Espion? Hang on, I got sun going on my screen. How the sun chooses. Alright. What? Who wants to be a Cloister Sylveon? Answers to choose, you should know that by now. It was working for a while there. You guys forgot about tying things. I don't want to think about it. Water Psychic. I'm thinking Water Psychic. It was Vaporeon that we would have some fusions. Some fusion? I will say that. Looked it up, I take. I don't want to know. Oh, wait a third uncontested Pokemon, please. I want it. Why you know why? Why? I know I want the best. It's the evolution, huh? Fuck the lot of you, eh? I'm scratching my nose. I already have 2. My greed isn't that high. Are you sure, Ben? Fine, I see how it is. Chato. No Chato-san. I don't want to add it to my party just so I can see it. I'll put it on the PC. I'll go check it out in a minute. Can I have that? It wasn't a lie. Why am I so surprised that they came back with the cake? I feel like that's the least surprising part of the whole thing. Alright, let's go check you out. What do you look like? Oh, wait, fuck. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Ah, you look. Oh. Man. What is psychic? What does the Uno reverse look like? Ugly. Oh, that's not bad. You look kind of cute. You didn't have to think about the fact that it looks like a vagina, but look, it's got mother of pearl on the inside of it. I don't even have one. I still have standards. Look, you could have at least got a halfie, you know? You have an Espion that you could merge with something else later. Holy moly, you're still streaming. What was it? Oh, it's been 7 hours. Ah, man. The sun's still up, alright? I have no clue, no cue to stop streaming unless the sun's gone down. You having a roll, Flint? You having a roll? Look at you rolling on your hot jockey. You're so cute. Yeah, don't come over here. You're gonna electrocute me. Yes, you are. You're fucking charged with static right now. Yes, you are. So cute and stinky. You need a bath. He's been running around the house naked. Ah, no, I said bath. Don't panic. Not happening right now, you grimy little fucker. He's been running around the house naked for the last couple of days because the weather's finally warmed up. And, yeah, the weather is finally warm enough that he doesn't need his jacket anymore. Actually, come on. Oh, that's right, you were meant to fuck around with your things. Hang on. Okay. Get rid of that. With the music gone, come back! Well, this one is up for grabs for people to, like, merge with anyway. So some guy wanted to fuck with theirs. It's this one. And that one. Fucking turn it, bro. Ah, it's 7 minutes! Trust me! Chocolate flint. Oh, no! I'm gonna go play my bass. I guess you'll be my background noise, just me honking in the background like wah. You want Trico and Poliwag together? Come on. Only stream alive right now that I'm following. Weird, there's some music streamers I know that I know. Ah, okay. Maybe TwitchCon? Question mark? Why he look like that? Trico, what the fuck? Why fabulous? Yeah, it'll be something and guy. I could do that. I could. I mean, you could be. What, but like whatever you want, I guess. You happy with the Poliwag, Trico? Oh, Poliwag? Oh, whatever the fuck I've got in my hand. You're a nice vibe to have anyway. It's nice watching someone else fail. Use. Which one? Gonna have Trico as the head or Polly as the head? Who's the head? Who's the noggin? Tell me. That's right. Yes. Oh shit. Okay, yeah, they are actually performing at TwitchCon. See. I know things. Occasionally I make educated guesses that are correct. It doesn't happen very often, but it does sometimes happen. Did I take my vitamins? My brekkie? Yes, I did. Alright, we good. Go on, some guy. Itchy, go, hurry up, guy. Take it to the wild. I think. Pollywag head. Okie dokie. Oh, wait, I clicked out. Went to buy milk. It'll be alright. Milk will be putrid by the time he gets back. Ah, he's so cute! Look at the little one. How's up grass type moves in a pinch? Restores HP. Yes, please. What a sport! Fuck off. Much better. What a gun. That's what I like to see. Hypnosis. Has you got shit aim? Yes, you do. You can bugger off too. Alright. Nickname. Guy. Well, guy. Yours. Alright, I want. Oh, God. I don't think either of them are custom sprites, so I suppose it doesn't really matter. None of them are custom. Oh my god. Why am I still a maid? Go me! Did I unmade for like half a second? Please. I want none of them moves. And this is some. So Shum and Guy. Nice. Elemis is just waiting for his chance to find something he wants to fuse with. I think he has dropped off the face of the planet currently. There's probably multiple things that he would have wanted to fuse with, but has not. Means make sushi for a gummy, right? What? Alright, is that the restaurant? Yes, it is. Okie dokie, I go this way. Hello. Enough, Some is male and Guy is genderless. Hello there, what the? Looking kind of epic, but at the same time, I am slightly concerned that you have a fire type move hidden there somewhere. I'm gonna just swap out real quick. I mean. Exactly what I was worried about. A good call is what I made. Not very effective, apparently. But wait. Also not very effective. Alright, duly noted. Get the fuck out of here. Hope he doesn't pursuit. Oh god, if he pursuits, you're dead. Hang on a minute. Just in case. In case we get pursued on our way out. Safety first, chat! Dork. Are you fire type Pokemon? No way. Fight him. Stop flame bursting for fuck. Not even fire type, my friend. I mean, no one's in danger, Mick. Everything's safe. Oh, hi, Sybil. Wait, when the fuck did you get behind the curtains? I think I accidentally just smothered my cat with the curtains. My bad. Put your claw stuck in the ring. Idiot. Oh look, a super potion to replace the one that I used. Bring me out. I'll fight. Totally won't get one-shotted. Ooh, what the? The ghost of tentacles passed. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, another awesome, another legendary. That's fantastic. Just super fantastic. Okay. You're alright. Don't worry about it. It'll take a little bit. We'll chip away. Fuck. Okay, we're fine. We are perfectly fine. That's sick, right? Pity I have to... Wait, maybe he'll trade with me. Wait a minute. Sometimes people will trade with me. Really? Who's learning that? Oh, you are. Why? Probosi. Prolissosi. Oh, where's Eggman? Don't block that. I'm trying to hit it. Eggman, please stand up. Please stand up. Please stand up. No, I don't want to rematch. I was hoping you would trade your fucking Kyogre, but whatever, I guess. Hello, heal. Captain Ski. I love this tiny door. It's like the tiniest door you've ever seen in your life. Hello, man. We'll go heal, and then I'll check the other rooms on my way through. Oh, you're right, the Raikou one. Hold up. Nah, they're both just fucking sailors, man. All they care about is fighting. Really? Wait, what's going on in here? The Pokemon like light up dark caves? What's happening up in here? Ah yes, I've seen more Pokemon fairy people across the We're not gonna talk about what I just walked in on? Really, you said I was your waifu. Brilliant, Coco. The blondie with the pinky. I feel like Coco would probably fuck around with a strawberry Crelly. Ease the shit out of him. Crelly finally got a date, or is she being just bullied? It's strawberry Crelly, so it doesn't count. Once strawberry Crelly was finally free of like the actual Crelly's flesh, she finally got some game. Riz. Don't realize. Why are you so fat? What's hungry? As alright cat though, he's doing alright. He's doing alright. Wait, there was a ball by him, wasn't there? Oh yeah, there was. A Rick break. Thank you. Mint the grass gym leader? No. Actually, what did I put Mint as? I can't remember where Mint is. In Johto region? Like the second region, whatever it is? Right, old man. slightly perturbed, but it's alright. Oh, wait. Fine, fighting type. I got worried for a second there. Ow. But he's stupid, so it's fine. Would you fucking die? Thank you! That's so goddamn hard. Illis is just sucking up all the EXP over here. 80, 50. Oh no, no, because 40 HP, 70. Let's get rid of that. Ah, I feel young again. All right. I'm gonna put me keg. Actually, I want Astra. You need some levels. Actually, you know what? Astra needs levels, but is lower than Killers, so... Killers! It's time for you to come and play! Better do your job properly. It's your first time out in front. Don't fuck it up! Okay? Okay. No rival battle yet, so you get one warm-up. One warm-up indeed. Oh, never mind. Maybe no okay, you don't get a single warm-up, and I expect at least an A+ grade. Minimum. Can't even rub a bar without people defending their stuff. I kind of tempted to just have my, like, Team Rocket outfit on. I don't use it much besides stream notice though. I don't remember if I had a character replacement. Oh wait, Cynthia. Cynthia is alright with the T-posing. And hey! Don't doubt. I need an hour. Only a floating head in basically fucking Zordon. I need XP to get more of my form. 2 floating heads, aren't you? Yes, 2 heads. Thank you very much. Get it right, get it right, get it right. Excel promo! You will see what the status of their relationship is. Wait, Nani? Are you talking about rallies? I'm confused. Alright, do it! To be the Team Rocket member you know you can be. No! Alright, Chato-san. Record 40 kinds of pal. Different kinds everywhere. No shit, Sherlock. Come out, my Chato-san. I have concerns about what Chato-san's been doing whilst unattended. Healing? Might need an escort. Stop her going off the fucking deep end. I'm just deeply perturbed. Fuck you and your super potion, by the way! Get him, McKeg! I'm being bitch slapped. A mag fairy!
Frog legs are delightful. Thank you. Stealthy Mouse can only dream of enjoying them. She'd probably ruin them anyway. Bow down to the Froggy Queen for the real feast. Ribbit.
She's still in on that cannibalism. She don't give a fuck. Aurora Beam! Let's go! I don't actually know if you're a special attacker or a physical attacker. Rocker disc. So that way, what is that? Brown water type? Maybe. I'm gonna send up Xenos. Ow. Oh right. What the fuck is that? It was a pitiful looking fucking bruh. is not what I was. It's not what I was expecting to pop. Not what I thought was going to appear. I'll be honest. I thought something a wee bit more intimidating was gonna. Holly. Oh, hello. Pitiful! Also, her Pokemon keep changing every time I see her. I'm still traumatized by that goddamn Rapidash thing. Alright, let's quickly go heal our poisoned Pokemon, because I hate the flashing. Alright, good stuff. Oh, I feel much better. Do you want to talk? Yep. Teach me to cut trees. Get me. Oh, got a hat! No, I don't want to wear the hat. Alright. I finally got the trees down, yeah? I fired Jim, yeah? Got a burp, it's stuck. Oh, it's nighttime. Alright, I need to get my TM slave out real quick. Turn it. Come out here for a minute. I've got some jobs for you. You can oh wait, no, you've got the XP share. I don't want you replaced. Replace Azurite Cattle for a minute. Alright. Got a couple of jobs, eh? I can't. They look like Rock Smash Rocks. They're apparently not Rock Smash Rocks. I've been lied to. Totem doesn't even fit in. All you see is the fucking toilet. Bro. Alright, off to go get this pickaxe. Sure wish there was a faster way to do this. Oh, hello! I wish. I cannot. The love disc. I didn't know it was gonna be a love disc. There you go. It's your first battle, killers. How does it feel? Hello again. Skip Queen. Alright. Before Prime has an aneurysm seeing the flashing lights, the bright lights. Haunt me. Now go into the light. Alright, these guys are all like level 5, so there's no point fucking around with them. Ooh, pretty sad. Ooh, a bone! Oh, level 14! Something to actually fuck around with. Whee. Alright. Hardstone? Hey, you know what else is? My heart. Might as well crush them all for items, but the Pokemon are annoying! It is so tedious. Ah! God, yeah, buddy. Give me the goddamn pickaxe! All I want is a stupid ass pickaxe. Thank you. A rock, I suppose. Alright. Thanks. Made me waste my goddamn time. Alright. TM slave. You get to learn cut now. My TM slave. Yeah, you can learn cut. Let's go, Turnip. Proud of you. Oh shit, it actually uses the PP when you use Rock Smash. That wasn't a thing before. Alright. Yeah. Wrong way, this way. Okay, I need to keep my slave with me. But also, I need Azurite Kato for the battle. So let's... Fork can go away. Alright. No animation? Rip off. Was Xenos the starter? No, Dork is the starter. Xenos was just a lucky find. For the what? This fucking thing. That's how it looks on the giving side of Dragon Rage, huh? Yeah, it is. That, I actually really like that design. I do like that design, I'm not gonna lie. Huggy you, buddy. Wait, did I not heal? Why is your Dragon Rage PP still down? Why are your PP down? PP should be up. How embarrassing for you. That's the Empress they had at the lighthouse, the poor thing. Release? Ow! I just realized Azurite Kato still doesn't have a steel type move. Oh, we're gone. Did we? No one's not even asked. Why? It was not even the Pokemon I need to have this fucking steel type. Bruh. Fuck you. Voltorb! Guess we're gonna swap out because I'm pretty sure that that's a fire type that you're about to whip out. Yeah! Well, I mean, you got fire type moves, it counts, it counts. And again! Don't steal from me, but you're supposed to be a fucking steel type. What are you doing? I want stab. If no stab damage, not good. You got this, be fine. Guy looks like the one of the monsters from Monsters Inc. One of the side characters. Oh. Alright, that's everyone in here? Okay, cool. I'm gonna go recharge. Probably get myself some super potions because I forgot. 11 of them. Look at all my money! I got good money! Get the fuck? Yes. This stupid fucking puzzle, because it's not even a proper puzzle, it's Lucky Dip. Fuck your Lucky Dip. Dip you in my Lucky. Oh god, I forgot it was. I thought it was colorless and I got real alarmed at the purple. I was like, oh, it's purple. It's colorless. Okay. As a right with your lack of steel type moves, I'm front. McKeg, second. Yellow's third. Nobody die, please. Wait, what's the highest level in this gym? Ah, whatever. The highest level is 26. Fucking Mud Knight. It's a fucking Mud Knight. Oh god, it's biting. Doesn't matter, it's dead. Whatever. Hello. Beautiful. Ow. Ow. Right. Okay. Fire type would have been really good. I will admit. Or whatever, I guess. Dragon Rage it to death. What? Was damage at least, right? I did something. Good job, killers. Solid work. Fanchu. So Phantom, Pikachu, Raichu, one of the two. I want to swap out. Got me keg. Hello, little baby. Where's the town for you? Easy! I've been getting lucky with these gyms. They only got babies. Look at Colas. Look at this slippery slime. Must be pretty glad you clipped Dragon Rage now, huh? Yep. That's why I kept the motherfucker. I was like, yeah, maybe later I'll get rid of that. Fine then. Oh my god, she's Cinderette. She fucking Cinderette. Fine then. Take the Thunder Badge. And some glasses, I guess. Thunder Badge cranks up your Pokemon speed. It's American made. Take this, Thunder Wave. Okay, sure. You're special, kid. I mean that good kind of way. Keep on going. Cool. Oh, I get 2 tickets from you. Splendiferous. Did I get a water bottle out of you? No. Look at me. Wait, I can now go do that quest. Hang on. Ah, what? Come waddling at me. All right, the fossils. Thanks for the teleport. Another one for the TM slave. Apparently not. What? Why the fuck can't you learn this? Ah. You're a psychic type. Why can't my toilet learn to teleport? Bollocks, I say. All right, let's go pick up that Torkoal. I wonder what the Torkoal's gonna... Get out of my way. Ear Torkoal, Torkoal, Torkoal. Okay. Hello. Yeah. What? Oh. But is it real, anyone? Roserades are cool. He might have bubbles or something. I don't want it. I don't want it. I don't want it. My ear hole is itchy. Scratching. I even started the stupid draw. Ah, no one asked you, Flint. Exclamation mark ticket? Anyone want to be a burial? Tommy's like, what is that? That's a whole Roserade potentially there, should I ever find a Sunstone. Come on! Also, if I don't use the Sunstone somewhere else. I guess it's just the chateau now. You have a sunstone already? Yeah, but I might use it on something else. Excuse me. All right, this is Chateau 2. Oh, my box. Thank you. I want to know what it looks like. Oh god, doesn't live in. No, buddy. No, it doesn't. Oh, it rolls from a shinies? Oh, well, I'm stupid. I forgot. All I knew is that it was a stone that was a pain in the ass to get. That's all I remembered. Alright, let's... yeah. What you look like, little bud? Loading? Hello? Lag. What the fuck? What did you do to my boy? Is there anything better? Oh god, no, there isn't. I'm suing Luciolia for this sprite. I'm suing. What the fuck? Why does it have? I don't. Oh wait, because it was meant to be a Torkoal. It's supposed to be a Torkoal, so as the Torkoal moves. Yes. Well, I see how he ended up over the in the fucking ocean. Rapid spin, fire spin, and flame wheel. He was probably fighting with his fucking trainer and just went off the edge like an idiot. Dumbass. Alright, I'm gonna move you next to the other chat though. I mean, what would a Badu Espeon look like, eh? What would that look like? Would that? Badu Espeon. Alright, let's see. Aw, they're cute! Where's the screen capture? There you are. Look at the little cuties! You're so cute! Alright, can I make the image bigger? No? Wow. A little bit bigger. And this one. Why does this one look cute too? Your babies. Your babies. Cute. Alright, let's evolve into Roselia. Aww, they're both cute again! About the typing, but... And Roserade? I don't know, that one's okay. I'm not a fan of the one on the left, I don't know. I don't know, like masquerade designs. The one on the left has the better staturino. Like, I have to keep track of all of these fucking things. Oh, I get queasy. Brigatito's true final form is fabulous, darling. I was not Googling type weaknesses. Shut up. I ain't Google nothing. I'm shut you up. Oh, wrong one. Where's my screen capture? There it is. Cool. Alright. Dork! I need you back in circulation, buddy. Actually, no. I want Dork back in circulation. He's my starter. But like... Joy's chat. I don't need so many fucking dragon types, but I also don't need that many grass types, but I also don't need that many steel types. Don't even get a chance to accuse people of doing stuff now. What was that? What? I never accused anyone of anything. I forget what gym's next. I always forget after this point. My memory just disappears. Going to the yeah. Yeah, that thing. I wish I could use teleport. That'd be nice. I love they give it to you early and then like none of the Pokemon that I have can fucking use it. Hello, ugly! Why is he new here? Sure, Dragon Breath, why not? Oh, that did a whole lot of diddly squat. Oop, I didn't mean to Leech Seed. I meant to Needle Up. That didn't do much either. Alright, let's put someone else up front. Mikeg. No. This is a good thing for Astronavia or whatever. Astra. No meditation. Ah, not my back. Why does this take so long? What level do either of these two evolve? I feel like they take forever for either of them to evolve. Am I wrong or am I right? Ew, I had to download iTunes. I had to do that too. Just so I could move music around on my fucking iPad. It was so stupid. Hey, don't disable that. One needs an item. I think it evolves with a Crush Claw. Is that, still that evolves with a Crush Claw? What does the Aurorasaurus evolve? Had to do VTube Studio, would pick up my phone. Oh yeah, I heard that could be an issue too. Sometimes it does that. Oh. I don't think this game has friendship mechanics. How the fuck do I do it in Infinite Fusions? Uh-oh. It'd have to be set to a level then, I guess. Anyway. Let's get out of here. I'll just turn up taking a shit every time. Every damn time. I didn't speak to this guy because I forgot to. The flute. Hello. Oh, that's right. They make me fight for fucking bricks. Why I gotta fight for some bricks, bro? Screw you, buddy. Aurora Beam. And again. Get him. Shake him. Make him Rex. Nah. A rat skull. A rat skull. Oh shit, is that normal ghost type? That's gonna be a pain in the dick. Where's Dork? Dead and dead. Give me the goddamn bricks! Thank you. Alright. Oh, that's right, that made me go do the fucking Beedrill quest. Forgot about that. Only after that can I use their... Oh no, I can. Okay, never mind. Have the Helix fossil, I guess. I'm gonna check that house. I've been in that house already. There's another house where I have to cut down a bunch of trees, but that's in a little bit. Do that later. Oh, I suppose we just fucking do it now. Bugger it all to hell! You twisted me arm! Cut down this man's trees. Yes. Yo, to the lumberjack! I'll be lumberjacking. For an old man. In 5 minutes. The tree just growing out of the house. Hush it, child. Alright, done and done. Welcome. Lemonade. Flint. Alright. Forgot about this. Potion. You've been jacking her lumber. I can do it all night. Anyway. Oh, wait, come back. No, I don't. No, thank you. Leave offer, I suppose, child. I can't check that bin. Wait, I can finally go get that fucking egg! Yay! Egg! Egg. It's egging time! Alright. Do the egg. Come with the fucking egg. There we go. The Pokemon using cut would, he be swinging the toilet at the tree? Maybe? If he just crushes it with the toilet seat? I don't know. Get out of here, Charble. No one wants you. Oh shit. Oh no, child. Oh, you're making a great mistake, child. Child, no, you don't understand. Oh, I missed. Okay. Yeah, you keep biting over there. No, Flint. Nothing for you. Go away. Flint, fuck off. You got signed. Oh my god. Back again. I have no idea what that is. Oh, the baby's gonna die. These Scolipeds. Alright, there's Madame. Come in. Let's go. Alright. You gonna come with me or am I gonna do it myself? Alright. Fucking coward. Oh, I see Wind did a whole lot of jack shit, I see. Amazing. Alright, for some rocks instead, I guess. That's better. Like us to mix up opponents' Pokemon typing! I expected these guys to be randomized. They normally are. But they're just bees. I'll stop bullying killers just because he's the lower level. Uncool. La 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 la. Poor killers is just copping a beating over here, man. What did he do to you? Yes, ma'am. Alright, you got my thing? I hate that they make me fucking... Ah! Why can't you be like everyone else and just make room? You stupid! Alright, what do we got? Tell you what, I'm gonna leave you all sitting on the edge of your pants by not getting that Pokemon yet. Well, guess what this guy is? Couldn't be a Scolipede, could it? Surely not. Alright, who's gonna get yoted? I'm gonna yote Killers for whatever the hell comes out of that fossil. I think it's Dr. Eggman! You might be right. Anyway, you guys are gonna be sitting on your skid marks until next week's stream. And then I'll get the fossil Pokemon because it's almost 7 p.m. and I haven't eaten since brekkie, so it's a whole 8 hours without food. You guys are slave drivers. Slave drivers. I'm safe. Thanks for the food. See ya. All right, let me see who is live right now, so we can decide who to raid. I'm fucking hungry now. I need some food. I have some leftover curry that I made the other night. Excited to eat it. Not gonna lie, I'm excited to eat it. No, let me think. Flint, stop it. Toad. No. Hey, what? We got another person over here playing Pokemon. Don't get to raid them too often. And it looks like she's probably too hyper-focused knowing her to realize the time, so she's probably gonna be streaming for a while longer. So we're gonna go raid Shemaya. If I know Shemaya, she's gonna get locked in on that game. That what? Yes, it did! Let's go raid Shemaya! If you guys do not have a subscription, Raid 2 will work just fine. Oh, let's go to the chatting screen. Wow! Thanks for hanging out, guys! Sorry there was no stream yesterday. Wait, not yesterday. Last week! I was dead. I'm hoping to soon, someday soon-ish, pick up streaming twice a week. Hopefully, maybe. Should I be so lucky? I'm not sure yet, but I'm considering it. Yeah. Twice a week, let's go! I'll probably do a poll in Discord where you guys can choose if I do stream twice a week, what the other day of the week will be. They'll probably be right next to each other, so it'll either be tomorrow would be normally the other stream, or yesterday would be the other stream. I'll let the community decide. Thing is, you guys will be the ones watching, so it's like when you're free. Pokemon birthdays. No, maybe, potentially, I don't know. Anyway, thanks for hanging out. Enjoy the raid. Go harass Shemaya as she throws balls around, and I'll see you suckers in the Discord and next week. See ya. Bye.